red T-92 to challenge our hero. Knowing their limitations, Keyhand does not waste HP in a brawl, and instead lets friendlies take care of it. Blind without their scout, the enemy scatter. Time to give chase. Or not, those enemy TDs don't take disturbances kindly. Run away! Maybe if I... Nope, denied! Run, 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 run! Keyhand only just escapes the hornet's nest, battered, bruised and deflated. Better not do that again. Instead, how about some long-range shooting? Burn, baby, burn! Or a quick relocate to assist the opposite flank. No problem, this tank can do it all. Let's approach the TD problem from a different angle. Literally. Nah, the other side was better. Relocate. Back where we started. Oh, rough landing. Lucky no damage. Light bulb? It's the TVP! Allied artillery notifying their support is all that was needed for Keyhand to press on. There! Unfortunately, the FB is taken out before the strike lands. Another spot! Another nope! Reverse quick! Time to bounce! I've had just about enough of you, Waffle. Bush trick, some friendly help, and a charge! In the meantime, other Reds have pushed into the base. No! RT! Uh-huh. I never thought I'd hear myself say that. 1v3. No point being reckless while the bush trick works perfectly well to decap the dangerous FV. This is going to need some expert driving and some exciting shenanigans. Where am I? Who-be-dee know? This time the FB is going down. Its turret can't keep up with the EBR, and the siren ceases to sound. Jagdpanther now. Lose sight, reposition, expert driving, juke in the artillery. I cannot believe Keyhand is doing this. What? 1 minute left, and there's the arty. Keyhand blitzes past it, salutes, and achieves an unlikely win. Amazing. What a brilliant display from Keyhand, staying calm and switching flanks countless times to great effect. Mobility is a strength of the EBR, and this replay certainly showed that. Besides the impressive 6.4k damage, Keyhand covered a whopping 13 kilometers of distance, not something you see every game. For that, we award you our Defender of the Week award. Congratulations! And that's it for this episode. Don't forget... Hello, I'm Luke Nell and welcome to the 9th season of Best Replays of the Week. Let us begin this season with a good old Panther 2 on classic Malinovka. Wed Games takes this old school German medium tank out for a spin on this very open map. The accurate gun allows for some long range. Whoa, an aggressive push? Now you've piqued my interest here, Wed Games. Dipping into the water cleanses our hero, but more importantly, in fantastic position without a scratch. Being spotted here is like being ginger on the beach without sun cream. Not ideal. The rival Panther 2. Time to duel. Ducking and diving between shots is exactly the way to win. Sitting still is exactly the way to lose. With their flank exposed, there's little the Jagd Panther and the AMX 5100 can do as the crossfire smelts them. Scorp! Remember your training, young Wed Games. The Scorp was fully aware, but our hero is a Class A tanker and got the hell out of dodge. Excellent! Even though red base looks open, there's very little cover to advance, so let the sniping begin. 550 plus meters is long range. This doesn't seem the most effective use of time and ammo, Wed Games. But this looks highly risky. In for a penny. The map lights up and shells fly in. Take cover! Insane, but a casual 1000 spotting damage for very little damage. Worth it. Sneaky. Busted! The Progetto has had enough of this and tries to charge, but is shut down by repeated tracking shots. A costly exchange with HP this low, we gotta be pushing! Cock! A miss? What the FB? Another Progetto opens up missing! Ha! But, oh, not the second! Hell of a play, Wed Games, but was it enough? Ending with that FB and the RT deciding to play Worlds of Submarines. GG. A Scout and Panther 2 leading the charge. Now that's not something you see every day. Decent opponents, but great skill and teamwork prevails. Wed Games managed 10k combined damage, 4,680 damage done, and 5,534 assistance. For that expert performance in what's not the stealthiest tank in the game, we award you our Scout of the Week. Congratulations! Up next, another Scout replay and Malinovka 2.
Welcome everybody to the World of Tanks Wargaming Festival 2019 stream. I'm Ikibu, the video content manager for World of Tanks EU, and today I'm joined by two wonderful guests, Gepard, PH, in-game name, and Phelan, who I'm now going to let introduce themselves here.
So hello guys, I am Phelan, also known as Zoltan, if David refers to me like that. And I'm the community operations lead for World of Tanks in EU, and what I do is, well, I do community, social media and streams with my team.
Okay.
Hello everyone, I'm Piotr, my nickname is down there, and my role is regional publishing producer for World of Tanks PC in Europe. So I'm taking care of all the publishing operations for this title in our area.
So for those not aware, my main interactions with Piotr at the moment is clicking all the codes that we request, like all of the goodies, and then he rejects all the ones that we don't.
No, I approve them.
Approve. All approve. Even the gold type 59s.
Those don't get approved. No.
Those don't get approved. Okay, that's unfortunate. So, part of Wargaming Fest 2019, or sorry, Wargaming Fest 2019 is part of the World of Tanks Festival, which we're going to talk a little bit about now. I'm sure most of you recognized it in-game, seen the hangar, played in parts of the activities. But before we do any of that, can you tell me how the World of Tanks Festival was created, how it started?
Yeah, so we already have a big event in the winter, which is Holiday Ops, and we thought, well, it would be really cool to have a similar annual event happening around summer, and it's a good period. We already have the Wargaming anniversary. We have anniversary of a World of Tanks release in Russian region, and there is Gamescom for our European players. There's also Tankers Day, that's today, and all the activities and all the ruckus around back to school period. So we thought how we could put this into under one umbrella of a big event, and a festival, a summer festival. Tank Summer Festival was something that came to our mind.
Okay, okay. And part of that was something that most people have noticed more than anything else is the dog tags. And can you share more information about the dog tags? And
dog tags, yes. So it's another customization element. We're introducing different ones, and dog tags is just another experiment. They are not permanent right now. We wanted to see how they would be perceived by our community. But yeah, they're very popular in also other games. So if you're playing something else than World of Tanks, then you probably know those player cards or similar concept, and wanted to give it a try.
Okay, and I know I briefly hinted at it. How hard is it? How difficult is it to kind of combine all of these activities and elements together, and especially with the different game modes?
It's quite a challenge. We have tickets, right, and the collection of dog tags. So the idea is that playing in all those different activities, you can get tickets. So all we had to do is make sure that everything works properly, no matter whether you're collecting your tickets by missions, by playing in frontline, in Steel Hunter mode, or any other stage of the Tank Festival.
Okay, and so you mentioned tickets. Something that a lot of people mention is that they don't quite have as many as they would like. Are there any plans to address this?
Yes, next week we're introducing another element to the garages. There's gonna be mini games, 2 mini games which will let players collect another around 300 tickets.
Okay.
That's a significant boost, I think, and that will speed up the collection of dog tags elements significantly. Okay. One of those games is sort of like retro catcher game, handheld thingy that some of us that are a bit older, well, not judging or anything.
I remember.
I didn't mean you.
Of course you did.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So some of us may remember those toys. So we're bringing that back, and together with all those memories.
Okay, cool, awesome. One of the activities that came with the World of Tanks Festival was Steel Hunter. This will be one of the last occasions, if not the last occasion, most of you will be able to play this. Not sure about the plans for this in the future, but what we're going to do is actually have some gameplay while talking about some of the developer options and some of the things that are happening with this mode and what ended up on there. We had a trial run early and we actually placed first, which was awesome. Mm-hmm. We're hoping to do it again and not be called a fibber about this. So we're just going to go and jump into the game right now. We're already up and good to go. And yeah, so we're ready? You're good? You prepared?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And one of the things that a lot of people have seen from this is that there are actually 3 different vehicles or 3 different classes. Can you kind of, I'm going to let each person talk about their respective tank they've chosen. Do you have any tips on the German one? Why would you choose the German one?
So here, like a little bit of context. You guys can see me actually playing the German one, which is the Flammenschwert, which David usually just refers to as the flame tank.
Flame tank.
And the flame tank.
The flame tank.
So they made me choose this because I'm the least experienced in this mode. And they don't trust me, let's be honest, right? So this tank is actually supposedly, according to these guys, and my own experience, very good in the beginning, right? Because it's very good in the early game, and then later falls off a little bit, and that's where these guys come in, I suppose.
Yes, I mean, the German one does have an amazing end game gun. Okay. It can have an alpha damage of 1,000. on there. So you only need to
So
hit something
they're
twice, and
educating
then
me.
yeah. So you can get on that one, and then
So you trust me a little bit, okay.
for you, Piotr, what's your opinions on? I believe you've picked the red dot. Yes, the red dot.
That's right, the Soviet tank. Definitely my favorite. I've been using it when going through the ranks. So far, most reliable. I like that it offers you quite good mobility early and mid-game, and in the end you can swap that mobility into more hit points and armor and firepower.
Okay, so we're in there, and my personal preference, and I don't know about yours, Piotr, is to actually land in the north. Usually because you can get into cover a little bit more than that. And so one of the parts of Steel Hunter was, and something a lot of people ask, why did we choose an urban map over maybe an open map or anything? And I know that as that on an urban map, if you start out, your main objective in a battle royale style of game is to not actually fight early on. You're meant to kind of stay a little bit safe, pick up, get loot, get geared up, and do it this way. And an urban map like this, as you can see on the mini-map there, you actually have a lot of places to run to and keep staying relatively safe. So we should meet up. Okay, so Zoltan has the perfect start with the loot going on there. When you're playing in a platoon, the game actually changes pretty drastically in the mode because the teamwork is a little bit better.
I have a very good way to win this game already, based on the previous game. Okay. I just follow David around.
I spotted
okay,
the
so
guy.
He carries me.
Yeah, we need to kind of run to Piotr unless you're being engaged. Do you know if you're okay, or do you need us?
I think okay so far, unless
so yeah,
this enemy. Oh, they're shooting. I think they decided to go for easy prey.
And one thing that a lot of people get caught out on in this game mode is that it's based on directional vision, which means that you actually have to point your turret towards the people that you want to spot. Oh, hello. Sorry. Before I start asking questions, we're going to have to be very careful here because they actually start to flank around one person, and I'm there just driving into a rock, as you do. The best type of gameplay.
Oh, they spotted me. They're coming around.
Yeah. So we should actually just go into
I think
they want to disengage right now.
Yes. So we should actually just go after them a little bit, I think, because they are alone mostly. I'll let you pick up the ammunition.
Yeah, I need some.
Behind you, David.
We need to kind of avoid this. As you saw on the radar, we were in the middle between two different teams. I was hoping for a fire there, but no luck. And one of the things you should do in this game mode, a lot of people who have played it will know, is you should always be spamming your X key. Your X key is your friend. Okay, so we're in a perfect position to kind of maybe bully the enemy platoon off of these airdrops. But it's also the perfect chance for somebody to come and say hello. I leave you two to kind of go down there and collect that one.
Oh,
okay,
there's a guy.
No, there you go. Yep. So we don't need to go down. We should avoid going down at all costs. Otherwise, it's going to be a nasty crossfire. Okay. Right, so the guy who's going for it, we need to just pace our shots. Try and aim for the back of his tank and stop him from picking it up. If he picks it up, it's going to be a very hard game. Okay, I just spooned my shot, which is unfortunate. I need to start healing. Okay.
He picked it up, unfortunately.
Yep. Focus on the low health one, which is this one.
He's healing.
Yeah, that's okay. We need to be very cautious about running out of ammunition now. Okay,
I think
so
I need to run away
focus on the
bit.
guys running away. And I bounced 3 shots now, and that's unfortunate. There is the airdrop behind us. If somebody wants to go pick that up, we've managed to bully them off a little bit.
Okay, I'm picking it up. I only have 2 shots left.
Okay, I've bounced way too many rounds in this game. Okay, so time to disengage a little bit.
Oh, there's another team.
Yeah, because we are getting surrounded.
That's not good.
Just leave them to it. Okay, good. Okay, we actually now need to go north because there's 2 teams there. You kind of leave them to fight on their own and disengage, get a little bit more safe, and definitely try and find some ammo because we got worse for wear out of that engagement. One of the things that was asked quite a lot of those is why do you know why most of the characteristics were different between the vehicles?
well, I guess that also is there for like creating diversity. Like, that's one thing. It also kind of contributes towards like having different nations. You know, these kind of are the base nations in the game, right? Because we have the Germans, we have the Soviets, and the rest. So it makes a lot of sense. It's kind of like some other games also have these hero kind of dynamics, right?
And can you say why these three were chosen more than over any of the others?
These are the three nations that we started the game with, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So they kind of fit well the archetypes.
Okay. So anybody, sorry to interrupt, but anybody watching my gameplay, the reason I keep driving into rocks and walls is because the keyboard is very, very sensitive. And if I rest my finger on the A key even a little bit, it then goes in that direction. So I do apologize. Okay, I should be able to pick this up.
I'll try to pick up the yellow one.
Ammo. Yep, that's good. The upgrade system, as you can see that we're picking up all of these items, is a little bit different from probably most Battle Royale games. Do you know why this was chosen more than other ones?
I mean, the thing is that the most Battle Royale games, you can basically upgrade certain things easily, right? It's just fit them on. Like here at a tank, you cannot upgrade the gun if there is no turret behind it, right?
Yes.
So it makes a lot of sense to do it this way, I would say.
Yeah. I do know that it's, for instance, when things are upgraded, anybody that's played the game mode will know that you can get some fairly nice turrets and guns on the tanks, but it doesn't make sense to have a tier 8 gun on a tier 3 hull and a tier 1 turret, for instance.
Exactly.
So you kind of got to balance it out a little bit more carefully. Okay, I actually managed to hit and penetrate a shot, but I don't have the ammo to do this repeatedly. Okay. I need to be very careful about going into the engagement. One of the things that we haven't done is I talked about my vehicle. Now, my vehicle actually suffers the most early on. Early in mid-game, this tank is not very good at all. It's great in more of a supporting role, but yeah, it's late game. Once you get that nice HE gun, it's fantastic, but it's a lot of pain before then.
Never got to that point.
We do need to kind of cross back and try and pick up some of those airdrops. I also need to stop resting my finger on the A key and driving to the left all the time.
David, do you want to tell people why you just selected that tank? It's a leading question.
It is a leading question. It's a very leading question.
I wonder how you're going to phrase this. Okay. Yeah?
Oh, sorry. No, I'm going to concentrate because there's
I can tell you guys though why he's concentrating. Like, he actually is picking that tank because I told them that they don't trust me because they all had the Red Dawn and I had the Flammenschwert, right? And he I kind of guilted him into taking the tank.
Oh, these guys are throwing it. Oh.
Yeah, no. Just concentrate on killing them. Oh, okay, he's got it. I should go down now.
Are you focusing this dude or no?
Make sure whoever it is that needs health picks up my tank drop because
that's going to be you, Piotr.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I'm in a really bad spot now.
Focus on the mine.
Uh-oh.
Okay, never mind.
Oh.
Rip.
Oh.
Yeah. I think this is not going to end well for me. Just saying.
You've got this. We believe in you. Yeah, so just
Oh, my mouse is... Oops. Oh, no.
That was to be expected, right?
He actually pushed me out. Nice. Well, that first game that we had, the one that we tried, was much better than this one.
One off stream.
So back to the garage then.
I think you hit all your points that you wanted to make, so that you can actually be really good.
Except more about my vehicle. So my vehicle is very much a support tank and trying to get to the end game more than anything else. It's not very good early on at all. My personal favorite is the German one, just because it's so easy to get momentum into the game.
Oh, wait, you actually trust me then?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
It's a big, beefy tank. It's the safest and easiest one to do all that.
All right. So, well, I cannot take it anymore because we are still in battle. So I guess I'm good to go for the Red Dawn.
The Red Dawn is a good choice.
Yeah, that's the one I used when we were having that really good game, right?
Yes. Yeah. So I'm just making sure I've covered all of the points that I need to cover for the Steel Hunter game mode.
I think there was one interesting thing that we wanted to talk about, like why did we actually choose the city map? That's also an interesting one, right?
Yes.
Because it's really cool that, like, if you're in a battle royale, you kind of have to control the initial engagements of the players, right? So, like, if you are in the city map, that means that you're kind of separating the players. You give them kind of the same, let's say, like, conditions.
Yes.
Right. But if you use, let's say, distance to do this, then you're just like artificially increasing the distance that they have to travel, and the whole thing is going to drag on, right?
Yep.
I think that was an interesting one that I found. Anything else?
So one of the things that I know you just mentioned with the distance, one of the ways the developers got around this was to actually buff and increase. So what we actually did was increase the speed of these vehicles and some various characteristics to give you a big map for safety, but also give you an opportunity to really kind of not spend your time trundling around slowly as you would do mostly in lower tier vehicles. And I did reach a little bit on the visibility system. It was trying a different game mode, but essentially it works in a sector based in that you need to actually point your turret at the enemy to be able to spot them. And one of the things you see a lot of the times in Steel Hunter game mode is people don't turn their turret enough. They just keep it fixed in one direction, and then they get caught out very, very quickly.
Because that's your like reflex from regular World of Tanks, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
There
There's also the shell tracers.
Yeah,
that's
traces, exactly, right?
Yep.
Which kind of counteracts this, in a sense.
Even if you were not looking and paying attention, you can still see after a while where the shot comes.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of mobility options in the game. Like you have the boost, you have the option to upgrade your tank. We actually had this really interesting discussion before the stream when we had this first match about which one to go for, like hit points.
I'm sure we'll have it now. Yeah.
Right?
Because I know a lot of people fall under a lot of people prefer the hit points just because it's more armor, it's a little bit safer. But if you know the map really well and you know what to expect from your enemies, the mobility and being able to keep your enemy in the dangerous sectors actually really counts a long, long way.
Yes, until the zone...
Until you're on the one zone.
Yeah, until it
there.
shrinks to one sector of the map.
Now, I will say that in that situation, I actually prefer the smaller, more mobile tanks, purely because you're able to actually sit underneath their gun depression and usually be able to use the hitboxes. So they have very unique hitboxes in this mode for setting fires and ammo racks.
Oh yeah.
And when you get those big chunky tanks and you're in some low-profile faster tank, you just park behind them and just roll for the fires.
Oh, I managed to spot a guy.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm coming towards you, by the way.
Awesome.
I think we could all meet in the around the northern edge of the map.
Found the yellow upgrade.
Okay, so there should be one here.
This is also an interesting point. Like, why do they have these? Like, why do we actually have these points where you can upgrade your tank? Why are they just like there at different points of the map? Right?
Yeah.
Well, they're points of interest.
Exactly.
Points of interest.
They're kind of pulling
yes.
you towards certain points on the map, right?
If I remember from what I know of game balancing wise of it, it's purely down to making sure nobody just sits on the edge of the map, staying in the danger zones, and just trying to get the victory at
like
the end.
Making you actually move, right?
Yeah. Take the risk. Go on, do it. You know you want to. Sorry.
That's also, if you were wondering why the airdrops are sort of clustered in most games, right?
Yeah.
If they were spread out evenly across the map, they wouldn't be just...
Are we crossing the bridge, by the way, or what?
I wouldn't cross the bridge.
They're going down, right?
If we just go to the east, you kind of using this boundary, and you want to mostly look for teams that are kind of being pushed out of it. Okay, so poor Piotr is in a dangerous spot, who is now going to start suffering.
I'm just gonna run into the
yellow.
Yeah. That's not good.
No. Okay, and so for those who haven't experienced it, the red zone is not very friendly. It's okay. So there's
David, do you need any help?
I'm okay for now. I'm pretty certain he's just trying to bait me into pushing up, so as I expose more than my turret.
Okay, I'm behind you.
Okay. One of the things, the reason that I risked that shot there is because it was actually worth it, for my opinion, on getting the level on my tank. Okay, so there are two teams fighting here, which means we should actually be able to pick up an easier fight.
And I'm very far behind.
Okay, so instead of shooting the guy that's next to us, the poor guy that's being
punished. from
punished.
behind.
If we start shooting at the guys coming up the hill, we actually stand a better chance, and the other guy's going to be focusing on those guys as well.
Are you shooting at fun, right?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
Okay, so don't worry about the guy pushing up on the right. Okay, now kind of worried because I bounced my shot and this is not good. We just want to reverse. They have the hold down spot and they now have the advantages, so we just need to keep reversing until Piotr gets here.
I'm using my turbocharger.
And I'm
Yeah, that's
actually
okay.
preparing.
And so, if here they come.
Okay, they each bump.
Just keep going back, and then what they've got to do is either commit to me and Piotr or commit to you. In which case, we'll be able to get a nice crossfire on them.
They're just bouncing on me, fortunately.
That's good.
This guy is going... I can't
Okay.
actually shoot him anymore, okay?
At one stage, we will want to try and commit into them. Usually it's when one of them thinks, okay, I've had enough now and I'm going to run. So now is the time when we want to be chasing or isolating
I don't have that
one.
much shots left, that's the problem.
So this guy is the one we want to be kind of trying to bully.
I only have 5 shots left. Nice.
And he's down.
So if you then want to pick up that one,
Yeah.
Zoltan, for the ammo.
Going for it.
We also have the airdrop behind us that somebody may want to go and pick up.
Okay.
I should be okay for a while. I've got 8 rounds. The airdrop should go to one of you because I'm level 4, you are both level 3, so it wouldn't be very fair.
Roger, I'm going for it.
And then I'm just going to make sure these guys don't come back and circle around. Okay. One of the things that this game mode does teach you a lot, or at least utilizes a lot, is situational awareness. If you stop looking at your minimap, you very quickly suffer. Okay, how is your ammo looking, Piotr?
I only have 10 rounds.
Okay.
Linking up with
You
you
can
guys.
take that one. Okay. Yeah, if you keep going down there, hopefully you don't get shot from the side.
Guys, dynamics or top speed? Which one you should go
I
for?
prefer.
Top speed.
I prefer dynamics. This is the interesting part.
I usually go for dynamics as well. I just wanted to.
Because I know Piotr prefers the top speed for making sure he can get across the map as
But you
quickly
usually
as
play
possible.
like not in platoons, right? You play
Yeah, I
all
play
your
solo,
games.
so it's like until, let's say, late game for me, it's a looting game.
Yes.
It's interesting, right? Because you always need to analyze what's more beneficial, to just run away, avoid engagement, and try to I have a guy here.
Okay.
That's
coming
okay,
behind
because I've just set
He's
him on fire,
burning.
so yeah.
him. Oh, that's...
We have the advantage on this fight now. He thought you were alone, so yeah.
Ouch.
Oh, there's another guy.
Yeah, that's okay.
Very good.
I need to pick this up for the ammo, sorry.
Go for it. I'm going to chase this guy.
Yep, definitely. He does have a friend behind him, I believe, but we should actually be okay.
He's got a big gun
He's
already.
running away,
Yep. Good job.
Oh, he's like doing a lot of damage to me. I'm going to be...
He should have the big chunky gun, but okay. So the person on the lowest health should pick that up.
Is that me or Piotr? I think it's me.
Yeah, you take it.
And then there is a gentleman, or a person, sorry, on our left, or you can pick up the airdrop behind us, who an enemy is going for. Has anybody got the radar to use?
Yes, done.
Okay, so yeah, we should be able to pick up this airdrop for somebody, and that should be relatively safe. Whereas the other people are in a 3, so that would be pretty dangerous.
Yep.
Okay, let's go. Keep going this way. I'm gonna pop my radar. Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
they're on it.
There's his friend. At the very least, we should be able to take him out and then pick up the drop. Okay, he's run to the right. I'm wondering if he should cut through. He's got to cut
managed
through.
to snag it pretty fast.
Yes, I would imagine he's cut through and trying to meet up with his friends. Yeah, there we
There's
go.
one guy behind us as well, just so we know.
Okay, he has a friend.
Coming behind you. I don't have the big gun, though, unfortunately. We are focusing on that guy, right?
Yep.
First. Okay. He's healing.
Okay, so he should be done.
He's done.
Yep, and then that should be for Piotr.
Yep, exactly.
I'm gonna fix my gun anyway because yeah.
Oh, there's a guy
his
behind.
friend.
Okay. So far, so good.
Just take down the guy that's pointing at us more than anything.
Ah, I bounced. It's the first bounce I have today. I think.
Oh, someone's shooting at me from behind.
Yeah. So with this, just focus on the low health one first.
Roger.
Like
Okay,
that.
it's done. Okay. Oh, that hurts. Like, kill it
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
Oh my god. Okay,
Okay,
nice.
then Zoltan pick that up.
Yep. That hurts.
And then we're going to scan for the guy behind us who isn't there anymore, so we're good. And then I'm actually going to pick the hit points on this one right now, and that's purely because we know that there are people next to us.
All right.
So you guys went 4 for 5, unfortunately. We need to just quickly skim through this one and then head this way. Otherwise, we're going to get caught in the danger zone area.
Wow, you have a really nicely upgraded tank, David, as usual.
Well, it's bringing back bad memories when we had the internal testing for this.
Aha!
And I felt very, very bullied.
How did I not like fail to actually mention this? Like what? Like, did you guys know that I actually managed to kill David at some point in one of these games internally when we
So
tested
rude.
the mode?
So rude.
I was so happy about that.
Okay, so-
These guys are.
Yeah, if you pick up the ammo, I'm just going to go charge in here and kind of make friends with these people.
Make friends. That reminds me of someone. Right,
Yes, yes.
Our community
Could say
team
you
lead actually.
just want to go and say hi.
Yes.
Just
When we play Battle Royale games, our community team lead usually says this before he dies.
Okay, so he has got to come this way. He has no other choice. So he's either going to come to the left or back where we've just come from.
I think that's, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not worth the risk if it goes red and then we're stuck. If one of you goes pick up the ammo that was just above us, and then I'm just going to keep an eye on here. Yeah, here we
I
go.
have a ton of ammo, by the way, so Peter, if you want to.
25. I think that's enough. But okay.
It's
Still
mostly
experience,
well for the level. That's
Yeah,
definitely a
yeah.
good thing. Okay, need to keep an eye. Oh, there's the airdrop. So yeah, we just need to wait around here and pick that up as soon as it drops.
Oh,
Yeah,
guys
so-
on the left, they
yep.
spotted me, so I'm going to run away a little bit.
Yep, that's good. I'm just going to keep my front facing at them. There are only 3 platoons left, so we know where both of them are now. Who wants to pick that one up? Okay, there we go.
I can pick it up.
Okay,
So I
cool.
get a gun upgrade.
Good. Right, and that means that one platoon is going to probably explode. We need to get off the high ground, because if we don't go there, we're actually going to be caught in a position where we can't get out quickly when there's that last one.
So I guess that
square
means that
left.
I should like link up with you guys, right?
Yes. The people that we were chasing should come out just in front of me, I think.
There's one behind us as
there
well.
we go. So the one behind us is behind the other
That
wall.
was a bit of a mistake, but okay, it's fine. That was a mistake.
Okay, so those other platoon kind of got out. We don't want to be going this way.
No.
Poor Zoltan is low on health. If we go this way, it goes yellow, we're going to be in trouble. If you can, Zoltan, we need you to heal up as much as possible. Yeah, there you go. Before the next engagement, because there is a chance that we might have to go with attrition and just try and out-heal the enemy. So the next sector should be just somewhere in front of us. Just keeping an eye out. It always pays.
Oh, there's
yeah,
one
there we
guy
go. I
in
thought as
front of
much.
Just follow our
Oh,
glorious
2
leader.
guys.
Oops.
Okay.
Poor guy.
Yep.
Okay, nice.
So whoever's low on ammo-ish needs to be picking that one up.
Piotr?
I'm fine.
I'm fine as well. Oops.
Where's the other guy? There was one.
Behind
those
us.
are
I
behind
was
us.
shot from behind.
Okay, so yep, just run down to the low ground so they can't stay where they are.
I'm trapped, unfortunately.
We just
Oh,
need to
there
wait for them to come to us. Are either of you in a position to level up really quickly with one more drop?
No.
No.
Okay. So I'm going to be a little bit greedy and try and take this so I can level up quicker for the bigger gun.
Roger.
They do have to come to us, so try and keep this castle between us and them, and then, yeah, just keep an eye out to your, either side of this rock, and we should win this through attrition, yeah. All we have to do now is just hold off, so if you can keep popping your radar as soon as it's on cooldown. We should have this now, I believe.
Yeah.
Unless something magical happens with us, it should be good.
Let's see. Maybe we can actually replicate the win of the first one, right? Oops,
Oh, there we go.
I'm bounced.
Ah, this poor guy.
So I've tracked him in the zone. Good job. And then, does he have a friend? Oh no, there we go.
That's
So
it?
all of his friends died in the red zone on there.
Easy win.
Victory by just
Okay,
playing
2
in
out
the
of
right
3
spot.
actually.
Yeah, that works. And so that's another tactic. You don't necessarily have to force the engagement every single time. You don't have to push into them. You don't have to always go for the kills. Sometimes just reading the map and kind of guessing where the last sector will be and making sure you get there first can drastically help you improve your chances of winning the battle. So I've played all the other 2 now. I am going to play on the Flame Tank.
Can you please pronounce it? You know the German name? No?
I don't even remember the spelling of it. I get Flammen and then...
I mean, I'm not German, but it's Flammenschwert.
Okay. Would you like to try and spawn somewhere different, or are you happy with the north?
I'm perfectly fine.
I'm fine.
Okay, so one of the things that people saw there with the victories is that you actually earn quite a few chevrons. And it's a little easier than some of the other the ranking systems that we've had in the past with the chevrons and the on the parts on there. Is there a reason for that?
Well, it's supposed to be just a fun mode, fun activity for to enjoy during the tank festival.
Okay.
It's not competitive as ranked.
Okay.
Ranked battles are supposed to be.
Yep.
How long did it take you? You mentioned something when we were playing.
Well, 44 battles.
In?
So one day.
In a single
In one
day,
day.
right?
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
So he's a little bit crazy. He went a little bit crazy with this in the beginning.
Nothing crazy about it. I just decided I want to exploit a little bit the fact that I know one thing or two about Battle Royale, and before
because other people catch on.
before
Yep.
other players realize that it's not random and the rules are different.
So we do have a platoon already here. I'm not sure if all 3 are here or if it's just 2, but if we can kind of maybe be really aggressive in the beginning, it can help early on. I know it's counter to what you would normally do, but I think there is only just 2 of them here, so...
One of them wasted a shot, right?
Yeah, another one wasted theirs. So if we just really just push into them...
Track the guy.
So I'm risking gonna get a fire here.
I bounced. Okay, I'm going to just come out, try to help you as much as possible.
Okay, so that's new. I didn't know you could drive over the tank, over the train.
Let's see if I can get a fire going if he... Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna pop the heal. I've popped it the wrong time though. Good job, thank you very much. And now free to engage on the last
I only have
guy.
2 shots left, unfortunately.
I managed to pick up a fair few rounds for that last one.
Okay.
Oh,
there's
okay.
the
His friend is here, but
Yes.
that's okay.
Oh, okay.
He's on the other side. Let's
Okay,
just
I missed
finish
my
this
shot.
guy off. There you go.
Okay.
I'm going to pick up the
Yep.
shells. Oh, actually, Piotr, you pick up.
Yeah, but I got hit by somebody.
Yes,
Okay.
it was just that.
I
person.
don't have any shots left though.
So if you run this way, Piotr, I'm going to try and intercept a couple of the hits. Yeah, okay, you're good. You're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm going to try to box him in. That's the only thing I can do because I
Yep.
don't have any shots.
Because he's going to focus on shooting Piotr.
No. Gentlemen, you are not going.
So much bullying.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, shoot him in the back, please.
Oh, I missed it. Okay, that was epic. That was
There we go.
spectacular.
And
okay.
now I can actually pick
Yeah,
this
I'm going
up.
to leave that. I'm just driving through. Okay, so let's hit the scan. And as you can see there, you did pick up quite a few levels early on, which really helps.
Nice. Okay. Any more?
But actually, I'm going to leave that because... okay, I tried to leave that, but I leveled up too quick. Yeah, we should be able to pick up the drops just in front of us. I'm going to pick the top speed, and purely for this one, it's because it's pretty sluggish, even though you can accelerate quickly. It
Okay, I'm
takes
going to
forever
the
get
left, I
Yep.
suppose.
there. That works.
Okay. I have 7 shots left, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, there's a few drops to the left. There's one in front, and there's somebody there. Do you want? Yeah, you can probably push the rounds to our left. And
Are you okay there? Because I would loot a little bit. I'm a little loot
there's a guy.
goblin.
There's two
okay,
guys.
so I found friends. That's okay for now. But I know there's a friend to my right.
There's 3 people.
So we need to not be engaging this too much and not firing too many rounds. We're not going to win it.
Yeah. Let's turn to the go back actually.
Yes. So
there's one.
Yes.
Drop on the left.
So if you go for that, I have 10 rounds in total. I think you've got 6, so you definitely need it more than me. And you're only level 2.
Yeah.
There's also a consumable one here. Okay. Yeah. So if you focus on that, I'm just going to make sure these don't circle around. Although, yeah, so we need to do something about these drops. If these enemy platoons keep farming them, we're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yep.
And I failed another shot, so that's not great.
Oh, there's a lot of
okay, yeah.
tanks.
Yeah, if you go for that drop, Piotr, these guys should actually be fighting the other ones.
It's though on the other side of the wall, I think.
Okay, okay. I wasn't sure if you could sneak around, but we need to completely avoid this. And take the long route around. We need to try and bait the 3 that were shooting at us into thinking they're with the other guys that are to our right.
Oh, that's an interesting tactic, right? We provoke the opponent and then run into another team,
Yes,
disappear.
It works amazing.
Yeah.
And
need to get some levels, that's
yes.
for sure.
Okay, we should be free-ish. Those 3 are there, those 3 are there. We're going to try and go down the main road and hope the guy here doesn't spot you on the cross, because there's that airdrop there. Just gonna need to cut through the corner here, and then yep, we're okay. I didn't get pinged, so I'm assuming we're good.
Yeah. All right.
Yep, we're safe. Oh yeah, and the enemies, those 3. So like I mentioned, those 3 look like they are engaging the other 3.
Oh, I feel a little bit under-leveled.
Yes, so you should definitely be picking up this one. That should give you a nice level or 2.
I hope so.
And yeah, there it is. Just keeping an eye out now to see what's going to be where. Yeah, you're good. So while we're at Wargaming Fest, and I'm sure most of you can't hear it, we've been assured that you can't, there is a lot of activity.
Oh, there's a guy. There's a guy.
There's a guy? Okay, I'm coming around the side.
And I managed to pick it up, fortunately, which is good.
Okay, I bounced the hit.
Okay.
Wow, and then I missed it. I think this guy's alone, but we don't want to be pushing the engagement. We actually want to let him run into the other platoon.
There's a lot of people in the front, so...
Yeah. Unfortunately, the other platoon is managing to pick up all of the airdrops.
Yeah.
Which
really
is
need
not
a bigger
great.
gun, honestly. I need the tier 5.
Okay, yeah,
Ooh,
no,
that's
we
a big
can't
gun.
do this. They are way out-leveled of us.
Run away?
Yes, very much. They, at least one of them, I think, is a 7 or a 6 level.
Oh, man.
Which means we can't do that.
Run away!
Definitely. It's a tactical redistribution of forces, I think is...
Ah, that's how you call it. I see, okay. I like it. I am going to steal that. Tactical redistribution of forces. I call it a retreat, but okay.
No, that's not, you know,
no,
aggressive enough.
The best euphemism ever.
Okay. Yeah, we're good. So it was, yes, as I was saying before, things got interesting. We have a bunch of activities around the event, including from the stage show, ranging from talks, but also bands going on, lots of booths, and there are tons of people in the crowd, which I'm sure we're going to show at some point once we're done discussing Steel Hunter and World of Tanks Festival. But I think, yeah, there you go. There you go. So there's some of the stage, and you can see all the people going on and some of the activities. Really, really cool. Oh. And I start looking at the screen to see all the people and ram into the giant wall. Okay. We are going to be forced into an engagement eventually. If we keep just running south, we should be okay.
There's a lot of guys.
Yeah. We kind of need to skirt the outsides of this and go to the south of the map.
This is the tank acrobatics.
Nice jump, nice jump.
Tank acrobatics?
Why do you have a bigger gun than mine? That's not fair.
I'm level 5, that's why.
Ah.
Yep.
But you can have another...
I'm not sure I'm satisfied with that explanation, but okay. Let's just say I'm not happy with that explanation.
Okay, so there's the other team. The other team looks like they've had the same idea.
I think we just missed like a drop. Oh,
yeah,
man.
no, that's okay. What I'm trying to do right now is direct us to a position where we can just hide and wait until the other teams have kind of finished taking each other out, because we are very underleveled compared to everybody else. And I don't have enough rounds for a prolonged fight.
What worries me a little bit is that I don't have the tier 5, so my gun is like
so
shooter.
as you can see, they are being engaged upon from somebody across the bridge.
Yeah, and I have shots on them, so...
Okay, so they're running away into the safety zone, and I can't chase them. Need to be very careful about this. This is going to go horribly wrong. Okay, time to commit. I hope you're ready to save me, because this is a big mistake.
I don't know how I feel about this. Oh, there's... Okay.
There they've gone. Okay, this actually worked out okay.
This guy is pretty damaged, like he's healing.
Unfortunately, I don't have the rounds to kind of keep this engagement up.
How many do you have?
5.
Okay, I have 18. At least.
Yeah, so he's going to have to be forced this way, or oh, there we go.
Done.
So I'm tracked, so I'm trying to not pick it up.
That's okay, don't worry about it. It's inevitable, really. I only needed it for the ammo more than anything else. But it means that we are now in position 5, which is good.
That's not bad.
Considering that I've been rolling around with 6 rounds for the whole of this time. Not even worth risking that at our level.
There's an airdrop on the left.
Yeah.
We have to get to it somehow.
Absolutely not.
Why not? Because it's low ground, right?
It's on the low ground, we are underleveled, and you can guarantee one of the bigger platoons is going to go for that first.
Ah, come on. You just have to risk it for the biscuit.
There are no biscuits there. There is only death and pain.
Okay. okay. You convinced me.
We are running into another team, actually.
Oh, I got him on fire. Can you finish him off?
Yes.
Yes, we probably can.
There we go.
Nice.
That's a really nice shot.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can't loot him, but I imagine that other team is going to probably pick him up before then. Okay, so there's one. Yep, okay, we're okay. There's a platoon to our right, I believe.
Yes.
And a guy on his own there.
So you jump the guy?
Yes. We're going to try. Hopefully he is alone.
The guy to our left?
Yes.
Okay.
But we need to be very careful because there is a platoon there who he might bait us into.
Oh, there's one guy
coming
behind us.
Right.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Oh, it's probably more than one.
No, he's just really high level. Yeah, we need to actually run away from this and engage on this guy.
The guy is engaged by someone, by the way.
The other platoon is yeah, they are going to come in. We don't want to meet those first.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so yeah, this is where we need to race into
this guy is a much higher level.
Yellow zone.
I think I'm dead.
Use your turbo booster.
Oh god.
Oh, ricochet.
Running away.
Okay, he's coming behind us. We should actually be able to take him.
I got shot down. It's on you guys.
We might be able to do this actually.
Now that I'm dead, right?
I'm going to pick this up because I need the ammo. Quite drastically.
I think they're gonna die to the zone. Yeah,
Okay,
one
yeah.
did.
Okay, so position 3. Okay. We're not in a good spot for this. We just need to get into the white square as late as we can. And yeah, hope for the best. I'm gonna try and pick this up because I'm level 4.
Go for it.
Against much higher. Okay, yeah, there it is.
Oh, there's another team.
Love it.
Wow.
Yeah, there
Ouch.
it is. Much higher. I'm pretty certain that platoon's gonna win this. So if you can survive just long enough.
So what is the trick to get high levels in the beginning, David?
What we did, but when we got out of that engagement, we weren't able to actually pick up any more things to kind of sustain and improve on those levels.
I mean, the airdrops are not exactly in the right positions for us, right?
No, and that's the unfortunate part. The airdrops can help give a big boost, but also if you can keep in a constant combat, every time you land a hit, you get a little bit of extra XP, which can help you progress really quickly. So it's very much a snowball effect that you can get in this game mode.
That's what I was saying. Every time you need to analyze what's the best option for you right now. Just run around, keep looting, go for the airdrop, which is XP-wise is worth as much as two pairs of loot, and then or try to engage early and
it's kind of like a balancing act of like I have to constantly fight, but I cannot actually take too much damage and then die, right?
Yes, but second place, considering the lack of loot, wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, it wasn't too bad on that one. I think getting did we get second or third? I can't.
Second.
So thanks to Piotr's wonderful sneaky run into the zone until the very last moment, we managed to pick up second instead of fourth, I think.
I was focused later than the other guy.
Also, yeah, this really nice shot. The guy on the other side of the, the lower ground. And then
that was
really nice.
Poor guy has the tracked and set on fire.
And then he would have survived, but I managed to land one shot on him, which was just enough so that he burned down. Which is really nice.
I know one of the things that a lot of people find frustrating is the fires on there, but it's meant to be that element that you always got to make sure, because if you give somebody an opportunity to put out the fires, people stop caring about making sure they don't get shot in the back. You've got to have that risk there, so they don't just think I can turn away with no penalty from this. It's actually pretty important that you do this. Here's the chance that it's not going to work out in the end.
The thing I really like about this, like I am playing a lot of battle royale games, right? That here you have like the tank already is like kind of like your character, right? It's different already, and then once you start leveling up, you can already you can also counteract your like weaknesses, or you can actually emphasize your strength, right? As well, which is really nice.
This is an interesting drop that I'm actually going to suggest to the left, the bottom left.
Bottom left.
Yep.
All right.
Just because we're so far out of the way on the north side that we'd end up being pushed into the low zone. And in platoon mode, you definitely should not go into the river until you're at least level 5, 6.
Yeah, middle of the map is just the death zone.
You think you're like, oh, these loot, it's amazing, I can go here. And then you get there and all of a sudden 3 platoons are just peeking over the ridges on hold down spots. And
So I get the feeling that my initial idea of just following you is kind of efficient, but not very good for me, because you're kind of like a Hoover.
Yes.
Like, just sucking everything up.
I mean, because we're on stream, I'm being a little bit more generous than I would normally, where it's just like, mine.
Remind me to not play with you off stream.
Yes. That's one of the reasons why I was so happy to get him out of the game when I killed him.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
No.
It was so much bullying. We're doing the playtest, and of course I won the first one, of course. And then it was it's always there. And then I won the second one, and it was now we all need to just kill David. I was like, what? Where's this toxicity coming from?
No, it was just me.
Okay, I have found a friend who's probably going to hit me in the side or the back, and my turret won't stay facing the right way.
Okay, I'm coming in to help you. I have some ammo, which I picked up. Is he showing me his backside? Yes, nice.
I've come to the wrong side, absolutely wrong side of this. I just need to get out of the way.
Oh, there's the friend. Can we just finish off? He really wants me to not finish off his friend, unfortunately.
Yep. So that's why I'm just trying to pin his friend up against the side.
I can't actually shoot him.
That's okay.
Losing on. There you go. Okay.
So I'm just trying to help you, Zoltan, while dodging as many of these rounds as I can.
I'm trying to get into a position where I can bounce some shots. There you go.
Just next to you, I think.
Okay, so I'm getting a wonderful amount of lag right now.
That's nice.
Which is great timing.
Yeah. There you go. Nice. Okay, so now we have...
Okay, so I should actually die on this one, I think, unless I can heal just enough on this round. Because I'm out of shells.
Oh, it's not good.
So this is really awkward where I just look menacing. Thank you very much. Oh no, you're going to steal it.
Oh yeah, I will.
Get out. Oh, wow. So I admit that I would hoover everything and then that's it.
Look how brilliant this tactic is. Like, you just ram someone to death and then you have the greatest excuse of all, I'm tracked.
I see how it is. Okay.
I'm going to pick this ammunition thing up.
There is one person there. I think
Yeah.
that might be the remainder of this platoon. I need to pick up something quick because I have no health and no ammo. Which is not a good position to be in.
Okay, whoops.
I'm just waiting for the Piotr to just push me out of the next airdrop. It's fine.
I'm here to cover.
Supervise.
He learned from my example. He has to like hoover up the stuff himself.
Okay. We're good.
Okay,
We're
that's
okay.
good.
There should be, yeah, there will
I
definitely be a
think
guy there.
guys-
We need to
okay,
turn to the left,
the
I
guy's in
think.
front of me.
Should we regroup?
Yes.
I'm coming towards you
Coming
guys.
to the left, and then not going for the airdrop because I think those two platoons should try and fight each other for it.
Then with third party then?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Then we kind of join in the
Dirty.
end.
Nice.
Oh, someone is
So
already.
there's one. Yeah, he's already taken
And they're already
hits.
fighting. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm just gonna fire one just to try and kind of like highlight that we're here. Yeah, there we go. So one's low health, and I bounced, but that's good.
Can I go on the high ground and shoot
Okay,
them?
that wasn't so great though. Oh, just hit my mouse.
Oh, there's another one coming.
Okay. So,
Is there a chance that you guys can bully this guy a little
With
bit?
flank.
yep. We can get one guy. Oh, nice. Very
Oh,
nice.
yeah.
Okay. He actually managed to shoot me. That's not good.
Because I'm gonna go down, I think.
Are we focusing the 80?
I'm mostly just trying to not die because they're focusing me.
Okay. The problem is that now we are like shooting two guys at the same
Okay,
time.
there
Very
we go.
nice. Can we get him out?
Hopefully.
There we go.
Okay, I kind of need to. Oh no, Piotr, you need to pick that up.
Oh.
Bam.
Oh.
No,
no, no,
I'm
no,
trying
no.
to block it. Okay, I blocked the hit. Oh no, he has friends
dead,
on the
he's
way.
dead.
I'm gonna get shot and die.
Oh man. Two
Yeah.
tanks behind. Oh man.
Okay.
You have to run away. I managed to
Yeah,
bounce some shots, but
we just need to get out to our right. I'm speed boosting away because we can't engage that as we are.
run away.
Run away. Man, the tactical redistribution of forces.
Ah yeah, that one. That one. So not running away. Then.
Yeah, not running away. Just regrouping.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, no, we're okay for now, as long as they don't kind of just rush us from the side. There is the airdrop there. Who's the low? I'm the lowest health. Okay, that's not good.
Okay, what about the levels? I'm 4.
I'm
You guys?
3.
Okay.
We should be able to pick this up without any real danger, I don't think. And then we need to get out of this yellow zone because it will turn red very shortly. I'm hoping that there's a healing. Yes, that's what I wanted. I was hoping that there was a healing consumable in that. Okay. Where are we going to go around for this?
It would be really nice to find something. Ah, there you go.
Yeah, we need to go to the right.
How are you guys doing with shells?
I'm actually okay right now.
I have 14.
18 here. Should
30.
be fine.
Okay, so...
Yep, okay. To the left, and then pick up the ammo. Avoid the platoon to our right,
So
I
he's
think.
hoovering again.
I'm going to leave the ammo to you guys. I'm being the point of guard, you know, the scout.
Yeah, sure.
Clearing the way from dangerous amounts of ammunition that might explode.
Oh, such a nice guy. Protecting us from all the bad
Yes.
things in the universe.
Okay.
Ah, where are all the things? So Peter, how much do you have?
18.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to take that.
Okay, yep, and yep. The airdrops are nowhere near here.
Good.
We need to get into a space where we can cross without being at risk of getting damage. We can't stay on this side of the map anymore. We have to try and cross very quickly.
Okay.
Because if we stay here, we've got to run into the other platoon. We should actually be able to cross now and hoover up on this side of the map. Yeah, so there's one airdrop, or not an airdrop, I think it's ammo in front of us. Yeah,
We're really tryharding this one. Wow.
always.
Of course.
Always. So
Never
there's
give
the
up.
ammo for you guys.
This is yours, Peter, I think.
Yeah, I'll take it. I need some points.
And then there's a consumable one just to my left. Yep, there it is. Okay, need to
Is
look.
this something that you want me to pick up?
Yeah, you need the levels.
Yeah.
Ideally, I need the big gun, but I should be able to pick that up in the next engagement. Yeah, we need to cut across here and not keep my finger on
I
the
think one more
key
thing
again.
could give me the tier 5.
Right, so there's 2 people. I think it's just 2. No, there's 3.
But he's low level.
Oh, they're fighting. Okay.
Ooh, that hurts. That's 4 people actually.
Are they just going to disengage this? I think they might be trying to circle me. Yeah, they're going to try and bully me.
Okay, we are behind you though.
Yep.
I tracked him and damaged him. Oh no, actually he's still driving.
Okay, airdrop coming in. Hopefully this does the trick.
I'll try to. There you go.
And hit the floor, which is great.
We need to finish up that one guy who is actually hiding really well, unfortunately. Played it really well.
Okay.
Oh no, this is not good.
Yeah,
Good for
This
me.
is not good. Okay, if you can get behind me, Piotr. I think
I have
I've
the
got
big gun.
slightly better health than you do. Right, we just need to focus on
I can
the
bully him a
American
little
one.
Okay.
Alright, that's one gun out of the game. That's the start.
I'm getting destroyed by this guy though. Fortunately. I'm going to hide behind Piotr a little bit. Nice. No, he actually panned my turret. Oh man, that's not good. Oh, and then bounced. I think I'm going to die. Piotr, please don't move.
Too late.
We've got this. This is fine. Okay.
Oh, the guy also had the big gun, unfortunately.
Okay. We're okay. This
I'll-
is still okay.
I'll just collect everything.
How do you have 8,000 damage? That's not even fair. Like, I'm just looking at your screen. Like, what does Piotr have?
Yeah, Piotr, you need to-
2K, okay.
Can you pick up this?
Happy.
Yeah, you should be able to pick up that looty corpse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why is it always me who dies?
Why is it always me? Okay. And then we need to give you this consumable. I really kind of want to... Do you mind if I... No, yeah. No, we'll give it to you. I really want that top gun, but it's fine. I'll manage. We need to really get you some levels.
I think I really got to him with this
need
Hoover
the-
thingy.
I want all of them.
I
Okay.
need a bit better gun.
Yeah.
For sure.
All those shiny things.
I'm out of consumables. Come on, tank. Go up the hill. Okay, so the
Big tank,
airdrop
though.
is yours. Yeah. Right, I'm going to turn here because, yeah, there's no point in me carrying on. And then you should be quick enough to come back.
I'm so tempted to sing the danger zone from Top Gun, but no, I'm not going to do that.
I did have that running through my head when I mentioned we need to get out of the danger zone. I was like, don't do it.
The danger zone.
Don't do
Okay,
it.
I'm not going to do it.
Okay. I'm going to actually try and pick up this airdrop behind me. Ah, we are actually one of the 2 platoons that are left, so this is going to be interesting.
There's no loot left here.
No, these airdrops look like they should be free though. And that's my level 8. Do I? Oh no, no. No, go. Okay, do I want damage? I want rate of fire.
Oh, there's someone coming.
Yeah, I just need to get out of this spot because I'm going to start taking damage very
Oh,
quickly.
there's 3 of them.
Yep.
That's not good.
If you can, we need to just back out, get to the high ground, and then use the terrain as an advantage.
This is tense. I don't even want to talk to you guys.
That's okay. Are they 3 there? Yeah. If you can get here, Piotr, this is the spot. Looks like where this is where the safety sector should be.
I'm okay here.
I mean, when it goes yellow in a short while. Okay. Are they pushing? No.
No. They're just striking. Airstrike.
Okay.
With airstrike.
In which case, no, they're unspotted. Okay, there was the airstrike. Nom. Oh no, we've actually now got to go through.
Oh, now they're pushing. Oh, we set him on fire. Very nice.
Nice airstrike. I'll take it. Okay. I think one of them is focusing on just keeping us here. Oh no. 2 of them are focused on keeping us here. No, don't track me. That's rude. Okay. Yep, we now need to just push into them, I think. Do you want to pick this up? Yes, you should. Go, 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 go. Stunned crew and slow tank don't make a good combination. Come on.
Oh, I need to run.
That's unpleasant. Okay. There's one down. He's got the HE gun, so whatever you do, don't let him hit you in the side or back.
Oh god.
Where's he gone? Where's he gone?
He's in front of me.
Hopefully that airstrike hits. I'm not sure. I think he's a little bit too quick. Yep.
Ah, nice shot.
Yeah.
And we won.
Victory!
Wow.
Yeah, and again without me.
I'm seeing a common trend here.
Mistakes were made.
No, like I'm just funneling all the resources into you guys.
Exactly.
I'm making the sacrifice for the team.
Okay. So, yeah, there's Steel Hunter, rank 25, still, not too bad. And where did you manage to get up to? So we've got a rank
9.
There you go, rank 9.
9. I was actually like like rank 1 or something, I think, on this account.
A few victories there, and you can see where teamwork is key, and it's all about tactics more than just pure damage and going for it rather than anything else. But that's all we've got for now. I know that my two esteemed guests will be returning later, talking about various developer topics, things coming in World of Tanks and things in the wargaming universe later on. It's going to be a few hours away. We've got a few things before then, but yeah, so don't go anywhere. Looking back to talking to the topics, thank you very much, and I'll see you again shortly. So yeah, we're going to go to a small break. Don't go anywhere, and yeah, we'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. So this will be the segment where we start the Super Cup. That is the 15v15 tournament happening between the winners of the EU region and the CIS region that's been happening. But before we move on to anything in particular, I'm going to be introducing two amazing, wonderful, fabulous and fearsome duo that you may have recognized from the EU tournament finals, which is Steel Mojo and the Killzor. So here they are, wonderful, charming as ever.
You almost made me blush, but you can't see it through the makeup. But I was close. I like it. I like it.
You must be fabulous, and I'm the fierce one, or something like that. Or wait.
Both. Fabulous duo.
Almost we're ready to spice the things up with the things upcoming now.
Yes, yes. So we're going to be starting with kind of the first team we're going to introduce is the EU one. I believe, as soon as the video is ready on that one. And so can you tell us a little bit more about what you can expect from this? Who do you think is going to...
Well, we're going to watch for first Clan Super Cup. That means EU versus CIS annual match on Wargaming Fest. That means this year's winner is Devi, mainly Balkan team, which is really highly unexpected that we've seen. The team that has no prior really big experience on tournaments like this, like only online, and they're now on huge stage, even on open outside. Like this tournament is actually on open ground, man. Like that's something completely new. And they're fighting against a Russian team called Mercy. That they're like really long year winning clan there, and they have the core of Tornado, which many of you may know. They're like a former VGL Gold League team.
Yeah,
so,
just on that free.
Yeah, so it's gonna be something like maybe David versus Goliath kind of match, in which we are definitely not Goliath from Europe.
So,
but
okay.
It should be really, I believe it's gonna be a really strong match, and something like aggression all over the place by both teams.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that you're going to be expecting the usual plays from Davey. They realize that they can't really play the style they played in Europe, because Mercy is the kind of team that just goes, keeps going, and then goes a little bit more. They just don't stop.
Okay.
So they're going to try and match them in aggression.
Well, we're actually going to let them introduce themselves a little bit now with the video, so just watch out for this one. And this is Devi. Devi.
Hello there, my name is Milan.
Yeah, my name is Milan Cvetkovic.
I'm Uroš Pečarević.
My name is Stefan Ristic. I'm from Team Devi. To pop up our team spirit before the game, we tell jokes on TeamSpeak and we have fun with each other.
We don't talk too much about the game. We have fun, talk different things about TeamSpeak. A couple of minutes before the game, we try to discuss about tactics, and we get in the game full focus and just play it out.
Not that much inspiring. We're not in some battle or it's if the players are willing to play, if the tournament means to us, we're gonna give the best from us.
If I became wizard, I don't know. I guess I can fly then, and I'll try to visit every city.
I will probably help myself more than other people.
I would cure sickness, make all people equal in some way.
How we relieve stress? Well,
I don't know. We just press Alt F4, man. We just leave the game. Nothing else. we don't do it with the stress,
After the game, I would say we analyze what we did.
Usually, when you lose, it's usually your fault. So you just may talk to each other and see where the mistakes were. Why did we lose? And that's it, pretty much.
I don't have some lucky charm.
No, not really. We don't really pay attention to that. I mean, I personally don't pay attention to it. Maybe some of them do, but I don't.
This. I always wear this. Yeah, on my head. Yeah, always. I always wear that, so it's like my lucky hat when I play.
We don't play on luck, just skill.
And welcome back, everyone. So that was Devi, introducing themselves on there, and a lot of expectations. coming in, and then one of the other teams that was mentioned up. So as soon as that video is ready, then we're going to allow them to introduce all themselves as well. What are you going to expect from these two? So you mentioned where they're going to just escalate in terms of what they bring into the match.
Yeah, Davy, or aka Delicious Wishes, that's actually their first name. I'm hoping for some really vicious games. But as Ducky already said, it doesn't pay off for them to sit and wait to see what will actually Mercy or Monique do, as you said. They actually need to take everything in their own hands and take the victory. When you fight really great teams, there is nothing to gain by just waiting and reacting on their plays, because they will outplay you in every manner. You have to take some responsibility in your own hands and try to do your best. That's it, and not get scared.
The thing is, Davy saw Korm, which was the best team in Russia considered, especially strategically, get decimated completely by this team 5-0. So that was the moment they also realized where, well, it's the moment they realized where they're like, okay, maybe playing on strategy is not going to be our strongest point, so let's try and surprise them, let's try and bring aggression to the table and not be afraid from them.
Okay, so we have the video from Monique now coming up with, you mentioned was Mercy?
Mercy is their tag.
Okay, so their tag, and so that's it coming up now.
Hi everyone, my name is Denise, nickname 123LGT. I've been playing tanks. The game came out in 2010, right? So yeah, I've been playing since 2010.
I'm Evan G. I've been playing tanks since 2013. That is whole 6 years. The nickname is Allstale.
My name is Alexei Kuchkin. My game nickname is Near You. I've been into tanks since 2011.
I'm Edward, and the nickname is Server. I'm 21, and I've been playing for 7 years.
There's a ritual which we naturally use. We watch an Al Pacino speech in which he says that either each player in the team plays alone or the team wins as a whole. My girlfriend came to me in a pirate costume. I would sell my soul for Panamera keys.
Is that possible?
The night before a crucial game, I spend with my team after a cool stream.
Think first, and then act. Not vice versa. Like first acting, and then thinking.
And welcome back everybody. So that was Monique, or Mercy as it was called, and so Mojo and Daki are going to get into their positions and get zoned in and psyched out, ready for the match and casting all the awesome gameplay going on. I can see Daki there chuckling in the background. It's like, yes, thank you. Big cheer on there. And so make sure, guys, join in the chat. Let us know who you think are going to come out victorious in this final. I know that there was an interesting prediction during the EU tournament finals on there, expecting who would and wouldn't win. And so one of the things that we did with the teams is that we have the map picks and bans, which should be coming up on screen shortly, that we can talk about. So as you can see there, the maps on Westfield and Ensk were banned by both respective teams, and mine's chosen by, sorry, not Mercy, Monique, and then the tiebreaker will be on Himmelsdorf. We've got Karelia and then Himmelsdorf banned again, although that's an interesting icon there, I believe. We have some Sam River, Cliff, and Steps. So what we're going to do now is bring you to our wonderful analysts, who some of you may recognize for their famous internet faces and appearances. I can already see some introductions. So we are joined by the wonderful Kihand and Yes.
Hello there.
I think I said that right. So if you'd like to introduce yourselves a little bit, so in case maybe nobody's recognized you in the kind of the tournament scenes before.
Well, I guess I should be the one actually introducing myself since Isna is already known. Yeah, I'm Key and I'm here to analyze, look over the maps, and basically guide you through the gameplay together with Isna.
Yeah, and I'm Isna. I'm streaming, so you might know me from before in other places. And I don't know, gonna try and bring some expert commentaries about the players and how they may react and certain developments and stuff like that.
Okay, that sounds cool.
I mean,
are you not going to use your catchphrase?
Come on in.
Come on in. Join the stream.
I mean, yeah. I could.
You could? Okay. So just checking. So like I mentioned before, guys, feel free to join the chat. Let us know who you think are victorious. I'm sure you will have also seen the Wargaming Fest code hanging around on there that will be giving the Made in USSR style, and we're also giving out an emblem for people as well. So yeah, what do you guys think? What do you expect? We already have some strong opinions from Daki there.
I mean, like the DV guys, essentially what Daki is saying is also they need to bring out a different type of game what they currently were playing in the EU. They have to show up even more stronger, or they have to play a lot more faster than what they usually do. They can't really rely on the strategies and the tactics that they develop in the EU, because here against Mercy or Monique. All right, they are way better strategical and tactical.
Okay.
Than what DVE is going to be able to throw at them. So they have to play that fast aggression game and obviously throw them off with the tank picks that they're going to have.
Okay. And Kihan, do you agree with Mojo's assessment that they have to really bring it to the...
I basically have to go with the flow here. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that player-wise, the Russians are probably going to exceed the Davy guys simply because there is a bigger pool of players to choose from. Obviously, they will have the stronger players. That's also why I'm going with that Davy needs to put the aggression instantly. They need to do surprising stuff, which is sometimes not that easy because like you have the maps and there's only so many different ways you can play it. Most of it has been tried out already, but maybe we see Davy bringing something we never saw before, and that way they can maybe take the victory.
In the top echelon of the best teams out there, there's always going to be a certain standard or a meta that's been set. So you try to always predict what the meta is going to be like for the next event and for the next tournament. And I hope the DV has predicted pretty good what the Mercy team is going to throw out there.
Okay.
I strongly believe that the Mercy team is going to play a lot of control because they might think and feel that they are a lot better than DV. Well, not a lot better, but somewhat better. And they're going to play a lot of control, be ready for whatever the DV guys can throw at them.
Okay.
So it's going to be quite interesting, I think, actually.
And so you saw some of the map choices there with some of the bans and picks. Were there any surprises that you expected from the teams, or...?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, it was very surprising to see the Russians actually banning Himmelsdorf, which traditionally, normally, is a very, very strong map for that server cluster. The other maps, like Mines and Cliff, those are very fast ones, so we're going to see fast, aggressive games there. It's not really about strategy on those maps. Basically, you get a tactic, and it's like rock, paper, scissors. You just hope it's going to work. It's more about the calls.
Okay.
Yeah, that is true. It's more about the quick calls and the quick focus fire that you have on maps like Mines and Cliff. Obviously, you can go a little bit more campy style on Mines, but usually you do want to grab that middle. The middle is so vital, so important, because it gives you so much room and maneuver that you can throw off the other team.
Okay.
And on Cliff, it's also kind of the same principle that you want to grab the middle. If you have the middle, you control the map. And that's the number one point, and that's why there's so many fast games, because both teams needs to grab the middle. And that's where they come in this frontline pushes, like the strong pushes, that fast games, that super excited games. Actually.
Okay. And so with some of those maps, based on the maps you've chosen, can you give a guess on what vehicles you would expect to see?
Well, yeah, on Mines, which is the first one, you're going to see fast tanks with good turrets, because there is going to be some kind of mid-brawl, most likely. So yeah, we're probably going to see something like Chieftains, 277s, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe Batchat's taking the hill, who knows?
I mean, it's all about like how you want to do it, right? You can either take 2 EBRs and go quickly up on the hill just to grab it before the enemy can do it. But also you want to have a follow-up through that, so either bring lots of mediums or you bring lots of heavies, depending on how you want to proceed on the hill, so to say. And the fight is looks very brutal, but it's actually kind of coordinated as well. If you have lots of heavies, you want to take a certain amount of heavy on the left side and certain amount of heavy on the right side, but you also need to know exactly when to push and when not to push. It's a controlled chaos, as you might say.
It's complete mayhem from TeamSpeak, I would imagine.
Organized
at that
chaos.
point.
Okay.
But on maps like the Karelia, we're going to have a little bit longer games because it's a bigger map and there's a lot more bushes on the map so that you can hide your light tanks and around. So that's going to be a longer game, perhaps, but it can also be a fast game as well. If both teams go on the south end on Karelia, then you also have the same kind of principle that who is the best in the push, who fast calls, and individual skill is really kicking in then.
Okay.
Also the positional plays by the groups of players.
Yes.
If you manage to set up good crossfire, you basically win in that role.
It looks like an automatic win then.
Okay.
Essentially.
So for people not familiar then with tournament games and esports elements and maybe even Clan Wars part of it, you mentioned some of the shot calling and tactics and skills involved. What are some of the core principles you would kind of expect to see but also make sure people know how to do?
Well, basically, like how normally the teams are organized is you have one or two sort of callers. Like they decide what happens, they do the strategy and they carry through with it. They basically call what to do. And then you have other players, like the light tank players, they are gathering the information. Most of the time the caller will only tell them, go to that side, keep it spotted, give me the info and just don't die. And then you have like the heavies, the mediums. Those are basically being guided by the callers and they just execute what the strategy.
Yeah, basically, like usually you have a main guy, the main field commander, that brings up this is what we're going to do, and then he delegates orders to the others, so to say. And then you have a little bit more trusted people in the team that you like. They can do micromanage play, so they can tell you like grab that rock, oh go behind me, go here, you can do that. Small micromanage plays that distribute throughout the team. They usually is the most trusted person that the field commander has around them.
Okay. Also, we forgot one group of players. Those are the arty players. You don't say anything to them. You just hope they don't hit
you. Actually, you do call out a lot of the artillery strikes and artillery where he should aim and what he should do and when he's going to prepare for certain things. Because if you don't, then he's just going to sit there and play like a random, and you cannot afford that.
Okay, so we've talked about some of those characteristics and the roles that people would play. We do have some player rosters, and maybe you could kind of guess who you would expect to see in what role on there.
I don't see actually.
Okay, so
I can see it from here.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, for the DV team, you have Magma and Shifter. Those are basically team captains, callers. Like Shifter is also the clan commander of DV, I believe. Then you have people like Tuxi. They're playing lights, and then you have obviously the infamous Dr. Nix, which all artists remark. He's disgusting, and I mean it in a good way.
My hero. I was very impressed with the EU finals on that one. That was very good. Okay, so and then. Yeah,
then you obviously have the roster of Monique, from which you might recognize some names from the WGL. Players like Server near you, obviously you're going to know them. And I believe, like I saw the guys earlier, there's a lot of young people. There's a lot of new faces, and I believe they're hungry, like they were really here to win. It's basically their game, they're at home here. Well, technically not because it's Belarus, but yeah, I believe they want to take it home.
Okay, and so as you can see on the screen a little bit more there, the factor that the player has on this, can you kind of guess or assess what playing in such an open environment would do?
I have played in multiple stages and multiple areas, and I had never ever have to consider the weather when playing. This is a kind of a unique thing. So I can't say what I can expect. Like you hope it's not going to rain, and you hope it's not going to be too windy, I guess. And
yeah, yesterday it was raining, and they actually had to cover the PCs.
Yes,
it was
yes.
Crazy.
I mean, they can come insects and bugs, everywhere. Like something flies in. You can't be prepared. I don't know.
Maybe it's that realistic battlefield experience with the weather and the terrain and. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Let's just hope the crowd doesn't throw tomatoes up when someone misplays.
I mean, I know one thing from me when I used to do offline things was actually, if you're in a cold environment, your reaction times and being able to aim more accurately when your hand is almost a block of ice gets pretty challenging sometimes. And so yeah, I'm curious to see. Maybe it comes down to who has the most tolerance for the cold.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And I guess the Mercy team, the Russian guys, has a little bit advantage in that. The Balkans they like the warm weather, you know. They like the sun, you know.
Okay.
But this is a little bit colder up here. So you can see them already
getting the hand warmers out.
Yeah, warming up the hands.
Warming up.
Yeah.
Okay, and I suppose, would you think this was playing to Dr. Nix's advantage?
Maybe.
Just having to worry about just moving a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit of slower gameplay than you in a tank, for example, than playing artillery.
Okay. Okay, and so we've talked through a couple of those. We're going to have just a small little transition while the teams get ready and give you a little bit of time to kind of settle and get relaxed. And so we're going to cut to that and then filler, when I say it properly. Make sure you stick around and we'll be right back.
Oh, lucky charm. No, I don't think that there is something that is like my lucky charm.
I need to buy one to get one. Maybe here in Minsk.
I hold a little lion on my desk, but it's not. I wouldn't call it like lucky charm. It's just the thing that I love to be with me, and yeah, that's it.
This. I always wear this. That's the only one. Yeah, I always carry it with myself.
Right now, to lose 5-0 against Mercy.
I can say fear of heights. I'm really scared of heights, especially when there's no fence or something. I get chills through my body and my legs cut out.
Oh, I really hate snakes. I think snakes. I think I fear the snakes the most, and they are the greatest fear of mine. I would say.
To get wiped out 5-0 in the finals. That's my greatest fear.
Big tank of oxygen, so I can live for a longer time.
I guess I need to breathe, so I would use oxygen, something to eat, something to drink. I'd say that's enough. I don't know.
Well, probably some girl first.
I don't think she would like it on Mars.
I would take my PC, I guess, and like generator for power and like Wi-Fi antenna, so I can play games from there.
Huge Wi-Fi antenna.
Of course.
And welcome back, everybody. So there was a quick one. Hopefully the teams are a little bit warmer now, getting their hands there and getting in position. We talked a little bit about some of the tactics and strategies involved before. Now, one of the things that I know seems really simple for experienced people like yourselves, but one of the things that will be mentioned a lot, I know for a fact, will be something called focus fire. But before I go into that, they're actually starting the game really, really quickly as we're saying that. So we're going to cut to Mojo and Daki.
For the hill, Daki, Buzuk and Gucci are already trading the shot here.
And here comes the Beto. They barely need 3, thinking that Mercy wouldn't go towards the mid, but already the first one goes down. It's Asa, it's actually a team kill. The Hill's on the Hill's the name of the game, but it's not going well for Davy as they're trailing down now. A big arty shell comes in, but I don't think this is just enough. They do so much damage.
There is a huge difference here in HP, but at the moment actually Davy is managing to hold off Monique. Arty may come to an impact if they manage to buy some time, but time is actually precious here because the focus fire is really brutal. Shkrga is on really last drops of the HP.
It's actually going better than expected, but still they're down in tanks, they're down in HP as well. They tried to play a bait with the E3, we didn't really have time to talk about it, but it doesn't seem to be working out so far. Reich is sitting here in his 430 as well, but they both went to the hill, Monique and Davy, and they're now down in HP, down in tanks, and the first round, Mines, of course it was going to be a quick one, but it's going to be a quick one in the favor of Monique from the sounds of it.
Well, we can see David definitely does not fear to brawl and to bait against Monique here, but it didn't go as they planned so far because they are losing on HP. There is still 3 guys remaining plus an Arty if we can count in this part of the game, but EBR is already going for him and I think he will pretty much finish him off as soon as the guys on the center are finishing off their jobs respectfully. Desert server near you, Dilma, Allstale, and Reliance will have a quick job with White and Reich.
Yeah, Reich and Dr. Nix are left. Nix, he could try to do a lot here in that RD, but I don't think it's going to be enough to make it matter. And we could see both these teams went towards the middle, and we actually have some time to talk about it as well. The Davy strategy from the beginning was a bait. They were hoping that Monique thinks that they're camping and tries to immediately react towards it, because they brought 279s, they brought 430, they brought E3, they brought RD, everything to try and sell the fact that they were camping, and Monique just drove towards the hill.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had no time actually to talk about the game before it started. As Ducky said, it was really a bait setup. They never intended to camp. They went for all-out fight, but that was the same plan as Monique had, just immediate brawl. You can see amount of 277s, chieftains, and so on. So this was a really quick game, as we expected from the mines. I'm really actually surprised that we even saw mines here. Usually teams really ban it, but in this kind of tournament here, the only usual map we have seen in European tournament previously is Cliff. Like, we're gonna watch mines, Karelia, steps, like stuff we haven't seen in a while, to be honest, on European server on tournaments.
Yeah, like the analyst desk said, the most surprising part is Monique actually banning out Himmelsdorf, because Himmelsdorf is traditionally such a Russian map where any European team that sees Himmelsdorf in front of them immediately is like, I don't want to play it, I just want to go home, to be honest.
Yeah, like by the bans, we also had options of Westfield, which was banned also by Monique, and Ensk was banned, not surprisingly, by Devi. I mean, how they started the finals against BGVP, I think they'd want to forget the map forever and ever.
Imagine, you know, BGWP was a newcomer in the tournament, they went 2-0 down in the finals, unbelievable stuff. Luckily enough, they managed to recover after, but they didn't want to go down that same road.
BGVP, formerly Fame, whatever, man, like they really started well in that European finals, but after the lead of 2-0, Devi actually came back with 4 games in a row and actually beat them on Himmelsdorf at the end, which surprised us all. I was actually shocked and really thought that will never happen, but it did. So that's how we are actually, guys, even watching Devi here, well surprised, but they well deserved it also. And as far as I saw, like, these guys are really calm, although it's really cold weather outside and everyone is freezing. There is a lot of audience outside watching them, watching concerts and a bunch of other things that you can see in this huge park. And at the moment, we have this 1-0 and teams will switch sides.
Helps when I press the button with the magical abilities to speak.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, indeed. So, first mistake, always going to happen eventually. So, we quickly just went through the analysis there through the casters and the wonderful Daki and Mojo. Here's a chance for you guys to kind of like give your opinions on that match.
That was the first one, like we predicted on mines. Usually it goes like that when they pick the, how to say it, the faster tanks. You can do a kind of a camp on mines, but it's never paying off really because of the overwhelming forces you can just crush them with. But that was the DVE guys went for the faster tanks. You could see that the Russians, the Mercy, had a lot more heavier tanks, so they could stay there and shoot the guys moving up. What DVE wanted to do was to get up on the hill and then move back down from the hill and actually strike them hard.
So sorry to interrupt you. We can just see on the screen there some of the stats that they pulled out from that game. So yeah, is that kind of what you expected to see from the vehicles and their performance, or?
Yeah, what I'm most surprising is the EBR 105 in from Verdina to do actually above 3,000. I mean, he must have just sit back and nobody bothered by him. You know, he just clicking
he
once
just
away.
went through, and then he had the ability to penetrate everyone with HE in the behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think Davy actually made the slight mistake of trying to outmind Monique. And obviously it didn't work. Like they picked E3, they picked Artie, and they made everything seem like they wanted to camp, and then they didn't camp, obviously. The thing is, Monique doesn't care about stuff like that. When you try to outmind them, they just go in your face and beat you.
Okay.
And that's what just happened.
So it is kind of like trying to be swift and sneaky, and then it's just like
And Monique said no, they closed that door immediately. They absolutely almost destroyed them. They went up for the hill.
I mean, you can see the hit ratio, 95% for Monique. It's impeccable. Like those guys, the player skill is just...
Yeah, it's good, it's good. It's up there, it's up in the top. And when you're in the top, you have to hit your shots. It's as simple as that.
Okay, cool. And so was that how you expected that to go? Or is the...
Yeah. We kind of rushed into the game.
Yes.
I like to see the lineup before, and,
yes.
and then you can sort of, okay, this is might happen, this is, we just throw an interaction immediately.
Yeah. I mean, for the audience, maybe it's good.
Yeah, definitely.
Unfortunately, it was as everything gets settled in with a big event like this, and it's been outside. It was kind of like oh, by the way, they're in going. Let's go. Okay, quick switch. And so, do you expect maybe a change of? Do you expect mind games, for instance, or a change in approach these games coming from?
Oh, definitely, they're going to be trying mind games. Definitely.
Okay, so there's the MVP for the game, and
obviously the EBR we talked about. Like I think he was on complete one shot, and he was completely behind the DV lines and just peeking out every 10 seconds and giving 500. I mean, perfect play from him.
Yeah.
Okay, so
not much to say.
Agreed MVP?
Yeah. Very much agreed, actually.
No disagreeing? No, nothing for poor Dr. Nix. Poor Dr. Nix.
No, he couldn't do much in artillery. When it is a fast game and you bring in artillery, I don't see the real point about it. I guess like you want to get 2 shots off so you can have them stunned, because obviously the first shot you hit, you stun them, they immediately press the first aid kit immediately, so they didn't count that. And then the second shot is what matters. You want to stun as many as possible to lower.
It's not even about doing damage at that moment. It's just about reducing the DPM of the enemy team.
Okay.
The damage per minute, how fast the tanks are shooting. So you have that advantage.
And so is that something that you would say is a high priority then? And does that really affect on a map like Mines?
I think it's more about what the team likes to do. Like if they like to have, like the difference is in between the lineup is that DV had artillery and the Mercy had a EBR that didn't go up the hill, that went to the islands and went behind them. So that's kind of the difference. Like, but we could see how the EBR did a lot more damage and a lot more, easier focus fire than what the artillery ever could do.
Okay.
Yeah. I also don't think they really picked the arty because they wanted to reduce the DPM or anything. I think the arty was like the E3 part of the mind game to go camp.
Okay. So just a bait that they took and just ate the whole trap.
Well, yeah. Like they gave the hand and Monique just took the whole arm.
Okay, so the upcoming map is...
Still Mines, I think.
Yeah, it's still Mines. There's
still Mines.
Sides.
Still Mines. So
yeah, Davy was just defending. That's why they had the option to camp, and now obviously Mercy has, well, the advantage to be choosing how they play. Like Davy needs to be aggressive. They have to attack. They have to win within 10 minutes. And so basically Mercy can. It's up to Mercy what they do now.
Okay.
What they have thought out.
And do you expect them to be aggressive then, or
Yes.
Okay, just still keep the aggression.
Yes. They want to keep up the aggression. They know they can bully the DVE guys a little bit.
Okay.
Because they have, some of their guys have more experience on the lawn and on the stage, so they probably talk to the others, to the younger squad in Mercy about how to just relax and be up on the stage. I don't think DVE guys have anyone that really have any like stage preparation or been on stage and stuff like that.
They had no experience so far.
I think that what Mercy's going to do, they're going to steamroll them or try that, overwhelm pressure.
So we have the game starting now and throwing off to Daki and Mojo.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Let's get into round number 2. No mind games probably in this one as far as I am aware from the Davy side. But what is Monique going to do? Are they going to be singing in the back or are they going to go for the fight? What do you think, Mojo?
By their mentality, I think they're just going to go and fight every game. Like Zizne said, they're just going to try to steamroll and pressure them into the hardcore brawl games, because that's where they dwell. If we all watched, like some of us watched the finals against Quorum. Quorum is like also a clan from the CIS based on former players of Navi and a lot of other different VGL teams. They just beat the hell of them like 4-0, man, and every game was rush.
Yeah, exactly, and it should be no different in this one. You can see the lineups here. It is again a very aggressive lineup from both these teams, and no Arnie actually coming out as well.
We see a TVP also on Davy's side, so he will probably try to do a couple of shots on anyone climbing. Gucci already climbed and he's on 400 HP. There is a huge pressure coming in from Davy. Tanks, they're closing in for that middle brawl, and now we're gonna see. It's gonna be all about the details.
There's no EBR here for the side of Davy, so they have that one extra gun in the game. You can already see though Dr. Drago dropping down towards a one-shot, and here comes the aggression on the 4-line from the Monique side. They want to sandwich all these tanks from Davy, and the moment it's working out as well. Zix is going to be the first one to be focused out there on the side. Drago is now shielded. Asa's going to be the next one, and Monique here actually making a beautiful crossfire, completely trapping these DV tanks between a rock and a hard place, and you can see them. They're trying to fight back. The HP is still kind of even, but the positions, Mojo, they're for now in Monique's favor, but this could turn around at any second.
The Shifter is coming in from their back. He might actually be something that will help David to win this brawl, because he will have them all like on a platter. They're gonna be his food, and I really hope he's gonna make a work out of it.
Yeah, Shifter has to do a lot. Here you can see Duxie pushing forward in that 279, that brutal armor pushing forward, and these tanks on the 4-line, they're starting to go down. The HP is kind of still even, dwindling on both sides, but Shifter, like you said, is such a big factor. So are these 279s, because they're not easy to pen, and they're being used as a battering ram right now. Duxie goes down though, but Killa is still alive, and yet this is only 700 HP between each other, but still Shifter from behind is such an important factor, and it looks to be going Davy's side.
This is such a close game. The only factor that is a problem for them is Monique is actually holding the hill, and that TBR is probably doing thousands of damage again. Buzuk is surviving here on one shot, so is Tenlocks. It would be really important if one of them falls, and it's good that it's Davy actually surviving there on the middle. Killa is pushing with his 279, a tank like that is like an elephant in this kind of the game now, can make a huge difference.
They still have to be careful, however, near you, 1.3k HP, the Barbarian also 1.3k HP, and they have the hill. Davy needs to be careful because near you has the pain from the side, he has the angle. Shifter is now pushing forward, so on K4 you can see he's trying to get an angle towards near you to at least make it so he's not watching anymore. Joseph in the Chieftain, very important at this moment. Near you is actually pushing on towards Shifter, that's a good play there. He's going to pick him up as well in that TVP, beautiful play from near you. Barbarian is now going to start peeking out as well. Buzuk is still a one-shot, and that was a risky play from Shifter, and it did not work out.
It did not pay out now, especially because Niryu is closing them in. The only lucky fact that they don't know is that Niryu has a broken Amorex, so he is loading much faster with that TVP. They need to utilize this time and pressure the hill the best they can and try to filter out the tanks there. Barbarian is the real threat then with 1400 HP. Gucci already took one shot of damage now, so he's down on one shot. But I would say almost every guy in David team is on one shot themselves.
Yeah, except for Joseph here. Everybody is pretty much a one-shot. Verdina has an issue as well.
Niryu is closing in his payload, man. He's coming in. They need to do something now, like right now.
Here we can see, there comes the play. Verdina picks up right. Barbarian picks up Buzuk. Joseph and Killa now fighting on that corner over there, and Shifter going down on K4 really sealed the deal as Joseph is the last one standing, and it's going to be Monique 2-0.
Oh man, damn, that was really damn close. Like really damn close. You gotta hold it to them.
That play though from Shifter in his 907, it was a little brave, especially because there was actually nobody covering in, but beautiful stuff from Niryu though, pushing out, getting the kill, forcing DV to make a play which they didn't want to make.
It was a natural reaction for him. He had more HP, he has 4 shells, and Shifter was only on 700 HP. I guess he wanted to maybe flunk him out. He thought maybe he was visible for someone from the top, from the rest of his team, but apparently that was not the case. And you know, when you make a small mistake like that, a team like this will not take only a finger, they're gonna chop the rest of the arm.
Yeah, especially with Niryu surviving on such a high HP. So Niryu survived on 1.3 HP becomes so important. Davy has to make a move. You know, I don't know, they could have utilized the map a little bit at that point at least, with Shifter and covering fire. You can see there the stats. It was a very, very close game, and it looked to be going Davy's side until the very last moments.
It's always in a game like this, it's details that prevail. You know, devil lies in details, always. And the little detail, like EBR survived on a hill and did the damage again all the time, and he survived till the end of the game. Or the moment where Niryu actually ran away, he saw the 907, but he ignored it, he ran away even with a broken Amorex, and he was a constant threat to the rest of the team, and he came back to close the deal at the end of that. Like, Davy, at that moment, really had no cards to play with, actually. Like, the only guy who could pressure Niryu was Shifter. We can now debate maybe could have he played better as a passive spotter or not, but the fact is that in that moment, Mercy
or Monique was defending, so they had time on their side, they could wait, they held the hill, and they had a crossfire with TVP. Those are really important facts, because games like these, after that humongous massive brawl where you can't even see what's going on actually, and the focus fire is all over the place, you drop down to a couple of guys fighting a couple of guys, and that's like you're just playing then with the cards dealt. Like, do you have all the crew members? Do you have Amarek? What kind of HP do you have? What kind of tanks are even surviving?
Server here, the MVP of this round, 3,333 damage.
A local battlers hero.
Yeah, 100% hit ratio, 100% penetration. It's what you expect from a chieftain in this scenario.
That's what you expect from one of the lead VGL players ever. So let's just say it like that. This guy was one of the most badass players like that. Also, we can say that we have one more like that here, but he was too shy to present himself. Like, Isne played like with numerous VGL seasons, guys. He's not just a streamer. He's actually a guy who knows what he's talking about, like from the first person. So I don't know why he's so shy, but I guess he's too nice because he's Swedish.
Yeah, maybe it's because he forgot his nice glasses. You know, he's only nice when he wears his glasses. Otherwise, he's in a badass mode. So,
yeah. Well, former Kazna guy, but here we can see finally that damage done by Monique by wiping the entire team of Demi. I mean, we just need to hope that they're keeping the spirit they had on EU finals, because
they used to being 2-0 down.
Bro, like they were on 2-0 and we already discarded them like by far, and they came back to the game. Proving to us that they matured these players a lot and actually won that entire engagement. So I'm hoping we are not like, you know, putting them on a cliff instead of a pedestal by saying this. But I'm really hoping they're gonna just come back in the next map and do something miraculous.
Hopefully. I mean, Karelia is gonna be the next one. Again, Karelia is a map we did not see in EU.
No.
And I don't think we've seen it much ever since DBR was introduced. It changes the meta a lot. I don't think we saw it on tournament ever since.
No, like you saw it on advances and stuff.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen neither Mines, neither Karelia, nor Steps that will be played on tournaments like whatever. So this tournament will be presenting quite a lot of things, because this is pretty much the highest meta, as they mentioned already on Analyst Desk. This is where the meta is actually made.
Let's compare players here. We see Joseph was also in a Chieftain versus Server. Pretty close performance, except for the part where Joseph did...
kind of mix the flags here, you know?
Yeah.
A bit.
Yeah,
right.
Joseph is an infiltrator, you know? He's going to be swapping sides soon. But the only real difference there is the fact that Joseph's hit ratio was much lower than Server's.
Well, that's from us, I believe. David has quite a lot to say and lead on, guys, so have fun with him.
Hello everybody. I actually remembered to press the button this time, which is amazing. And so, unfortunately, we have a slight technical issue with a map drawing tool, but Keyhand, being the amazing improvisational, resourceful person that he is, has managed to get himself a map drawing tool just right now. Did you guys expect that to go that way? I know you mentioned with the aggression, but DV managed to actually hold off for a while. Do you think they should have kept on pushing?
Well, the problem was that at every point in the game, Mercy or Monique, they had some sort of crossfire. Like you saw Shifter going around, he was like in this area with the 907, and they actually had the TVP here, so Shifter couldn't just farm unpunished. The thing which I just drew here is the other crossfire I wanted to talk about. Like this is the initial setup. You have here like the 277s and stuff, hull down, and then you have those tanks here being able to deny the DV team going up the hill, because they're just going to punish them so hard for it. So basically in this position right now, DV is at the disadvantage because they are actually fighting from 2 positions, whereas Monique has the advantage because they have a crossfire, they are fighting from 2 positions, and yeah, DV is just, I don't know, they are in one place. They have to aim around with the turrets. They are providing opportunities by that. They are bleeding for it.
Yes, what happened is that the DVE guys was bleeding a lot of that, their HP against the Monique because of the crossfire that they had. It was only when the DVE.
Okay, and sorry to interrupt you, but the next game is starting really, really quickly. So throwing over to Daki and Mojo.
Welcome back again. I'm sorry, Yisno. I'm certain we'll get to listen to it at one point, but we are where we are right now, which is Monique is up 2-0 over Davy, and they really need to pick up this next round here on Karelia, Mojo.
Yeah, on Karelia we can expect quite a lot of things. It can be from some camping of tanks, like humongous spots by numerous EBRs, playing with Artie, playing without Artie, rotating here, taking this part of the map. Like, there is so many openings that teams can take, and it's pretty much going to be about, I believe, first spots and what we would do based on them, and then all about the rotations.
Well, I can tell you that Davy will not be playing with ID. They will be playing tanks only, and I can already tell you as well that they're going to be playing the north side of the map.
I know you can, but you should not.
Well, we're waiting for the game client anyways. But here we go. No ID, Mojo.
Oh, a surprise. Very, very big surprise. Well, Tuxi, Buzuk and Raich are all on their EBRs, like 3 of them using no Artie on either of the sides. And if you camp without Artie, you are actually there in advantage, especially if there is not a big heavy setup attacking you.
Yeah, this is in favor of Monique because they don't have Artie and
they have
doesn't have Artie
-7s and things. So, like, unless they manage to miraculously dig out some of the i7s for free, which is almost impossible, I believe, here, it's going to be really hard for them to actually do something like it. Like, why do I see... Yeah, I actually see they even have a T100 light. That's the only light that Monique has.
Yeah, he's sitting in the base on the bushes, but this is bad for Davy, I would say, because pushing into such a lineup with so much HP is never easy, even with RD. If they had RD now, RD would be able to actually shoot a lot of places, but...
Well, tournament structure also says that it is a 10-minute format, not like a Clan War 1, 15-minute, and you are still playing 15 versus 15 players. So even with RT, it's a lesser impact than usually, because like with RT or 1 or 2, if you actually knew someone is camping, you could maybe do a bunch of shots before and then push in the last 3 minutes. Like, David doesn't have anything.
And they have 3
like
EBRs.
And they have 3 EBRs. What does that mean? Like, EBR can really pen a tank from the back, but it's a really fast and agile tank with no armor, and when it comes to close combat, it's pretty much useless.
They're gonna have to use this EBR somehow to figure stuff out.
You can't do even cap pressure with this, because Karelia is that kind of the map. You cannot really cut off the cap from the defender, because cap is the core of the defense itself. It's the top of the hill, it's elevated position. You always put hold down tanks there and you just wait. Like, this is really dirty, but this is something that CIS teams like to do. They play some maps fast, and when they feel confident they can camp, they just do it, man. Just to annoy people.
Yeah, well, especially this 279 position here, you can see from Dillman. Normally, if you bring a GC, this guy dies. He just dies because the almost vertical angle from the GC is able to completely clear this position. Now, however, Dillman, his 279 is feeling very happy, very nice. He's like, no, Ernie, I can actually play the position.
Nothing can damage him until they come point blank, but when they do, they will be also shot by a bunch of people, including by that Super Conqueror from the base. If someone is wondering, guys, why do you use a Super Conqueror instead of a Chieftain, which is like a better tank? It's a better DPM, like it's a better gun actually than Chieftain. Yeah. It's less mobility, but what mobility do you need if you want to camp from the start?
You don't need to drive anywhere if you just move up 3 meters.
So as a sniper, it's much better than a Chieftain. So that's why. And if people are asking why 7s, well, they're just better for camping again because of those hard turrets.
Hard turrets, HP.
And HP you can get in those positions behind the rocks, and you can utilize the tanks to the best. Like when you're camping like this, you don't need a DPM to the forward tanks. They're like, let's call them forward proximity turrets, forward proximity landmines for other team, because they don't even have to see. It's enough that they're hugging some rock, and even something that tries to hide behind will be spotted by them, by proxy.
Right here went to proxy the i7. They got, Joseph needs to be careful there. Got spotted out in the Chieftain, but Reich went for the i7 spot. Server took one because he wanted to shoot back. Did not get that opportunity.
I'm afraid this might be a trigger point for Devi here, because they will probably feel frustrated but not being able to do much in this game. It's gonna take quite a lot of, I would say, some luck and perfect shots in the push for them to actually manage to break this camp. And it will also require a humongous mistake from Monique.
Yeah, they still, they should know that the light is not in the middle by now. First of all, the T100 is not quick enough to go mid against an EBR, it just isn't.
Well, they're already putting all 3 BRs in the middle, so they know there is nothing there, man. Like, they already cleared all the lines. Like, Buzuk is doing the last bushes that could be possibly held by anyone. And he can see, nope, he is not there, man.
He's going all the way under, and I don't think if don't think he will even find Random Style at this rate in the T100. No, he doesn't. Random Style isn't even spotted whatsoever. Backed off behind the rock, Buzuk down, that's 1 EBR, and at this point, Davey doesn't really have a choice anymore.
We can just say one guy didn't load from the start, and that's a one guy minus. Obviously, they can see that Monique has only one light. Like when you're playing like this, the enemy lineup in a garage, in everywhere else, like it's quite open. There is no fog of war. So they could have guessed pretty much that Monique will camp from the start based on this. Like T100 can more or less in this current meta be used only for passive spotting or to put him in a bush like this. It is not as fast as EBR. It has a better silhouette. So that's what these guys use it for. They're just controlling one part of the battlefield with it, like right below the base. And the low silhouette helps with that. So Monique is just waiting for one thing. They're waiting to see where will the main push of Davey be, so they can rotate their forces, which they're keeping pretty much in reserve.
I personally think pushing 0 line is a lot more difficult than pushing a B line, but you can see Davey is rotating back. Pushing 0 is really, really difficult, actually, with the positions. It's harder than a B line, I would say, because, yeah, you can kill the 279. Oh, they're actually not going to push 0 line. They're going to push through E line onto 7 line, onto 6 line, probably. Like, push past the I7, try to kill him on the move, and then push into the hole and
they're going to try to go below their base and pressure both of the sides, I guess, and snipe from the top of this hill.
They're all spotted already.
I'm really hoping they will actually survive getting there. They might lose one tank, but I hope they will have some HP when they reach it. This is what is T100 used for, because he's spotting them from that bush. They didn't expect it, I think, and this is what worries them now, but they have no choice. They must push on and they must pressure in.
Yeah, they don't have a choice anymore at this point. Davey has to commit here. Down in HP, but they're going to go past here. Aggressive is going to be holding. Chomi gets struck, gets held, but they're pushing past. They want to get into the hole. Can they even kill the I7 on the move? That's the question here. Chomi is down. Doesn't even get there. Magma is down towards 600. Aggressive is still alive. He's pushing forward, but Shifter is waiting there. Asa down on towards the one-shot. Server is going to go down for this as well, but Modra, it's 10,000 HP difference. In the meantime, the 277s are pushing the A-line onto that 279, but Server's still alive and kicking here, and they're still at I7 and C4.
There is a couple of other battles going on in the same time. 279 that you were talking about and I7 behind them are still alive. We have a bulk of Davey tanks sniping from the hill, a couple of them, 3 or 4, but they're far away from the battle and they cannot really support the team that is fighting down here in the trenches. Like they are pretty much alone, split in 2 units that are not actually functioning together at the moment.
And here comes the repush from Monique. They realize they have the advantage. They're pushing back into the B6 dip. They saw everything before it came. They did so much damage, and now they're just closing out the game. Skurga might be winning his 1v1 here against the 279, but the rest of the team most definitely is not, as there are just 7 Davey tanks remaining. Make that 6 at this point, and a lot of the Monique guys are still alive and still very, very healthy.
Still alive and still defending. Skurga actually really won that well against 279, but he's pressured already by next guy from Monique. And now we have only the guys on a hill that are left on Davey and EBR in a center. I mean, this is just a mop-up operation. Now we are looking into really strong opening from Monique by 3-0, and one of the biggest shifters fear that he might fall out with 5-0 is really coming close now. Like Davey needs to do some really precious tactical moves in next maps to actually do something about it.
They're going to have to forget about the first 3 rounds, especially this one. Joseph, Dragon are the last 2 men standing for the Davey side, and it's going to be Monique bringing themselves 3-0. And I'm not sure Davey was too happy about playing this round without RD in the end of the day.
Yeah, you could say that they gambled on mines by using the RT, where a lot of guys wouldn't, and even while they were defending. And they didn't use RT where people usually use it when you attack, so you can actually prevent situations like this.
I am gonna say though, I don't know if RT does enough in 10 minutes, even 2 of them, to make enough difference in high HP camp without RT. It's really hard, especially if the T100 lives the whole time.
It's really hard, but now we will not even know, as we say. RT might have helped them with a couple of the camping positions, but at the end of the day, even having one RT, as Daki said, would probably not make a big difference. Like you would, to break something like this, you would have to have at least 2.
Yeah, 2. And then you need to do a lot of damage with it as well to make it work.
Yeah, so
I mean, the 279 and A5, yes, he's dead. But does he even go to A5?
That would be a debatable question that we will never know the answer to, because they didn't have RT, and Davey never stood a chance in a game like this. But they had a chance to ban this map, they didn't, so it's about that. I mean, Karelia was actually Davy's pick. Like, mine was a pick of Mercy, but Karelia was Davy's pick, so they should have been prepared for this, and they knew they will be attacking the first round.
Well, hopefully they have something special cooked up for their defensive side. You know, maybe The Rock was cooking something for them earlier. I didn't see him, but maybe, you know.
Well, we will see what they have planned. Like, if that doesn't work out, I mean, Shifter was working on his Mars plans a lot last days. So at least something.
Yeah. I mean, there's been some serious preparation going on every night. Going to sleep at 7, waking up, tactics.
Excuses.
I think I confused sleeping with waking up, but you know, something along those lines.
It's called jet lag.
Yeah.
It's called jet lag. But the guys had some fun, but they also actually worked really hard on their tactics. The problem is these guys from other side are not really merciful individuals. They are guys who play really well. They play a strong clan war scene on a CS server, and as we said, they are backed up by a core from the Gold League. There is 3 or 4 players here that are from Tornado. The funny fact is actually Tornado split in half for this tournament, and this team actually beat the other half in a semi-final
I don't
match.
remember what team did Nesquik go to.
PBY.
PBY,
yeah
exactly.
That was the shortcut, but they call it Psycho, something like that. I don't know why. But they actually beat them like 4-1. And then they both won final against Korm, like with Levsha and all of the guys
that wasn't
from the
pretty.
Navi, like 4-0.
I expected so much from that.
It was such a steamroll, man. So we saw result now. It's like 3-0 for Monique. But we know that result not always actually shows how close the games were. The Mines was real proof. Like, those games were super close.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, when people look back in some
it doesn't matter how close it was to score.
No one remembers it. Everyone remembers just like who won and maybe the score. Maybe.
True. Very true. That's the only thing that will be remembered. That's indeed correct, and hopefully it's going to be better than 5-0 in that case.
Well, we are hoping now that we will come up with some new threats for Karelia. After all, they have a chance to defend now. That's a really good chance to pick up a game. And after that comes the Cliff. They played Cliff rather well against BGVP, so we can see what will happen.
Well, looks like we're about to get underway here, Mojo, and it's do or die almost at this point for Davy. 3-0 down. If Monique picks this one up, it will be match point, and you don't want to be on match point 4-0 open air, you know, all the wind coming on, all that pressure that you can feel coming from the stage.
If they come on a match point now for Monique, it's like the match just started. It feels like that. The games are really fast, no matter how much like Monique was camping now.
Well, I don't know if Davy's going to stick to the original plan. We'll find it out, but we'll have to see about that. But Davy is now going to be defending. Keep that in mind. So they do have time on their side. It's their friend. We will see the lineups here, though, but we're not getting into game just yet. There is an RD for Monique. Unbelievable.
Davy didn't pick up an RT, and Monique actually has a GC as far as we can see. But there might be a restart, I would say. Like, we can still see the lineups.
No,
there will be a restart.
There will be a restart.
But we can see the lineups. So again, we have 3 EBRs from Davy. They're playing defense without the RT, and 2 EBRs and RT on Monique's side. So we can see now, like in this kind of the game, will actually RT make an impact against the defending team. 1 RT in 10 minutes.
1 RT in 10 minutes, and I don't know if they're going to camp or not. We'll have to see. Maybe they saw what Monique did, like, oh, maybe we can copy this.
Yeah, we shall see. You can see a stage, guys, here. Like, pretty much it's around the stage where you have bands in the concert. So you have a huge stage for bands, where Offspring will be later, and on left and right side, on elevated positions, you have the teams, which is really cool because they can see all the audience. But it has a drawbacks because of slight windy atmosphere.
Yeah, it was very interesting yesterday with the rain. Maybe that's why he's still wearing his cap, you know, just in case the rain comes in at some point.
Nah. The weather today is good. All is good. Well, we're waiting for the match to start. The guys obviously didn't drop in a spirit. That's good to see. Some of the players are in reserve from Davy, you can see, because the infamous Dr. Nix we were talking about, the RT player, he doesn't play tanks much. So when they need him, they actually swap him in or out.
Yeah, they need to hot swap, and if they at one point are going to play with 2 Arties, then Titus will come in as well, in for Asa. So it's Asa for Titus and Zix for Nyx.
Something like that.
Yeah. But that comes for, I don't think, well, I mean, if we get to that point, right?
Yeah,
I
we
think
need to get to steps.
Yeah,
for
steps
that. Maybe
is,
Cliff also. Who knows? Like Cliff, people like to take 1 or 2 Arties like often.
Yeah, one most of the time, but 2, it's really risky if you.
We've seen it, man. Like even Russians played it something like that from time to time.
He's just relaxing. Anyways, Monique is in a pretty nice situation. It's different though, Mojo. Like thinking back of the EU tournament where they were 2-0 down, right? It's a whole different ball game to be on a stage, have the wind blowing in your hair. You know, you can feel the pressure. Then playing at home.
It's a Cabrio style.
Yeah.
It's a Cabrio tournament, man.
I'm surprised Drago is not right now recording an Instagram story because that's what he does most of the time.
Oh, you would know that better than me, man.
Anyways, Mojo, from the tank lineups, what you saw already, what do you expect?
Well, obviously they should be in a strong opening for Devi because they have those 3 BRs. They need to put the use of them and maybe try to snipe out the lights of Monique, and after that to take their favorable camping positions slash rotations. They don't really have to sit in one spot and just wait for Monique to come. They can take over one part of the map and then play the rotations, like control the base of the map and then just go with the rest of the team on one other side. So as we can see here, EBR, one is going for the middle, passive spot, aggressive spot on upper side of the map, rotations for a majority of tanks there, and couple of tanks sent down on a lane toward the hill to snipe out a couple of shots and run away after, I believe.
You can see there, Verdina going aggressive in the beginning in his EBR. Doesn't catch anybody so far though. Yarai here is trying to hold the angle, make sure he doesn't spot. There's a 277, however, Brain Breaker in D2, and we know that D2 position will be spotting everybody.
Yep. Now, this is a really slower play by Monique now. They just want to take the hill and they want to camp out the upper side of the map with a couple of guys. Actually, if Devi can get a hint of this information, they can just storm the upper side and delete a couple of tanks more or less for free. But on the other hand, if they do that, look at this strong push by Monique. It looks like they read them completely through and through, because look at the strong push by these mediums. They're not stopping, man. They're actually pressuring into the DV base.
I don't know who makes it first here to the base, Mojo, but so far it seems like Monique, they're keeping up the speed on those 907s, pushing straight down the 0 line, and Davy still in A2. They stopped for a few seconds on A5 not to be spotted, and those few seconds are going to cost them dearly now. And what do? Do they continue pushing? Do they go for the base? What's the play here? Because Monique is not stopping whatsoever. They already picks up Killa. He's down and out. The rest of the mediums pushing in towards the mid-white here, trying to go behind that rock and get safe. They have 3 mediums still pushing down 0 line though for Monique. Gotta keep attention to that because those guys will get onto the cap within the next 15 seconds.
They're gonna get on cap and they're gonna get on elevated sniping position. Was the worst. David chose to push through and they're coming toward the base of Monique while keeping a couple of their own guys below their base. But I don't think that's enough, man. Those 3 guys from Monique on their cap, they cannot be interrupted only with EBRs. It's just not enough. It's not gonna be a cap game. Plus, we have an arty for Monique which can shoot their own cap. So that's, I think, a problematic call. They should have chosen a fight.
There's only one EBR that can reset for the side of Davy. Delma here trying to draw them out, trying to get behind that corner, last as long as he can. He knows he's dead. But however,
seconds.
All he wants to do is get a few resets. Ghost here immediately has to start trading, and there's only one EBR between 5 907s, and that's not the kind of trade that you want. That Stuxy goes down, and 4 seconds remain on the cap. It's going to be Monique to put themselves on match point, 4-0.
Oh dear God, man, they actually managed to cap them. Like, they completely surprised Davy here by their just play. It's not even a tactical. They spotted Davy enough and they just executed everything so fast. Unreal.
I think Davy stopped a little bit in A5 there to try and not get spotted by the EBR, and those seconds did cost them, but you could see Monique there, they just didn't stop whatsoever. I mean, they stopped in the beginning at the corner to check if they were coming to the hill, and then they just davai.
No, like this read of the game by Monique is just superb. Just superb. Based on the tanks they spotted, they didn't spot everyone, but they spotted enough. They just read that their 7 mediums are more than enough to do a pressure like this. And they risked everything. They left their base half empty. Their reactions were magnificent, like pulling back 277 in a ditch in their own base, RT running away instantly so they can reset their own cap, like the focusing on isolated medium on upper cooldown position from Davy, who was defending the base with Arti, if you remember. Like, he was targeted instantly by GC. He fired that shell and he ran away from his own base immediately after that kill. And they simply left no cards to Davy which they can play with. They just took out everything from their hand. I think the only play David here had is actually to try to return to the base.
But even then, if they return to the base, they would lose those medium, like they would lose skill, and nonetheless, they would lose those 3 guys in the middle.
They would lose a lot, but I don't think they had any other choice. Like, there was no way to get out of this kind of cap pressure.
Well, the only choice they have now is to win 5 battles in a row.
Pretty much. Entire cliff, entire steps, and then Himmelserv. Let's go. Давай.
I believe, all right?
Joseph and Chomi are coming up on the top of the damage, but it doesn't matter, man. If you do 0 damage and you cap the enemy base, by the default you win.
It doesn't even matter the damage in this one, the cap. Monique just quicker. Monique, especially because you have to compare as well. There's just 907s driving full speed versus 277s and 907s. And you could see that even then those 277s were just trailing behind Ghost and his 907. So the speed, the whole lineup there, speed-wise, definitely in favor of Monique.
This is like a really, really hard role that Devi has to fill in. The last year, Fame had a really hard job on a WGFest. They managed to beat Tornado in finals, like 5-4, in a tiebreaker, in a really strong match. It was really close. Devi came through the European finals like really well. They beat the CSA in semifinals 5-4 in a, again, heartbreaking match, like with really great plays.
Yeah.
And then they beat like the Fame.
They beat Fame.
BGVP team like 5-3. So they really deserve to be here, but they're getting completely manhandled here. There is no other way to call this.
Well, I mean, maybe we should go find some lotion for after, you know? It might be you know, there might be some painful moments there. I can provide comfort, you know. I
know you're very friendly.
Give some hugs, you know. Give them my room number if we want to cuddle together, you know.
Don't advertise yourself, bro.
Maybe for after, you know. We'll see. Anyways, it's not over. It's not over just yet. There is still Cliff. There is still steps. If we get there, we'll get at least 1 game of Cliff. A bare minimum 1 game of Cliff.
We will get a minimum of 1 game. We will see Devi attacking on Cliff when the time comes. That's, I mean, you know, Cliff is like a 50-50 map. Attacking or defending, it doesn't really matter in that fashion, especially if you meet on the middle with the rest of the guys. So we will see what they have planned for that when the time comes. But I'm certain and absolutely certain in one thing. Like, whatever happens in this... Whatever happens here, like the after party will be where Devi guys go after.
Let's hope they're not thinking about that just yet, whatsoever. I mean, you know, there is it's good to keep it in mind, Mojo. It's not good to focus. I mean, Buzuk looks still very, very happy. I know why he's very happy, but I don't know if it's because of the game, however.
I think these guys now, come on, man, like they know they have nothing else to lose. Like it's 4-0, it's match points, so what the hell?
I hope to the love of his life that he met on Friday isn't watching the stream, because that would be very disappointing to see Buzuk go down like that.
Why would she watch it on stream? She's probably in the audience.
Yeah, maybe. That might be true, I was going to say something else, but I'll keep that for after.
Please do.
But on Cliff though, I actually played a training with DV against Mercy. On Cliff, and it wasn't pretty. It really wasn't pretty whatsoever. They really like to play middle, Mercy. They love to play middle.
And we can see that they're looking for conflict and fast reaction always, and they just use that one defense on Karelia as a trigger point just to wait it out, and because the game itself came there with that mechanism. I even have a feeling they expected there will be no arty by Devi, or that they were ready to take punches from one arty and just deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, but before Mojo, before the game goes on, there's a little bit of time, so let's watch another beautiful video.
Parents. I guess my parents, my girlfriend, then maybe she before them, but yeah, I would say my parents, my brother, my aunt, and yeah, that's it.
Probably my parents.
My girlfriend, probably, first. My family then, I guess. Then I would celebrate with the team.
Well, I guess my family, my parents, my brother. But they will all watch the stream.
I don't remember really. Maybe like a soldier or something like that. I watched a lot of those movies. And I don't know.
I trained football when I was younger, so yeah, like to be a professional football player was my dream. I never thought that I could like make money from video games. That's like every child's dream, especially in the new computer PC era with so much video games and stuff.
When I was younger, I wanted to be a rapper.
I'm really disappointed that none of them said that they're gonna call me, but you know, like, it is what it is, I guess. No love.
They're just expecting you're always there.
Yeah, maybe that is it. But let's get into Cliff. Monique on match point against Davy. And Mojo, there's very quick lineups, except for the fact that Davy has two IDs.
Yeah, two squares that we can see on Davy's side. In attack are double RTs, something we didn't expect, so they're gonna try to make a play around it. On the other hand, Monique, as expected, zero RTs, all aggression, splitting in two rows toward the middle and lower side of the map.
You can see already some RD damage coming out as Davy guys are moving towards position. Shifter takes some damage in his bat shot, but however, that is a very safe location that he's going towards. It's an old ESL position in between the rocks. It's very safe. You see the chieftains crossing here. They are taking some damage, but their only goal is to get across.
Yeah, they just want to get positions. They're already expecting, I guess, there will be rotation from Monique, which is already in progress around that lighthouse. You can see from the lower side of the map, 4 907s progressing as we speak. It doesn't take a lot for shot callers from Tornado to actually tell the guys on the way, hey, we are doing this because of this already.
Serga taking some damage in his 277. You can see Server here trying to get an angle in his 907. Can he get a shot? Can he find something? Can he get something
needs to deal with these guys.
Oh, but look at it already. There comes the middle push now coming out from the side of Monique. They're not waiting. They're not giving this RD an opportunity, a chance to come into this one. The 277s are pushing straight down middle. Shifter here in his batch needs to be careful as well. You can see Killa White now pushing down 1-2, but I don't know if that's the right choice to make, but there is still a 907 from behind, 2 from above. That is a mistake looking from my perspective whatsoever. Shifter now clipping from the back here in his batch shot. Is getting a nice amount of damage out if he can connect those shots. Now forced to drop off, but this 1-2 line repush, it is a mistake from Davy, and they should lose all 3 times there.
They're repushing there right in a crossfire from a couple of guys from Monique who are taking them out. They're pressuring them all over the place. This is classic Russian style of playing, man. There is not a singular push tactic. There is not a singular point that they try to break the enemy defense. They just go everywhere, and there is like 5 or 6 fires on the battlefield, you can see.
You can all see all these little micro positions, all these micro engagements that Mojo has been talking about. The HP is kind of even, but remember, there's 2 IDs for the side of Davy, and they're kind of all out somewhere in no man's land. Some of them are on the north side, some of them are on the south side, some of them are on 1-2 line taking a cruise as well, but it doesn't look to be going so well. Krana here farming in between the rocks on towards random style is now pushing forwards, but it's not looking good for Davy, and Shifter's words fears might become reality as he has to face that his team is now down in HP, down in tanks, and probably down and out of this tournament as well.
The problem is when Korana falls on that side of the map, there will be no spots for Arti. There is only 3 guys remaining, Raic, Drago, Nix. Raic and Drago as tanks, and Nix and Titus on their arties respectfully. They try to play a slow game against Monique. They try to play tactical against them. They try to play fast on some maps. Nothing worked out, and they got a first-hand experience here in Minsk, how it actually looks to play against former champions.
Yeah, Monique coming out strong and swinging, and with a deserved, I mean, they might be swimming later in the pool at the spa after they're very happy drinking a bottle of champagne, perhaps, who knows. That might be in the books, maybe that's what I was thinking about. I might do that later with Iki as well if I'm lucky.
That was a fancy move, man, like flyby.
Yeah, and Titus now the last man standing, and Server no other to pick it up for Monique, and it's going to be 5-0, and Davy, they came, they saw. Normally the saying goes they conquered, but in this case I guess they lost.
Well, congratulations to deserved victory of Monique. We from Europe can only feel really bad about it, but what can you do? Live and tell tales about it later.
Look, at the end of the day, they won the European tournament. They made it here by winning that. Well, sadly enough, you know, they deserve to win on Europe, but on this stage, not quite.
It's a big experience, and if they prove to be mature enough and stay together as a team, and stay focused. Next step can be taking some international tournament. Like that's something that is in future for them if they have the guts to take it. That's how it goes.
Well, Monique is going to be very, very, very happy because they get 500k gold for their clan treasury, amongst other stuff. But, you know, the gold is the most important one, you know. You can see Nearyu is very, very happy. He's such a happy young man, unlike Server, you know.
Smiley, happy faces here in front of their local audience. I believe everyone here, except us European outcasts, are happy. But what can you do, guys? Like you always get what you deserve. These guys deserve the victory. Today, David deserved to lose. But next time, I believe there will be a next time. They will have a better games.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice-looking trophy. I'll say that much. I really like the style of it. I was going to say something, but that was going to come so badly. But yeah, Monique deserved winners.
You leave a lot untold today.
Dude, man, you know, like, you know what I'm just looking.
I don't know, but you can tell me all about it.
No. They're just fist bumping. So, you know, nice fist bumps. You know, there's a lot of people actually in the crowd as well. It's huge. It's so many people.
As we said, this is not only about the tournament, of course. Tournament is only one part of the things that's going on today. There is like a lot of presentations, like gaming areas with PlayStations, computers, consoles, whatnot, and various other games for like from little kids, teens to elderly like us. Like we are actually elderly here.
Now the real fight begins. Who gets to take the trophy home? Is it the team captain? Is it Nearyu? Who is it going to be?
You can't even throw a coin for that. And we will have the teams coming out to greet each other. I mean, they spent a couple of days here together at least.
Yeah.
I don't think they're very happy about this, but it's still a worthwhile experience.
At the end of the day, most of them said that even if they lose, no matter how they lose, they were very, very happy to meet each other in real life and hang out with each other. And that alone was worth it. Like that, they obviously wanted to win. Right? But they said the experience of meeting everybody and hanging out was already so nice that, if anything, they're happy about that.
Well, Joseph doesn't look really happy about it, but
Joseph never looks happy. Only when he's looking at me and smiles. Anyways, that was it for me and Mojo. It was fun. We will see you guys hopefully in the near future. It's now time to throw it over to the fearsome trio of the beautiful Iki, the ever-smiling Kihan, and the Swedish Viking Yzna.
Thank you very much for that one, Daki. It's very appreciated. So yeah, that was the. I have to say it. Nobody made this pun the whole time, which was no mercy from Mercy. Not a single person made this joke the whole time, and I'm so disappointed.
I mean, we tried to be professional here, but you know, we can drop into the pun jokes and stuff like that. But this was a walkover, to be honest. Monique, it looked easy for them. Like everything looked like normal practice for them. I don't know. They didn't look in a shade. They were focused on what they were gonna do, and I think just DVE was just slower with all the reactions.
Okay, so I want to say thank you very much to Daki and Steel Mojo for another awesome casting and keeping it with all the game. And yeah, it was a pleasure to work with them once again. And first time for both of you as well, and hope for many more times in the future. I know it was very quick, but did you manage to pick any notes to analyze and assess? Was there any key points that you thought, okay, this stands out the most?
Well, what stands out the most for me is just the decisiveness with which Mercy played. Like, they just went, they had the plan, and they did it, and that's how they won.
So, clinical.
Yes. They had the confidence, and they're just in another league, at least concerning Davy.
Okay.
Yeah, you could kind of see that on the Karelia when there was a cap rush. Like, they were super quick about realizing what would they need to do. And I think it comes down to, obviously, experience, but obviously... Like they looked so clinical. It looked like they didn't even talk much between each other. They just, okay, go cap. That's it. And DVE sent almost 7 or 8 tanks towards the cap. And then you could see on the Monique side, they sent 3 guys directly for the cap. And the 4 others, 9 or 7, they were more in the background, dealing with everything that was coming. And DVE didn't have a real plan about it. Like they obviously have a plan, like, okay, they're going for a cap rush, so we need to like do something about it. So their response was something mixed, like we go for cap and fight, and like I don't know what really DV was trying to do. and also they had nothing to decap.
Okay.
The Russians, Monique had an artillery and also had a heavy tank back in base. DV had an EBR that was coming back to salvage the little position he could do.
Okay.
But he just got taken out immediately when he poked his head around.
I mean, yeah, that's also the speed that we talked about. Davy was just slower in that game. When it was the cap race, there wasn't really a race, because at that point when the first Davy player was coming into the cap, there was 15 seconds left on the clock actually with the Mercy guys capping. So yeah, it's just that difference in the decision making, that the delay that basically took them to well, they did at first, probably they didn't really realize what was happening, and then they made a decision. Like, you need to make a decision. It probably was even the wrong one, and they made it too late.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So very brutal. And before I pass over anything else and say goodbye, are there any puns from all of this that you might want to share as a
no idea.
no phrasing, no goodbyes, anything else like that? Okay.
No idea.
Okay, so in which case then, thank you so very much for watching. We are going to transition to a new section, and we're going to have a chance to say goodbye and sign out, especially I want to hear Yezny's phrase again. Unless you have one too, Keyhand? I've never heard your phrase, so I'm expecting Yezny's phrase as we throw over to our footage that we've managed to shoot, edit, and get ready for today. It'll come up now, but as we go, Yezny, you've got to say it.
Come on in!
Perfect, thank you very much. Stick around, guys.
Hello, tankers, I am Echidna. Today we are in the Victory Park in Minsk, where we are celebrating Wargaming.
And welcome back, everybody. That was really quick. And so what's going to happen now is we're actually going to have a presentation by the developers on the stage. It will be translated live by a colleague sat right next to me. So we're just going to go through everything and the main topics that you can expect. We will expand on this with Piotr and Zoltan, we spoke previously, and so yeah, once we're going to go over there, everything will be translated, everything will go there. There should be some pretty cool news coming up, and yeah, then we'll expand on it later, so make sure you don't go anywhere. Everything will be happening, so we're just going to warm up for this, and here it comes.
Ваши аплодисменты!
Попытка номер 2. То есть извините за фальстарт. Совершенно потрясающе, абсолютно невероятно выступать перед такой огромной
So hello everyone,
аудиторией.
it's really great. Hello to every person who is watching us online and on site here in Minsk. I want to once again congratulate to all of us with our 9th anniversary of the tanks, which we celebrated recently. But actually, let's remember what happened in and around the game during this year. It's time to watch the video. So, we have to do some magic, I think. Oh, yeah, we have it.
So
big thanks to the video team for this great reminder. And right now, to celebrate our 9th anniversary, we're having Tank Festival here in Park, in our players' garages. So every now and then, in Victory Park, tanks in Minsk, Minsk and tank, Minsk and garages, and so on. And this tank festival is dedicated to the 9th anniversary, which is actually the collection of different game activities. This is the introduction of personal tokens, Czech holidays, festival fair, and of course the Still Hunter mode. An exciting competition in this mode has just finished. Besides the 8th episode of the Frontline that begins tomorrow, in this holiday episode a new map will be available, a very unusual one. You will hear more about it today. And the long-awaited return of tank racing, we promised it for the new year. Next year we have milestone anniversary, 10 years. We already started planning the next year event. And for sure there will be even more events and pleasant surprises. Bit words about technology. So very soon, anonymizer will be added to the game. So if you are a modest player who does not like to embarrass opponents and allies with your impressive statistics or with a recognizable name, this new function in World of Tanks is for you. If you enable it in the settings during the battle, and only during the battle, it will be impossible to find out either your statistics or username. A special one-time dynamically created nickname will be displayed, and all statistical information will be hidden. And even XVM will not help your allies and your enemies see these stats. And of course, all players will be able to use Anonymizer for free. Before we jump to the second announcement, I would like to remind you that last spring we released World of Tanks 1.0 and switched to the new core engine. As a result, World of Tanks received beautiful modern graphics. Since then, we've been working hard to optimize and improve the new engine. And speaking about, we had to make some hard choices along the way. This summer we had to discontinue Windows XP support. Actually, Microsoft released the last official update for that OS in 2008 and stopped supporting the system 5 years ago in 2014. However, the fact that we had, unfortunately, to cease support of Microsoft XP and DirectX 9 API, we had to cease this support of the veteran technology, but that means that we can continue improving and upgrading the World of Tanks engine. So recently we decided to solve one of the most important issues of the real-time 3D graphics and create quality realistic shadows. Until recently, ray tracing technology, or RT, could only be seen in blockbusters and 3D animated movies.
Иногда ее еще RT называют, для того, чтобы рассчитывать освещение в сцене.
And this thing was really expensive, and you were possible to purchase really expensive video cards to use this and to see this. And this year, only players with the most powerful and newest graphic cards had a chance to enjoy this technology in some games, but we wanted to take a different approach and show traced shadows to as many people as possible. Therefore, we implemented our own optimized solution that uses not only graphics card capabilities, but also the computing power of CPU. This is why our players will not need crazy expensive graphics cards with special ray tracing cores to see traced shadows. Our partners from Intel really helped us with this. And the support of the Intel company that created the Intel Embryo library and joint effort of our technical teams allowed us to build the ray tracing technology that will work on the widest range on PCs and even laptops. This means that realistic shadows based on this technology will soon appear in the game. But we all know that our players prefer proof of promises, which is why Wargaming and Intel decided to release an updated version of our free demo software, World of Tanks Encore RT, developed together with Intel. And it will be available before we release the update with new lighting, and you can run it to see how the improved graphics will look on your PC. And since Wargaming started working on Encore together with Intel, we also decided to add the support of concurrent rendering, which will give everyone a chance to check out the evolution of the World of Tanks engine of the past 1.5 years. You'll be able to download World of Tanks Encore next month, follow our news, get Encore RT as soon as it is available, and enjoy the view. Now let's talk about the gameplay. This year, with your help, we began to test the concept of processing some experimental mechanics in World of Tanks in Sandbox. And two of the last sandbox were dedicated to the concept of processing shells mechanics in tanks. This is perhaps one of the most important key elements of the game, so we approach the testing of this design with particular attention. Few words about the main goal of the proposed changes. Actually, now in the game, special premium expensive shells are in most cases better and more effective than its standard counterparts. And actually, this situation puts players in an unequal position and provokes the so-called shooting with gold. We want to change this to make each type of shells necessary and useful, and to equalize the chances for everyone. To do this, we decided to increase the damage of standard shells and the durability of all vehicles, leaving the damage of premium ammo unchanged. As I have already said, this new concept has already passed 2 stages of sandbox testing, and judging by your feedback, it was really successful. More than 80% of feedback were positive about that. And now we are preparing for the 3rd stage of the test, and I invite all of you to take part in the 3rd iteration this fall. And this 3rd iteration, it will be devoted to he-shells changes. We will test the mechanics, which allows us to more fairly calculate the damage caused by he-shell and make it much more predictable for both the player dealing damage and the one receiving. And we hope we will be able to come up with some solutions to improve this situation. But actually, that's not all. Usually, you can get to the sandbox only by invitation, but this time it will be different. And during the fall sandbox, everyone will be able to participate and leave feedback. All you need to do is just to download the sandbox client. Another innovation of this year is the twin barrels mechanics. Several countries during and after World War II experimented with twin guns, and several tanks models with 2 guns of different caliber were developed. And we want this technique, this twin barrels technique, to appear in our game. So in just a few days, a super test of the new mechanics will begin. We will test the ability to shoot from both guns consecutively and at the same time. Consecutive firing will resemble the use of a reloading mechanism which is present in the Italian branch, but with 2 shells, 1 for each barrel. And after the first shot, you will have to wait a bit while the crew will prepare the second gun for the shot. So the shots are calculated independently and their charging time is the same. When both guns are loaded, it becomes possible to simultaneously fire in a salvo. By holding the fire button, the crew will begin prepare for the salvo, which will happen automatically. Salvo fire allows you to exchange your DPM for powerful one-time damage. It means when fighting on this tank, you can choose the tactics most suitable for a specific situation in battle. And of course, if you started preparing for a salvo and the combat situation has changed, you can just release the button. And in the testing process of all that mechanics, we want to make sure that everything works correctly. And the gameplay on twin-barrel tanks is fascinating, and it really provides the desired tactical depth. Well, looks like that's all. Thank you so much for your attention and well welcome. And now I invite my colleague Yuri Kuryavy, our regional publishing director. Thank you.
Дорогие друзья, креативный директор Андрей Белецкий, большое вам спасибо.
Thank you very much.
Правильно я понимаю? Да что ж такое-то? Танки с двумя пушками, да?
The twin barrel, looks like twin barrel
Будет
guns.
скоро 3. Еще один спикер, который расскажет тоже массу всего интересного. Под ваши аплодисменты. Юра Курявый, я думаю, многие его знают. Юр. Смотри,
So now I want to give words to our regional publishing director,
Это твой райдер.
Yuri.
Всё, с тебя 3700.
Привет, WGFest.
Hello, WGFest.
Я уверен, что многие здесь
I'm sure many of you who are here on site and online played a lot of battles in Steel Hunter mode. Many players got the 25th rank, and this proves that we managed to make something unique that people want to play again. And considering today's tournament, Steel Hunter has huge competitive potential. So we will definitely develop the mode further, and you'll see it next year. This show must go on. Episode 8 of Frontline starts tomorrow, and it brings 2 pieces of new content with it. The new winter map Kraftwerk, which is more close and introduces not only open terrain battles, but also battles in underground bunkers. Also, the next episode will allow the most dedicated players to receive the Tier 9 reward vehicle, A Phase 1. This is a beautiful American tank on 4 tracks with a free repair kit that resupplies automatically. If you see this vehicle in battle, you'll know its owner went through a lot on the front line. Speaking about Halloween, we would also like to bring some new event, some new fun. In 2017 it was Leviathan. In 2018 there was the Dark Front event. We will have a new themed game mode where tanks will face evil once again. This time the map will change during the battle to become more ominous. Enemy AI will become more complex, and they will have roles and behavior patterns. Different enemies will react to the player in different ways. And Masahiro Ito, the director of the first 3 Silent Hill games, participated in the development of the Halloween mode, so you shouldn't worry about the environment and atmosphere. Last year we awarded tankers for length of service. The longer you've been playing World of Tanks, the more valuable was the reward. Our veterans received the T-52 tank, a very special vehicle for many players. This year we'll continue this good tradition. And only this time we'll have some additional rewards. You will have more information in a couple of months, and the wait is almost over. Today you'll see the legendary band The Offspring on stage. For those who are watching us live and couldn't make it to WGFest, we will be able to see the band in their garage in World of Tanks. This is the first time this has happened in Tanks. From September 18, the band will be performing on a virtual stage in the garage. You'll be able to keep the band in the game, but you'll learn how to do it a bit later. Oh, and one more thing, the mode that you've been waiting for. On the 23rd of September, the legendary tank races return. There will be the grand finale for the festival. There will be 3 vehicles to choose from, including that Chaffee. It will be amazingly awesome. For competitive players, we will launch a team tournament. So let's feel the spirit of racing right now. Let's watch the video.
Do you know if that was the last bit?
Sorry?
So do you know if that was the last bit?
I think yes. Yeah.
Вы готовы? 3, 2, 1. Наш выход, парни. Старт! Мы все ждали этой гонки. Станет ли это величайшим камбэком в истории? 3 сильнейших пилота снова собрались вместе, чтобы взять самую важную награду в карьере. Дерзкое начало со стороны соперника. Олененко такое не прощает. Он уже начал объяснять, у кого здесь права.
Here we are on now what we're going to do based on the World of Tanks stage presentation you just saw there. We're actually going to expand on that a little bit more with our esteemed guests that return, which is Zoltan and Piotr, or more commonly known as Filan and Gepard.
Hi again.
Gepard. Is that right?
It's right.
Awesome.
That's
I'm always worried because I pronounce things so terribly wrong, as everybody laughs currently. It's an interesting thing. Just to forewarn people, we have so much content to talk about that we will have notes, and you'll see us occasionally flick through things to kind of refresh our memory and everything. But the first thing that we're actually going to talk about, that was briefly mentioned on the stage, is the racing event mode. So, it's finally back. Players have been waiting for a long period of time. Can you tell us more about the race mode?
Sure, I can. So yes, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people in Europe are looking forward to that one, right? We have seen a lot of comments about that. So it's coming back. It's going to be somewhat familiar, and it's going to be a lot of new stuff as well. Like, the familiar thing is going to be, one of them is the map, I would say, right? Which is ports. It's a bit redone, I would say. And then there is also the Chaffee, of course. The Chaffee has to be there, right?
Of course.
So there are 3 vehicles, though, this time. It's not just the Chaffee. And the Chaffee is, let's call him the baseline vehicle here, because it basically gives you this all-arounder, and it has it's pretty easy to handle, let's just say that. And then the T50 is the other one. This one actually accelerates really fast, but it's not the fastest. It doesn't have a lot of alpha damage, but it shoots really fast.
Okay.
Right, so it's this agile kind of tank. And then there's also the Leopard. The Leopard is kind of the opposite of the T50. It's really fast, but it kind of takes time to get there, right? And then it actually has a drum, so it can shoot like an autoloader. So there is a lot of diversity here, and you can basically choose which tank you want to play. So those are the things that you need to know about this part.
Okay, but do you know if the rules have changed any since the original?
So yes. The way this works, I'm pretty sure that you guys have seen the video, and it's actually on right now, right? So you can see that there are 2 racetracks kind of parallel to each other, and you have teams of 3. So you are part of a team, and you can actually have like the same tank, or you can be mixed. So you can have, let's say, like a Chaffee, a T50, and a Leopard at the same time on your team, and you're battling the enemy. And what you do is you either destroy them either during the race, because you can actually shoot each other, and you can occasionally see that once again on the video, or you destroy them by the time they get to the end, the base, which you can also capture. So you either capture the base or destroy the enemy. And the funny thing about the base, first of all, you get a little bit of a boost if you get there first, so you get an advantage by being fast. It's a race, right? And then you can capture the base. The faster, the more tanks you have, the faster you capture the base, right? So 3 tanks capture faster than 1, obviously, and you can actually take away the capture points of the enemy by shooting them, as usual. I'm pretty sure that people know how this works in World of Tanks.
Okay.
So this is how it works. This is the rules.
Cool. Like with many of the modes and events, we've had a lot of rewards that come from these. Is there going to be anything for the race mode?
I mean, it's fun, right?
It's fun.
Okay, I was just joking. No, it's fun, obviously, but there's also rewards. So there's going to be an article which details this. I went through the article, and I could tell you guys mostly, I would say, but it's quite complicated because there's a lot, right? But the basics are this. You have your own personal progression. You can get trophies for your races. The trophies give you points, and then these contribute towards your milestones to get the different rewards. And then there is also like a team aspect of it, which people can be familiar with. Let's say Russian players would be familiar with the Battle of the Bloggers events, where you can sign up for different teams. European players might know Santa versus Krampus, where you can sign up for different teams. And here you basically contribute to the larger progress. You can sign up for 3 different captains within the game, and team captains, and you basically help your team, but then also help yourself by just playing the game. And then on top of this, there is also the tournament that I think Yuri mentioned there, which is going to be also in the EU region, and you can sign up with your team, you can go through the different stages and then get nice rewards, like I think something Razor is involved there.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So there's plenty going on.
Yep.
Most people will understand that there will be an article coming out detailing more of that, so don't be surprised. We are aware that some of the videos and the trailers that were shown from the stage and going through this, they weren't in English. We will be showing those again. They will be translated. We will be explaining all of these features in more detail here and now. in English, so don't worry, stick around, it's all coming. So the next topic to come up is anonymizer, and that's an interesting thing to say when you think about it too much, and then you're like, okay, anon.
Yes.
Okay,
You're
so
actually like native English. Imagine how hard it is for us to.
yeah, so it's like the whole thing with the
Yep. So the word is more complicated than the thing
more than
itself.
the feature. Okay, so can you tell us more about it then?
So it's something that we hinted at last year at Wargaming Fest. If you remember the video with the cards, which were supposed to reveal the secret plans for the next year, this year, one of them was hiding the stats of the players, right? So that's it. That's the feature that we're talking about. Hiding the statistics in the battle.
Okay, and will it just be in the battle, or will it also be in the garage?
So when you first announced it, that was just an idea, right? And there was no definite concept about how it should work. Right now, we're gonna make it only in the battle. So we're gonna hide the nickname. That's why it's called anonymizer. And by hiding the nickname of the player, you obviously are not able to see what the win rate is of that player and other statistics.
So as they can see on the screen right now, that they are going to be, it's only going to work in certain battles on that one. Is that correct?
Yes, so certain battles, this is not finalized, what we're seeing, but the random battles will definitely be included, and some game modes that are more competitive, like Clan Wars, will most likely be excluded from anonymizer, because you know your opponent anyway, more or less. But yes, that's we will be able to change, select the game modes, and we decide which one it will be available in.
Okay, so if it does, so sorry, just for more details, does it also hide the statistics after the battle, or is it only for purely in the battle?
It's only in the battle. So after the battle, all the nicknames are revealed. You can see who you've been playing with and against. And you can also see their statistics if you want to go to their profiles of those players and so on. And also the important bit here is that that was also mentioned from the stage. The anonymized nicknames will be constructed in a way that make them more or less unrecognizable from real players' nicknames. So there's no indication who in your team or opponent's team is using this feature.
Okay, so do you know what the decision was, why it was chosen to only be in the game then, instead of out of the game also in the garage?
So the main reason why we want to introduce this feature of hiding statistics is to minimize the toxicity, right? And that is happening mostly in the battles. So you can imagine different scenarios, right? So it's a player that is less experienced, lower win rate, someone spots this using the mods and then insults that player or behaves inappropriately in some different manner. Or the other way around, right? That it's a very experienced player with high stats, and that player becomes priority target for the enemy team, or also gets blamed by the allied team. You never know, right? Also for the streamers, very useful feature. Streamers are recognized in the battle, so if not even talking about stream sniping, but that happens as well. But even if you by a chance get into a battle with streamer or another recognizable personality, then that person often becomes a priority target. It's just a bit fun to defeat in a battle such a person, but not necessarily fun for them if that happens every battle they play. So yeah, there is a lot of let's say negative impact on the gameplay that happens if the stats are used in
an appropriate way, that's what we want to get rid of.
Okay. And now I know this will be a burning question from everybody, and I imagine chat right now is going, but what about, will XVM still be able to then pull this data and statistics and get around it, or will this prevent that?
It will prevent that. So that the XVM works by the way that it knows who are the players in the battle, and then can quickly grab the stats of those players, display them in your team panels, and then you know everything, including the even predicted win chance of this encounter. The anonymizer will hide the nicknames and the identity, even the ID, let's say the numbers behind the nickname. So it will not be possible. But there is obviously a lot of technicalities, a lot of complexity to make this happen and make sure that it works as intended. That's why it's still taking quite some time to develop it fully.
I know this is a feature that a lot of people are really looking forward to.
I'm looking forward to it myself.
So as soon as it's ready, guys, we will kind of course, we want it out as quickly as possible, but we want to make sure it's a good quality thing that doesn't have any issues. So once it's ready, that's when we'll get to announce it, and we don't want to rush it. Rushing something is not how you make something effective. Moving on to the next one is the vehicles that were discussed on there. And this is the one that we're going to come for. Do you know if there are any plans for new branches or new vehicles in the near future? Or should I say future?
That's a tricky one, right?
Yes.
So we already saw one, right? I think it was Andrei talking about the twin barrel tanks. So that's one of the branches that we can look forward to very soon. About the vehicles themselves, we cannot really say right now because I would say we are focusing on the mechanic first, right? Because it's a pretty new one. It's very, very interesting, and we have to get that right. And after that, we can actually talk about which specific vehicles are going to be in the branch. But that's coming. And when it comes to other branches, other new nations being added to the game, but I can tell you, I wouldn't say anything about the specific ones. But if you look at what have been introduced so far, we have been focusing lately very much on adding new stuff to the game. Basically, diversity, something that is new and never been seen before. Like if you look at, I don't know, Italian tanks, for example, really interesting reloading mechanic, right? If you look at Swedish tanks, you have the suspension. If you look at the twin barrels, obviously, wheeled vehicles, they are wheeled, of course. So it's not really good way of doing things to just like add something and it's just a copy of another thing, right? So our team is constantly looking for new stuff to add, but they are focusing on adding something that would actually add this kind of diversity to the game, as the twin barrels, for example, right? So this is what we are going to do in the near future, at least.
Okay, and I can imagine again, with the chat, instantly burning question, will the first twin-barreled or double-barreled vehicle be a premium vehicle?
So for now, as I said, it's the mechanic that we are testing. The tank itself, the idea behind it is it's kind of like a baseline vehicle. I like this word lately for some reason, I don't know. Like it's an average vehicle in the sense, not from the stat perspective, but it's, you know, it does everything. It's kind of like a jack of all trades. So you know the platform that you are testing the mechanic on, and this gives you the opportunity to focus on the mechanic itself, not the tank. You don't have to balance that because you know this is there, and then that's the mechanic. So it might appear in the game in some shape or form, but for now it's the mechanic that is going to be tested.
Okay, and I have one which is, can you tell us about the Tier 9 vehicle concept? Premium vehicle concept.
The Tier 9 premium vehicle concept?
Yes, so this one...
You know more than me, David.
Okay, so I know that this was looked into briefly, but I don't think there were any final plans on that. So I believe such as the AE Phase 1
so
concepts.
That one, we saw it briefly, and it's going to be like given out as a frontline reward, right? But for now, I think that's the only thing I can do.
Okay, so it would be things like the T55A and those kinds of special
You actually
tanks.
know more than me. Maybe you're not actually have more than mine.
Okay, and so do you know if there are any further plans then from yours?
So for now, as I said, the further plans are basically to look for something that we can add, and that's going to be adding to this diversity.
Okay, so focus on mechanics, concepts, improve diversity rather than just the same thing plastered with a different flag. Yep, okay. And then another really popular favorite topic for all of the player base, and I know how much you're looking forward to talking about it, is the matchmaker.
And my favorite topic.
Favorite topic for everyone. So it's a very, as it says here, it's a very long story. It's gone through a lot of changes and updates and adaptations, etc. There was a big update in 2017. There was a slight schism in how successful it was, I think is a good way of putting it. Can you tell us more about that?
So it was, initially it was like when we talking about changes in 2017, right? When we introduced the templates in 357, that's the nickname of it. It addressed the issues that were with Matchmaker back then, right? So that many players may not even know or remember anymore what was going on, but you could end up as a only tier 8 against almost all tier 10s, and there was literally no tank that you could effectively engage, right? So that was solved by introducing the templates, where there are always some tanks of the corresponding tier, of the same tier as you are, in the enemy team, so there's always a worthy opponent, and you're not outclassed. And it worked initially, but the game changes, right? Game evolves, and also players change their habits, and a lot of things are happening. They develop, get to higher tiers, and so on. So over the time, the structure of the matchmaker queue, so that's all the tanks that are waiting in any specific moment to get into a random battle, the structure changed. There was more tier 10 tanks, and matchmaker is first of all meant to be fast, right? So it just grabs whatever it can to build a team, 2 teams, and start a battle, right? So when you have a lot of tier 10 tanks and some tier 8 tanks and some tier 9 tanks, it just grabs all of it all the time almost. Right, so that's how we ended up with a situation where when you're playing tier 8 and there is enough tier 10s all the time, then you almost always, no, not almost always, that's just a perception. Like we look at the statistics. The statistics shown that about 40% of the time you would end up playing against tier 10. So we made some changes this year, right? Introduced dynamic templates and made the matchmaker a bit smarter. So it pays attention to what kind of battle it creates. Are they 2-tier battles, 3-tier battles, or 1-tier battles, and tries to find a good balance between them, so that players who play a specific tier, or all the time or most of the time, they don't get this experience of playing against +2 tiers too often.
Okay.
And it worked, right? So we managed to reduce it significantly.
Okay. Yep, thank you. You did mention that the game constantly evolves, changes, and players behave very differently over time. What methods do we have and use to kind of control these changes and mitigate them a little bit? And what are the plans for Matchmaker in the future?
So right now we're focused on like you said, mitigating the effects of special events that are in the game. When the structure of the matchmaker queue can change significantly in a short period of time, because players, for example, want to play in a marathon or a challenge or another event that it just makes sense to play with certain vehicles. And we don't want this to disrupt the balance of the matchmaker. So we're making the matchmaker more robust against this events. Another thing is a similar situation, but with a very specific tank, like a gift tank, right? Or a tank that becomes very popular for whatever reason. It's been rebalanced, or a new line has been introduced, and now everybody wants to grind that particular tank that leads to those new vehicles, whatever it is. We don't want to have 10 tanks of the same kind on both teams, so we're working to limit those occurrences. And I think the most exciting for the players in all of this is artillery, right? So there's a limit to artillery per team. Right now it's 3. but if you get 3 artists every battle, or most of them, especially if you're playing high tiers, you can experience that quite a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's another next step for matchmaker. So less battles with 3 artists per team, more with 2, 1 or 0 artists. Obviously, with matchmaker, everything comes at the price, and the price is queue time, right? So the more we make the matchmaker sophisticated and add additional restrictions, limitations, and make it smarter, we also make it a little bit slower, right? So that's why all those changes are not only not easy to add and develop, but they also can significantly change the time it takes to get into the battle. So we need to be careful about that.
Okay, cool. I'm sure that's welcome news for a lot of people. And is there anything else you'd like to share about Matchmaker? Maybe what's coming up, news, updates, or anything else like that?
There's also one piece additional. It's about light tanks, right? We noticed that light tanks became more popular. There's no surprise. Light tanks with got to tier 10 now, and there's quite several lines to choose from. So the average amount of number of tanks per battle, light tanks per battle, increased over time. If it's around 4, it doesn't seem like a lot, but we need to remember that there are some battles where you get 0, which means there are also some battles where you get way more than 4. Right, that may not be optimal. So it's a similar case like with artillery, and we're also working on getting that under control.
Okay. And I'm sure a lot of light players will like this news as well, because there's nothing worse than trying to be a light tank and you think, okay, I need to get to that really strong position, it's going to be amazing, and then there's 5 other light tanks in the same bush just waiting for you. Yeah, so that's always fun. Okay, so we've gone through the matchmaker part, and then comes to session statistics. Again, another word.
Oh, those nice words.
Yeah, the excellent words. Session statistics. And you're always afraid of saying it just perfectly wrong on the stream.
I will.
Everybody
I'm pretty sure I will.
Yeah. So can you give us a small update on session
Nice try.
Session statistics on kind of what maybe is going to be changing or updated in the near future with
Absolutely. First of all, I'm very happy that you were the one who mispronounced it first. Okay, so first of all, session statistics, I managed to do this. I like them very much. When I started playing World of Tanks, reminiscing a little bit, I discovered stats. I was really into them, and I actually installed something like this as a mod, and now it's in the game, right? It's we basically wanted to try and make it kind of basic, in the sense that it works. Now it's there, you have it for random games, you have certain stats that you can see, and now we're going to try to make it a little bit better. And I'm going to leave you the question.
So, when you mentioned that we're going to try and improve them and get them better on there. Sorry, there is something currently flying around my face.
Yeah.
I think it was a mosquito, and it was like, okay, please go away. I don't want a mosquito bite on my nose in the middle of the stream. Thank you very much for that. So you mentioned how the statistics will grow in the further, for instance. I'm just reading off this giant question here that I have, unfortunately. Adding session statistics settings button was good on there, but we haven't thus far added win percentage.
Yes, so I can tell you what are the things that are going to change to make it easier. So one of the things is that there's going to be this button. There's an option button that is going to allow you to basically select what kind of stats you want to see, right? Which is really cool because you can customize it for yourself, whichever you are interested in. And then the other thing is win rate. So as I said, there were basic things there. One of these things, people might consider basic, win rate was not. It's not gonna be there, which is really cool, I think. In addition to that, there's going to be quite a few other things added. I can actually go on my notes here because I don't want to say something that is not going to be added. So win rate is one of them. Number of destroyed vehicles, survival rate, number of spotted enemies, and so forth. So these things are going to be added, and you can select which one you want to actually show.
Okay, cool. And then the next one, and I had to look at what this was WTR.
Oh yeah, that's
the
right.
WTR. What features does it have? And probably we should answer, what is it?
Sure, I will. There's one thing that we probably left out a little bit. I'm not sure, maybe. I just want to make sure that we mention it, because for me, that's actually a really cool one, is that you can also reset your stats, your statistics, actually. So that means that previously it was basically it just ended like automatically at a certain period of time, which is like daily. And now we can actually say that, okay, this is the point where I want to end the session statistics. Like, this is the session that I want to look at, right? And then you restart it.
Okay.
Which is really cool. And then WTR, what it is, like, I'm pretty sure like a lot of you guys are familiar with the rating systems. I was very much familiar with them back when I started as well, and even now. So WN8, for example, this is our rating system. It's different a little bit from personal rating. We are going to use this in the future. Right now it's actually used in the session statistics, and it's basically World of Tanks rating, right? It has a couple of really cool advantages. That's why we think it's a good one. One of them, it's in the game. I think that's a great advantage, first of all. The second one, it actually looks at a lot of different stats and calculates a rating based on them. It has a lot of data points. And then finally, it updates constantly. So it's in the game. So whenever we make some kind of change in the game, let's say we change something about the vehicle, this rating is going to reflect that. So it has those requirements, like it actually knows what this vehicle is capable of, right? Which is cool.
Okay. When you mentioned that what the vehicle's capable of, and so it sounds like it judges more on the vehicle's capability on an individual basis. Would that work the same way with all heavies, or?
No, it's actually like specific tanks, right? So that's where you're leading me. Okay, I see. No, so it's basically, it looks into very specific tanks, right? And it looks at every little change that happens to that tank, and you have to perform on that specific one to earn your rating on it.
Okay, okay. And so when we have got something else on that, and we mentioned about the personal rating and changing to the WTR. One of the things that it mentions is that WTR considers damage to be more important to the vehicle on that. Why is that a bigger factor than maybe perhaps like bouncing damage?
Well, it depends on the vehicle as well, right? Because on certain vehicles you might want to spot, on certain vehicles you actually want to like deal damage, right? So this actually takes that into consideration. Like whichever is more important for that specific tank is the one that is gonna be looked at more. Like it has a more weight, basically.
Yeah. Okay. And so I remember with blocking damage there was an example that we had that wasn't a good. Like getting this achievement or this level on a bat chat, for instance.
Are we talking about the bat chat?
Bouncing? Being in a bat chat and bouncing a Yagi 100 round is not a good thing overall.
That's true.
And so from what you're saying, I understand that is kind of the goal that you're going for.
Yes, exactly. Like you're basically meant to use certain vehicles in a certain way. Of course, you have some leeway, right? You can do certain things with vehicles that are not meant for that. But in general, you are basically doing certain things with certain vehicles, and this looks into that.
Okay, and so we have a lot of different versions and game modes and everything else like that. Will WTR also work through all of these?
Yes, so right now it works with random games, right? And then in the future we are going to have this for other game modes as well. And some game modes have very special statistics that go for them, like for example, like Frontlines is something that other game modes don't have, and this is going to be reflected in this as well.
Okay, I know that's a very popular one. As a lot of people say, I can't track my vehicle's progress in Frontline, and then it's so hopefully this kind of.
Yeah, so you're going to be able to look at that specific game mode, or you're going to be able to look at your overall stats as well.
Okay, and then based on we talk a little bit by XVM, and it's not. This isn't about XVM, but one of the things we're going to discuss about now, and it was even brought up in chat, interestingly enough, which was quite ironic, is about prohibited mods, so illegal mods on there. The basic question that I always see in there, what's with cheats? When are you going to have an anti-cheat in the game or whatever? So what's with cheats in World of Tanks? Are there cheats in World of Tanks? That's usually the big thing that people ask or make a claim about.
Do you want to take this one, or do you want me to take this one?
Go ahead.
All right. So I think that a lot of people already know the answer. The reason we like to reiterate this is because they're always new players, right? First of all, right? So World of Tanks is actually a game where it's really hard to cheat. Right? The reason for this is that the game, everything is calculated on the server side. It's not actually calculated on your actual PC, right? Which means that you cannot really fiddle with it that easily, right? So some very traditional like hacks, so to say, or cheats are not possible with World of Tanks. You won't be able to like shoot through walls. You are not going to be able to increase your HP or something like that, right? There are certain things that you can do, like for example, there are some aimbots that are available to people, and we are constantly like fighting against it. It's, you know, the usual cheating thing where you basically you block something and then the players figure something else out and then we block it, and then this is a constant battle that hopefully we are at least kind of winning. So this is kind of possible and we are fighting against it. But what is there is more like certain mods that, and mods can be very beneficial, right? But certain mods can actually give you an advantage as well, right? So I would say that this is what we are really talking about here, not traditional cheats. It's actually mods that can help you, and it might be that other people don't have it.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Okay. And so, based on those mods that kind of give you an unfair advantage, what's the situation with these in the game currently?
So basically, what we are doing is we have this approach that we are not banning anything like this in a sense. We basically say that this is not something that you should use. So these are on the list of mods that are not not allowed. Let's say they are prohibited. Let's just call it that. It's okay. So we are constantly looking into this list, right? It's also really hard because our guys are like the people working on the mods are really prolific, right? Which is a really good thing as well. But this is something that we have to kind of be on top of. So that means that there are certain mods that right now, let's say, are, let's call it legal, like they are actually allowed. But if you find out that it's something that might actually be an advantage to people, then basically there are two ways that we can deal with this, right? First would be to put it on the list of prohibited mods, and that it's not allowed. And then the other one would be to actually incorporate it into the game and give access to everybody, right? Which happened quite a few times, I think. And this is a really cool thing. That's one of the reasons why mods are so cool, because then if it's a nice thing, then you can just incorporate it into the game.
Yeah, I think it's worth adding here how we actually decide which mod should be prohibited or not, because it's like, how do you actually make this call?
Your expertise, actually, right?
Yeah. So, the approach we're using is we can have a look at situations where a player is using certain mods and how it affects their performance in the battle, win rate, and especially in the situations where someone was not using a mod and started using it or stopped, right? So where the change happens, does it also affect their performance in the game, the stats, and the win rate? So if we see that these changes are statistically significant, then we can conclude, oh, this mod probably actually helps you win to a degree that we are not really comfortable with, and then it becomes banned, right? So it happened recently with the mod of
the turning show on the map, right?
like directions of the guns on the minimap.
Okay. And so, when we talk about the way that you choose these mods that maybe you like select as prohibited or legal or whatever, what methods of banning these mods have we considered or that we've chosen? How is that decision made? I know you mentioned about that, but so one of the things that a lot of people bring up is about digital signatures.
It's like not allowing them in the first place. Right? Yes, so it's idea of that. Well, we had this idea as well. Many players are bringing this up. It sounds really simple and brilliant at first, but there are two major reasons why it's not that easy to apply in case of World of Tanks, right?
Okay.
So first of all those anti-cheats and systems that check your PC and with like not PC, but sometimes the PC itself, right, and software on it. First of all, they're intrusive, invasive, and they also hog your resources, right? There's always less, more, but there is a performance hit on your PC, on your game. And many players that play World of Tanks don't use the best, cutting-edge technology in their PCs, and that's actually a good thing, right? We have a game that you can run on average PC if you go with the settings low enough. So it's a problem, right? And another one is operational. Like mod scene is really big. There's hundreds of mods available, and they get updated very often. They sometimes need to be updated because also the game gets updates and the mods stop being compatible with previous versions. So this cycle of updates and development is constantly happening. If we were to interfere with this and add some kind of signature, a lot of additional overhead, we would become the bottleneck for the modders, right?
Okay.
So we don't want this to happen, and that's why digital signatures for the mods are not really realistic solution.
Like here we could actually maybe even mention that, imagine that like the rate at which we are updating the game is just so fast that by the time you receive your, let's say, approval from us, right, this is the bottleneck, right? So you receive the approval for the mod, and by the time there is a new update which makes it already, like, you have to update it again. And then we have to check it again, so you basically, you cannot get ahead of this. Which is the problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I imagine that's welcome news to people. And a lot of the times when it's just, why don't you just ban all the mods? I think one of the things that was covered earlier, so I'm going to reiterate again, one of the reasons we don't ban just all mods is because there's actually been a lot of mods introduced that actually added real value and quality of life improvements to the game that were then added to the game. And many players say, you know, it made a good change. Simple things like the carousel, or you know, the way that the reticle changed over time. So
the reload timer. Hello.
Yeah, and it's all of these really basic things that were started off as a mod, and these are the best way to see, you know, here's what the community really wants as a client or a UI, and so it can really help you with that. So just banning them is not necessarily the greatest way to go about mods. Okay, so now I think it's my turn now.
Yes, so now we are turning the tables.
For the grilling.
Yeah, so I won't be able to be as good a host as you are, but I'm going to ask you a couple of questions because David is the person who knows a lot about balance in general, I think. So I guess he's the right person to ask about these things. So we're going to talk about this, like we're going to talk about balance a little bit.
So I thought it was going to be PvE first.
I think we should talk about
PvE.
No balance. Oh, okay, never mind. I messed up my notes. It's
That's fine. It's I was thinking there's like
PvE, especially Halloween, right? So we saw the Halloween mode on the stage.
Okay.
Some announcement about it. So what about that? What can you tell me?
Okay, so I do remember that in 2017, and I've actually remembered the name of it this time, is that we had the first introduction, I believe, of AI, which was the Leviathan. Very simple, basic, but it actually put it into perspective that players were happy and actually wanted AI in the game for events like these. They didn't mind it. It was okay for it. It wasn't going to be something everybody hated and go, no, this is not allowed. So as you can see on the screen, we have the Leviathan in all of its glory, and I remember it being pretty terrifying on there. And then in 2018, that we had another update to Halloween with slightly updated AI, but it was still fairly simple in what it did. It wasn't very sophisticated. It didn't do anything special. It didn't do anything particularly intelligent, let's say. It was very, very basic. And so you can see now on the screen, this is the basic AI that you can see. Spawned, drove forward, got killed, got harvested.
Yeah.
Spawned, got killed, got harvested, and so it repeated.
AI sometimes does funny things, right? But is there anything funny that happened with AI in our game?
Yes. So I did find out that, because it was before my time on the World of Tanks team, but I did find out that during the initial introduction of this AI and these bots, that actually the expectation of this AI and how it would behave in the games was completely underestimated in just the load. And what would happen was that the bots would just freak out a little bit, either not move or do something really odd and weird. And then what actually happened was that once that was understood, it was addressed and fixed, and that they started behaving how they should have done originally. And then it was then believed as almost like sentient AI, where they were self-learning and overcoming all of these issues, and it was not the case. It was just the bug that was stopping them doing what they were supposed to was fixed. It wasn't that they were learning from the players and then adapting over that. They learn basic stuff, but they don't learn how to be better than a player.
They're not that smart yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Fearful for when they are, because I remember what happened at Homefront, which was pretty interesting.
And can you tell more about the Homefront then?
Homefront was interesting. So because the bots were so like they were well received, they were respected by players, it was okay. But in Homefront, it was okay, let's go one step further. And in Homefront, a lot of people just expected it to be very, very easy, but in reality, it really wasn't. It was a true challenge, and the bots actually did seem to overcome that. I remember one of the fateful things of watching one of our contributors stream was, it's fine, I'm in a bush, I'm not spotted, I'm going to keep firing, it's okay. And then the bot just like goes, and he's like, no, it's just guessing, and then blind fires him. He's like, what? And so in Homefront, the AI was increased in the way it behaved and the way it reacted quite a lot, and it became a huge challenge that a lot of people actually enjoyed. It forced people to be more cooperative and team up and act in a way that we kind of expected from a team-based game. And those advancements and that reaction actually lead us to kind of want to improve that and like build on that more and more in future PvE events.
Mm-hmm. So AI is being developed for World of Tanks. PvE modes are being explored. Any plans for the future or this year?
So this year, and I need to make sure I don't say this wrong on this one. So this year, there will be AI coming in, but there will actually be, I can't say how to say any other way than a specialized AI. And in particular, there's going to be Hunter AI, in which case, this AI will pick somebody, and then you can't damage them, you can't kill them, you just need to run. And they will actually just come at you the whole time. So you can see some of the new Halloween map and the environment that were going on there. An interesting fact was that an artist from Silent Hill games was actually brought in for this. And the first time we saw this together, we were like, yeah, you can actually really see that on there. It is very early. You can expect some things to change with the environment and how it looks and how it feels, but you can kind of get a rough idea of what you're going to see. And the first thing I thought was, that actually looks really cool on there. I imagine it needs to be a little bit more grim and dark to kind of get the feel of what this hunter's going to bring, which will be truly terrifying. There is no getting away from it. It will just keep hunting you down. There will also be another bot, and it's going to work almost like a baiting bot. So essentially it's going to give massive and huge, great rewards, but at the cost of that you actually need to chase it down to kill it. It's not going to be easy, it's going to constantly run away. And I know for a fact that many people are going to think, mine, 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 and then just do the whole goggles and scoping too much and then get brought into a trap, and then they go, oh, what? And that's what this AI is intended to do, is actually bait people into these traps and encourage them to either take advantage while you can, coordinated, or be truly kind of like trolled by a bot almost. I'm just waiting for that one. And so yeah, there's going to be a lot of updates to these bots coming out, and I talked about the trap one. There's going to be updates to the Halloween mode, which you can see on screen, and it's going to work in that you work very similar in the previous one, where you collect energy and you go through portals and you go through the next stages. Now, we can't share too much right now because, again, it's very, very early. There will be an announcement. We will share more. We will share more trailers. It's going to be really cool, and of course, we are going to have a stream for it and showcase all that off, which will be awesome.
In previous Halloween modes, the players were fighting some bosses.
Yes.
Is that going to be the case this year as well?
So from what I can see here, this boss will actually be there, and that he's actually going to be completely invincible. In that, very similar to what I remember the Leviathan being, in that you don't fight it, you don't combat it, you don't try and go head on and try and beat it. You actually just need to avoid, evade, survive. Mm-hmm. And I think it's going to be pretty interesting, combine this with the hunter and the baiting bots, let's call them. I think that's going to be pretty cool on there, and kind of like keeping people on their toes. I'm kind of looking forward to it, to see if it's very similar to the Tiger tanks on Homefront, which were truly terrifying. In that you think the first time you see them, you think it's only a tiger. I got this, and then it one-shots you, and you're like, what?
Oh no. They were formidable opponents.
Yes.
And so we are going to be able to show you some of this boss look and how it's going to see, hopefully soon. And so yeah, I'm curious to see how it behaves, because the Panthers were they're okay in a little bit, but the Tiger tanks, especially, you have a big one, were terrifying. And this one, as you can see, it doesn't look like it's going to be a slouch. It looks like it's going to be pretty intimidating also. I am curious to see if any of my friends start screaming when it pops out of somewhere and they're not expecting it, and then it's a, please no, 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 no. So yeah, I'm waiting for the run comment going on there. So yeah.
Bit of horror.
Bit of horror, hopefully lots of horror.
Aside from PvE modes, there is also another use for AI in our game.
Yes, so we do have AI in the game, not on EU and CIS as far as I'm aware. On the Asia server and North America, where the population is pretty low overall, one of the things that has been done is that bots were introduced to kind of supplement and increase the player base at like lower tiers, and it's not so much as just a kind of, but we mentioned about the matchmaker earlier and how long it can be. By improving and introducing those bots in there, it meant that the play and experience for new players wasn't a click and wait. It was a, okay, so here's an influx of things, let's keep your game experience going, and especially like early hours in the morning, and it doesn't overtake player spots. It's literally there as a filler for people if it's struggling. So it's not a overtaking, it's there. So it'll be interesting to see if that happens in the future, not just in PvE, but if, you know, that sometimes when you're in the queue and you click battle and you wait forever on certain times of the year when it's quiet, it'd be interesting to see how those develop in the future.
Yeah, sounds great. I think the feedback from players in those regions where it was introduced, they were very appreciative of this.
No, a lot of people were, especially Homefront. I think Homefront was the biggest, warmest reception I've seen for bots, in that they were like, yes. They said that yes, they were really hard, but they were fun to play against, because it wasn't boring. It was always a challenge, and you had to work as a team for that. Otherwise, you would suffer greatly, as I experienced a few times, and very brutal ending submitted by those Tiger tanks. And yeah, so I'm interested to see if they're all going to kind of like take on that really aggressive approach. And almost being bullied by bots is one of those things of what's happening. Why am I being bullied and abused by a bot walking across a field on there? This seems unfair. What's happening? But yeah, I'm especially curious to see if they take on that blind fire mechanic more than anything else. That was one of my favorite parts of the bots from Homefront, was that blind firing, learning from where you are and just honing in. So yeah. And then the topic, I believe...
Is it my turn?
I think you're really looking forward to.
Yeah, of course. I like to grill you, and I was like, ooh, I can do it. Oh, no, I can't.
Ooh.
So much for messing up my notes. All right, so let's talk about vehicle balance a little bit, David.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So my first question is going to be, so what happened so far? Like, we rebalanced a couple of vehicles.
We did.
And these are like, let's say the Type 5, there is the FV, right?
Yes.
Which is not called the Dead Barn, right?
The Portal of Doom.
Exactly, and then there's the Leo 1, the STB.
Yep.
So what happened to these? Can you talk a little bit about this?
Okay, so we're starting from the top with the Type 5. The main aim of the Type 5 wasn't actually just to nerf its armor. That wasn't the objective. It was actually to try and mitigate and balance out that when you see the tank and the statistics that were brought from the survey, everybody saw, if you put 2 guns on a tank as a top gun tank and everybody chooses just 1 gun, you're thinking, there's something a little wrong with this. So the main aim was to actually kind of bring the HE gun back in line with the AP gun. And so far, that seems to actually be working, in that there's an even split between those who choose the AP gun and those who choose the giant HE derp gun. While the armor has kind of stayed the same way it has before, it's just that players do damage differently than previously. And then that leads to the FV4005, so I'm making sure I list every single vehicle on there. The FV4005, in that the difference is that the gun wasn't intended to be changed too much. It was meant to kind of bring it less into RNG territory, but actually change the way that the vehicle did damage in a whole game by making the whole chassis and the vehicle itself, the platform, more vulnerable in doing that. So you had to be more careful over the shots you were taking. So if you know what you're doing with the vehicle, you can still do the damage that you did before. It's just that now you have to be more careful in making those decisions. So overall, you can still do the damage previously, but you won't all do it in one go. You've got to kind of do it over a prolonged period of time and be more considerate about it, especially as most people mention with the reverse speed. You've got to really time it just right. One of the weaknesses of the FE, of course, is that as soon as you're spotted, which you always are, it's pretty much game over unless you're really careful and plan those things out. So yeah,
it can be so much fun though.
So sometimes it's worth it. Just
not if you are on the other end. I usually am.
Yeah, it's. I mean, some of those. Nothing beats those glorious times when you see the side of a mouse in an FV, and you're just like, oh yeah, it's happening. And so we talked about that, and then the STB, of course, and the Leo 1. Two big changes that a lot of people have been waiting for. The STB was changed in a variety of ways, as you can see on the screen there. It was also given the funky little suspension addition on there. It wasn't given the full aspect that some of the Swedish vehicles have, but it can still use that lateral kind of suspension to really make the use out of ridge lines and little pokey corners that other ones wouldn't. Overall, the players seem to be enjoying the STB now that it's had the shell changes and the rebalances and things on there. Seems to be that statistics-wise, it's performing where it should be. As far as I know, the notes that we've got back from everyone is that A-OK, all good, and so we're happy with it right now. The same happened with Leo 1. I know a lot of people miss the heat rounds, but overall right now, the damage and its survivability and the view range and everything's there, and I don't hear anywhere near as much raging over the gun handling that used to once be there, which was interesting reactions where it was like, what's going on? And so these were the two big medium changes that I think happened this year more than anything else.
There were some others as well.
There was a lot of other changes, and one of those in particular, which we'll talk about that, but one of the particular ones with the STB and the Leo 1 was that these were actually considered some of the potentially great vehicles, but the gun handling on them and the way the shells behaved meant that you couldn't actually use the vehicle to what it was meant to be for and how people could and should play it in the game. It just didn't really seem to suit random battles, which is where kind of like the Kranwagen balance came in that a lot of people were like, but why the Kranwagen? And that's because with the T57 Heavy and the 50B, the Kranwagen was like, hi guys, please give me something to do. And so it was changed in the role that it was given, in that it was meant to be more constantly in the fight rather than lots of downtime, which some of the other vehicles have. It was like it has now been changed into a keep on going. So you do a quick burst, do a little bit of a run away. By the time usually you've run away and the enemy catches you, you're already reloaded and you're like, I remember who the person you were chasing. Here you are, say hello, and then finish the clip. But I know that the next one, the one that didn't happen.
Exactly, I left one out, right? So there was a testing going on for the 430 as well.
Oh yeah.
The 430, and it was cancelled. So what was the deal with that?
So I'm sure a lot of people, we covered this extensively in the past. The testing that was being done for the nerf on the tank and the rebalance, it just simply wasn't showing what it was needed to show and what we wanted it to show. And it was to the extent that it was actually considered, you know what, why force this out here and still have the negativity rather than withdraw it and actually go back to the drawing board, refocus and get the tank balancing where it needs to be. But at the same time, that came at the time when the HE shells and the shell rebalancing was taking place and the hit points rebalancing on the sandbox was. So that's the primary focus right now, because with such big changes on such a basic and core mechanic and principle in the game, you change something like this and it changes everything across everywhere on every vehicle. And you don't want to be going to a 430U, hitting it with the biggest nerf hammer ever, change the hit points and the shell rebalances, and then it's even more nerfed than you intended it to be. And so it needs to be a little bit careful. So a lot of things need to happen before the 430U gets reviewed properly, and that you need to make sure that the basics are there. Like, it's on firm foundations, those are set, those are balanced, those are stable. Then you can look at the vehicle on its own rather than trying to factor in all of these things and have a higher risk of either nerfing it too much or too little again. And it's something we try and avoid as much as possible. Don't always get it, but we try.
Exactly. So there are some other tanks that we also promised that we are going to change. Is the same kind of line of thoughts true for those as well? I'm talking about the E100, of course.
Of course.
IS4, like E100. We have to mention the E100.
Yes,
right?
yeah, everyone. And this is the one that I know a lot of people like. Time's ticking. Where is it? When's it happening? Why has it not happened yet? Get it over and done with. What's with all these changes? It comes to the same thing in that the sandbox is such a big deal on this hit points and shell rebalancing. The E100 basically has shells and hit points and a bit of armor, and that's the whole tank. You don't want to be changing these variables and then changing the hit points and the shells on the side and then going, oh yeah. So we have to get all of these things right first, and then we can kind of come back and look at it. Unfortunately, it does mean that we have to be very careful with these shells and the hit points. We're really aiming to keep what we said with what's coming in 2019. There is potential that it could be delayed in just for full transparency on that one, but it's one of those where it can't be helped. It's rather get the sandbox right, and the more people that play it, join in, give feedback, the better it is and the more data there is that we can work on and try and make the balancing the best it can be on that one.
It's such a fundamental thing, right? If you change that, then it's going to influence everything else around.
Yeah. Exactly. It's going to be interesting, especially with some of the shell change principles and prospects, that something as simple as the way a tank is angled can vastly change how much it bounces. And we really need to get that right first.
All the different things. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to enjoy the next two, right?
Oh,
because I got this so many times when I was, doing basically that.
Yeah.
So first question is: are we going to change RNG from 25%?
So far, we have no plans to change RNG. Now, I know part of this comes down to in that a lot of things that people say is RNG isn't actually RNG. It is in that it's bad luck, but it's not the game RNG. If you hit something like we mentioned earlier with a bat chat in a Yagi 100, that's not RNG. It's bad luck, but it's not RNG that's made you do that. It's just the way that it works on the basic mechanics. You could reduce RNG to 0, that would still happen because that's just what bad luck is. And so those big things, there's no plans to change RNG right now. Not to say it never will be, but right now we have no plans.
All right, good answer. Other question, RT. So what are we doing with RT?
So RT again falls under the principle of the shells rebalancing and the HE rebalancing. Once that's kind of put in place, and it seems like, but there's no relation whatsoever, it's because the shells, when they're rebalanced, and including HE shells, for instance, when they're looked at on other vehicles, if you can get those right there, that means you can look at them then on artillery and the way they behave and the way they do the damage. But at the same time, what they're hitting, if you do the hit points rebalancing, that changes what they feel from the artillery when they get hit by them as well. So it's kind of like a double factor. Again, it comes down to get this really core base mechanic that's vitally important, then worry about what happens with this. Part of it also comes back into what Piotr mentioned was with the matchmaker, that this feeling of this artillery might also reduce when you get less artillery at higher tiers. So it's kind of like you don't want to hit it with a nerf hammer too hard and then change all these core foundations and then it just topples over into nothing. And yeah, it's something we have to be very careful on.
Okay, let's talk about something that a lot of people were interested in, I think, lately. It's not the newest line that was introduced, but wheeled vehicles are kind of a new thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
So what about those?
So right now, there are no plans to change them, as far as I'm aware. Doesn't mean that they're not being looked at. They are being looked at. They are constantly being evaluated, as with many other tanks. How they're performing, how they're doing, do they behave the way they're meant to? There's lots of different variables over lots of different metrics in lots of different situations that are being looked at it. And right now, it's kind of looking at it and saying, okay, I mean, right now, they're okay. Like, don't try and fix what's not broken, sort of thing. And if you try and rush into it based on pure feedback rather than also taking into account server statistics, if everybody says this is OP and you go, okay, we believe you, nerf it, it might seem like a good thing, but overall people will just end up playing just not playing the tank whatsoever, and then you've wasted the whole time and everybody's time developing, researching this vehicle and then playing it, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, no more, it's not allowed. And so yeah, there's no plans for it yet. They do seem to behave on a standard of which is usually considered the better ones, which is the MX 105 and the T100. It seems to be on par with those right now, as the tier 10. They are fast, but that's the main principle. I know one of the things that I know is a little bit off on this one. One of the most things that people complain about is that the wheels absorb so many shells more than anything else. And I can't say this enough, guys. If you hit a wheeled vehicle and you don't do damage, and it's like, oh, I only damaged the wheel, it's usually because there's a huge gap between the bottom of the wheel there and where the hull starts. And there's a lot of wheel for you to hit without any hull behind it to do the damage on. And that's the big thing that a lot of people will notice more than anything else. I know a lot of people say, oh, but what happens if you could slow it down even more or get the assist damage when it was stopped? There's no way of stopping it. Again, it's one of those where it seems to be performing on a level consistent with the others, so it doesn't seem like that needs to happen so much right now. But again, it doesn't mean we've stopped looking at them or that they're just, it's fine, ignore it, it goes away, they're good.
Okay, I have the perfect question for you as well. Like, you are the British person, so what about the British lights?
Okay, so this is the interesting one in that they may not seem popular in terms of the way they perform, but actually based on what we're seeing, a lot of people are playing them, which is to be expected with new vehicles. But at the same time, like, a lot of people are actually in line with how many people progress into tier 10. It's consistent with all other light tank branches, and we have a few of them now. The British lights overall are designed to suit a very niche and particular playstyle, and that's the thing. Most of the other lights we have now have a very kind of like, they have their own little role, but most of them come into more mobile, agile scouting. Active scouting tends to be the strong suit for most of them. The British lights, when you look at the way the lights are balanced in the game as a whole, there was no real passive scouting. A lot of people say that's not what the game meta is anymore, but a lot of people like that type of gameplay. And so releasing a line that caters to this kind of makes it a little bit more sense, which is passive scouting / semi-TD aspect of there. I know they're very unpopular with a lot of people, but like people like myself, I like that type of gameplay. The Manticore, most people hate, but as was seen at the Gamescom stream, I was able to help carry it with a teammate on there when it was 7v2, just using that camouflage, the spotting range, and the gun. The gun's not the greatest with the ammo, but as long as you're smart with it, you can actually carry a game pretty well. The acceleration was also pretty good, so it's down to a person's playstyle more than it is the tank's fault. I know they're not popular, but they seem to be doing kind of what they were intended to do, and a lot of people seem to also be enjoying them. It might not seem it in terms of the voices that you hear on videos and streams and everything, but based on how many people progressing on the server, it's actually kind of what we're seeing in that they're online with what we need them to do.
Okay, so there you have it, guys. A British opinion on the British lights. I couldn't. I just had to go for that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. More team pudding.
So let's talk about the sandbox a little bit, because it was also mentioned on the stage. They mentioned that there is going to be something being done with the HE shells.
Yes.
So what about that?
So the big thing with HE shells and the hugest of frustrations is that there's no predictability with them. Like one of the biggest memes we have in the game, of course, is something like the KV2, which is that some games you can go, damage, and you think, I'm going to one-shot it, and then you hit the barrel and nothing happens. You're like, what? What happened? Where did it go? And then, of course, the next game, you fire from across the map and just go, it's not worth it, and then you one-shot something. Just because you hit it in a particular way in the HE. So the HE shell changes are meant to kind of, and this is where it leads into the artillery, it's meant to make them more predictable in the way they behave and the way they do damage. That's the main factor on there. So it's meant to be more reliable for those doing damage and taking damage. It gives you something to expect, and so you're not surprised by it. A lot of people don't like the surprises more than anything else. If you're receiving it, if you're giving the surprise in a KV2 or a Portal of Doom, it's glorious, but not so much the other way around.
Exactly. So we actually, I think, mentioned the sandbox quite a few times. Like we are testing a lot of things on the sandbox, including this, including the changes to the ammo mechanics, right? So how can people actually participate?
Biggest thing for the sandbox is we'll announce it on the portal, and unlike how it used to be, and this is what confuses a lot of people, it is not locked, it is not exclusive, it is not everything else. As soon as we announce it, you go to the article, you go to the download button, Anybody can play it. You can stream it. You can create videos on there, giving your opinions if you want. But the best thing you can do is play it, give as much data and feedback as you can, because this all goes towards helping things like the hit points and shell rebalancing on there. It all helps to go and help develop this really early testing system, like even before kind of like it even reaches on any other test server. This is the time when you want to play it, get the feedback on there, and really influence what comes out on the other end. The more data there are, there's more that the developers and ourselves can use to create something a little bit more what's in tune with what people need.
Exactly. All right.
And so, yeah.
I think that was me being the host.
Yeah,
right?
and so the final one that a lot of people were looking forward to and went mental over in the stream, which is the twin barrel / double barrel topic.
Exactly.
Okay, so as I wrote, a hot topic for Wargaming Fest is twin barrels. Can you tell us more about the mechanic?
Sure. So I think there was a little bit already. So you guys saw the stage presentation and you saw the video, and I think that Andre gave a pretty good, concise like overview of what this is. I'm going to try to make you understand a little bit more how this whole thing looks. When I first saw it, I first was told about it. Actually, our developers told me that it's going to be a little bit hard to explain. I don't think so. I think it's actually pretty straightforward. So what it is you have two guns on your tank. Like first of all, the tank, the guns have to be basically symmetrical, right? The guns are the same. If you have a 5mm on the tank, then it's both guns the same, right? And then you have 3 different ways of actually using this. So this actually goes in line with what I said about like adding something really cool to the game, but it's also, so it's diversifying the game, but it also gives you choices, right? Because you can basically, based on the situation, select which one works the best, because each has its drawbacks. So the first version, imagine that you have the 2 guns, right? You can just fire normally, if you can talk about that with a gun, like the tank that has 2 guns. You fire your gun, and then you wait for the reload, but by the time you are actually on the other gun, right? And this actually introduces a couple of interesting things, right? First of all, that gun is in a different place. So it's physically different. Imagine that, let's say it's blocked by something, whereas the other one wasn't. So you might not be able to shoot with this one, but you can shoot with the other one. Right? So you just wait for the reload and then you shoot, but with the other gun, right? Exact same stats. Each of the guns obviously are treated separately. It's a very different shell as well.
Okay.
So this is normal. This is the primary way of shooting with the tank. This is where you have the highest DPM as well. So in normal situations, this is what you use. And then the second one is, as Andre said, it's basically the Italian version, right? But with the caveat that you only have 2 shells. So if you choose that you need to do more damage in a relatively short term, then you have to, once you shot the first one, you are on the next one, you make sure that you actually have line of sight, right, hopefully, and then you want to shoot another time, like relatively short time after the first one was discharged. So you do that, but then you actually cancel the reload of the first one, right? Okay. This is going to decrease your DPM, but you actually manage to do more damage in a given time, right? If you're familiar with Italian tanks, this is kind of how it goes. And then this is the kicker, this actually can shoot with both guns at the same time. So this is what I would want to do. Okay. But it has its drawbacks, multiple ones, because like imagine if it's a real tank. Like you have 2 guns, they fire at the same time. Now you don't want to be the crew in that tank, right? I'm pretty sure most people would not want to be in that turret. So the way you do it is you hold on the mouse button and you see that, okay, this is a situation where I really want to have like a really big shot with really high alpha damage. You hold it down, and after a given time, you cannot influence the time, it's going to fire the guns, both guns. It's going to be parallel. There are going to be 2 shells, exactly the same shells. You cannot actually have 2 different types of shells also. And each of them is going to be calculated separately. So you have to like pen with both and then do damage with both. Okay. And the damage can be different on both shells, right? Not complicated at all, right?
No, it's just fine.
So, and then you can actually cancel this if you see that, okay, the tank is moving away, you don't have line of sight anymore. So you just like lift your finger before the timer runs out, and then you can do it again, but then you have to like restart the whole thing. Like press it down, and then you charge again, right? And then let's say you actually did it, you managed to hit the tank, but now you are dealing with the consequences because you were in the turret, like your crew was. So now the guns are disabled for a while, and then after that you can choose once again which firing mode you are going to use. you lost a lot of DPM, but you did a huge alpha damage strike on the enemy. Basically, that's the idea here, right?
Okay.
I find it really funny. Like, it's really interesting. I really want to try it out. And as I said, I just want to reiterate that right now we are testing this mechanic. It's a pretty tricky one in this sense. Like, it's not exactly the usual way of doing things with double barrels.
Yep.
So this has to be tested first, obviously, right? So
okay.
We'll see how it goes.
Okay. So I know we will have more information about that later, but first, big burning question. I know we've already asked it, but I'm going to ask it again because I know for a fact people who are just joining or people who just weren't paying attention to that bit. Will the first twin-barrel vehicle be a premium?
So we don't know this right now, right? So basically, anything is possible at this point because the vehicle is right now being used to test the mechanic.
Yep.
It's the test bed for this. It's a pretty good one for it because, as I said, this is like kind of like a good balanced tank in the sense, like, I'm not talking about balanced against other tanks. It's like it has everything, like it does everything kind of good. Like it's a jack of all trades, so you can focus on the mechanic itself. So I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. You know, it's the easiest answer.
Well, yeah.
Anything can happen at this point, but really, it's not about the vehicle right now.
Yeah. So as soon as the testing's done, as soon as we've got the mechanics down, that's when we'll know more, and we will let you know as soon as we can.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So, thank you so very much for all the questions and answers. Hopefully it wasn't too painful and not too chaotic with all of the topics on there. But we do have, so explaining this, we do have a Dev Diaries topic that is going to come up just now. And so yeah, don't go anywhere. We will have the next block and I'll see you in a minute.
Back in 2011, when we were testing update 0.7.0, we released an interesting and unusual vehicle called the MTLS. Players noticed it right away because of its twin-barreled gun. Right after that, we were asked to add this mechanic to the game along with other vehicles that had similar features.
So the question is, why didn't we add this mechanic before? Why did we only recently start working on it despite its potential? There are at least 3 reasons for that. The first is historical. There weren't many such vehicles that actually existed or had good detailed blueprints.
We needed to properly integrate this mechanic to the existing game ecosystem without destroying it, while at the same time making it interesting and desirable for players. Before the release of the Italian vehicles, we didn't have the proper technical ability to implement the mechanics of firing 2 guns. After the introduction of Italian vehicles, we started working on the design and historical aspects.
During and right after World War II, the USSR started creating several projects for tanks and SPGs with double or triple guns. One of them was the T-34-3. The plan was to mount 2 45mm guns along with the F-34 on the turret of the famous 34. But development never went further than the design stage. Based on the KV, 2 SPG prototypes were created under the working name of KV-7. One with a triple gun system and one with double 76mm guns. However, the project was closed after testing the prototypes. Finally, in 1945, the ST-1 and ST-2 tank projects were introduced. The second one had either double 100mm or 122mm guns. There was no official military engineer response to the ST-2 project, and the vehicle wasn't even prototyped. The objective drawbacks were the same for all projects regarding this kind of vehicle. The increase in turret or cabin size led to an increase in the general weight of the vehicle. At the same time, more space was needed for the crew. Dealing with 2 or 3 guns was harder than with 1. Basically, ergonomics was suffering. This and other problems made it harder and more expensive to create and maintain such vehicles, making their assembly and usage technically and economically impractical. During the creation of the game models, we considered the existing aspects of implementing twin-barreled guns in tank turrets.
We had to consider a pretty large number of parameters, such as design, historical, and technical aspects. That's why we dedicated a lot of time to creating a prototype with this mechanic. We conducted many internal tests, and soon we'll start testing this mechanic on a larger scale in the Super Test. This is only the first large-scale test of this mechanic, and there is no final decision about implementing it in the game. Everything will of course depend on the test results, and on how acceptable for the game the mechanics will be. Only then will we decide if we continue working on it or not. In this video, we'll talk about the mechanic, using a prototype vehicle as an example. which may be added to the game at some point. We wanted to first of all test the mechanic itself, not the characteristics of a certain vehicle or its peculiarities in the game. That's why we use a so-called baseline vehicle. It'll be a heavy tank, it'll be slow, and it'll of course have 2 guns. And it will not be the ST2. It does not suit Tier 8 very well. And we wanted to test this mechanic precisely for Tier 8. Here's our vehicle. As you can see, it has 2 guns. They are the same caliber. The vehicle can fire these guns in 3 different ways. The general cyclic way, consecutive fire, and the double shot with both guns simultaneously.
Cyclic mode is the simplest one. You can even say it's the classic. You fire a shell, wait for reloading to complete, and fire the next gun. Because we have 2 guns, and at any given moment of time, only one of them can be active, meaning the one we are aiming with, or the camera is looking through, the game switches to the next gun automatically after the shot, alternating one after another.
Similar to the Italian vehicles, we can identify a second way of shooting, similar to a classic autoloader. We have a time for loading between shots, and you fire a number of shells sequentially.
But there's a catch. If you fire your second gun while the first one is reloading, the reloading of the first gun is interrupted. Now for the interesting part, firing 2 guns. How does it work?
It's pretty simple to fire both guns at the same time. Just press and hold the left mouse button, which will start the shot preparation. When it ends, both guns will fire simultaneously.
The player can cancel this preparation phase simply by releasing the left mouse button if firing is impossible, or the enemy has left your line of fire. Both guns are locked after the double shot, and neither of them can be reloaded for some time. The method of aiming and shell trajectory became the main obstructions for the entire mechanic. We had a choice of aiming both guns at the same time, or in some other way. To fire both shells at the same time or consecutively. From 2 points or from 1. We ended up selecting aiming with 1 active gun.
To understand shell trajectories, you only need to know 2 things. First, shells always fly parallel to each other, despite the deviation from the central axis during aiming. And second, the distance between flying shells equals the distance between the vehicle's guns.
Shells hit different spots, so we calculate damage and penetration for each shell separately. It means that one of the shells may penetrate while the other may ricochet. Either that or both shells penetrate the armor and deal different damage.
There is one more important aspect. Shells fly from each gun, and each gun has its own calculations. It's very important to understand that if the left gun has a direct line of sight with a target for shooting and you can hit it, that doesn't mean that the right gun isn't blocked by something. For example, this kind of situation can happen. You're standing near the corner of a building and aiming with your left gun. You can clearly see the target and able to penetrate it, so you prepare to fire. But in the current aiming mode, you can't correctly calculate the firing direction of the second gun, which might really be aiming at the wall. So after the double shot, the shell from the right gun would hit the wall, while the shell from the left gun would hit the target as intended. Also, there is always the same type of shell in both guns. If you want to change the shell type, for example from AP to APCR, you will have to reload both guns. You can't have different shells in different guns. How do you play such a vehicle? It's pretty simple. Generally, you either use cyclical reloading or consecutive. This type of gameplay is familiar to players as they actively use it for vehicles with autoloaders. So it's not hard. Shoot if you see the target. Shoot again if you can shoot again. But the interesting part starts when you fire both guns. It's an interesting mechanic that gives you an additional opportunity in battle, but you should think twice before using it. Before firing both guns, you must consider several things at once. First, you must see your target clearly, and make sure it's not too far away for you to hit it. Second, you must estimate how the battle situation might change during the shot preparation. you must make sure the target doesn't disappear from your reticle during this time. You must also have a chance to retreat to cover after the shot so you can safely endure a lengthy reload. This mechanic will be actively tested in the Super Test in the nearest future. We will be testing the mechanic itself, not any characteristics of any vehicles nor balance parameters. We want to understand how well the mechanic integrates into the game, whether it's competitive, and if it's interesting gameplay-wise. Only after successful testing will we start testing certain vehicles. You'll learn about them in another video. While you wait, leave your feedback on the forum, share your opinion, and good luck on the battlefield. See you soon!
Hello guys, welcome back. So this part is where we're going to talk about our other products that we have in the Wargaming Center. And one of you will have seen something that's added recently, which is, sorry, I'm going to have to go through this properly here. In that it is and I don't have the name of it here, interesting enough, but it's Partisans. So Partisans is basically a strategy game that involves kind of like, imagine the old school Commandos game. It's about partisans, kind of like combat unit that has to use tactics and other variables to basically achieve objectives. So I'm just going to quick look down and make sure I don't miss any parts for each part of this game. So it's going to cover the other side of the war, so a really small kind of part of it. It's based on non-real world events, but just using the environment and the world and kind of the scenarios and settings that's going on there. You're going to have different factors involved in there. So one of the ones is cold, another is hunger, injuries, and all of these things will be reflected in the game. So I believe on the game you're seeing here is just a quick intro of it, talking about some of the weather effects on there, how it will look, some of the graphics. It talks through upgrading your camp. And so the game can be divided into three parts, not graded, sorry. Completing missions in real time, controlling the partisan camp, which you're kind of seeing now almost, and strategic planning during the campaign. So during this campaign, you're going to be able to kind of unlock new regions on the map and send partisans on kind of like reconnaissance missions to be able to kind of scout out the enemy and get ready for your next mission. It's mostly about sabotage, and a player will control each unit in real time, telling them really basic things like how to pick up units, what to combat, what to attack, where to go, and things like this. Really simple concept in that it's meant to be more about fun more than anything else. And so I believe here we can see some of those individual unit controlling. And so I think, yeah, some more trailers, upgrading systems, and then we're going to come back on here. Okay, and then you've got aggressive progression and tactical pauses. Sometimes you can do these things rather than strategically and kind of stealthily keeping your way around. You can do it in a really aggressive manner, which means kind of like pushing forward, shooting your way through in a blaze of glory and spraying and praying. Of course, this comes at a greater risk. The more you shoot, the more you're going to get the attention of all of the enemies. This isn't the greatest way to go around things unless you plan things really, really well. So you can start playing the missions both day and night. Now, when we talk about this, is that during the night you can sneak around a little bit better, and you can do things more in a stealthy manner, as you can see on the screen there. But you know, not many people will prefer this. I know I will prefer the blaze of glory approach on this one. So different times of day will change the way you play these missions, and you go about planning them, executing maneuvers, and going around the missions on there. Okay, so and then we have the next one, which is the day and night, and we have each unit in the game, and we have each unit in the game has a skill tree, and these are called heroes. They will act differently depending on the abilities that they have. And these can range on something like stealth, weapon damage, or you can even develop their squad that they're kind of commanding and leading to suit the playstyle and kind of complete the mission that you want them to. So yeah, this will be coming in 2020, and it will be through the Wargaming Center that you see on there. And then we have another game that is a part of this whole publishing thing we have going on with Wargaming Center, and this is called Steel Division. So Steel Division is already available. You will have seen it in Wargaming Center already. This is the sort of aesthetics that you can see on there, and it's going to be a real-time strategy with elements of turn-based tactical game on a global map. So this is going to be from Eugen Systems, is set in the World War II. Again, it's something on Operations Bagration, I think it is. Again, my awful pronunciation and the way I say things is probably going to haunt me now. You can have a look at some of the gameplay in that top-down real-time strategy element. There are going to be several campaigns in Steel Division 2 dedicated to different episodes of this campaign in the Red Army Offensive. There is a tactical part where you can choose any side of the conflict, and the players will see a map with the region, and then they'll place it, and it's going to be between 150 by 100 kilometers in size. And you're going to take turns moving your units into position and completing the combat. With the battle starts, at the beginning of the battle, you're going to see a battlefield with several capture points on it. And you're going to have those capture points, and you're going to have to deploy the troops at the perfect time to then take these positions. And you're going to use infantry, tanks, aircraft, anti-air, and other combat units to achieve these goals. You must hold the frontline objective during the battle, and don't let the enemy control your capture points on there, and try to control the enemy ones instead. Simple mechanic on there that isn't too bad. The one with the larger territory under control is the one that wins. You can instead, with the tactical planning, if you're more of a select all and send to attack tactics, won't work. This isn't going to be for you. You need to be a little more selective. You need to plan and coordinate your actions on the units and make sure you choose the thing that they're best at doing and combating. It's going to have more than 600 types of real vehicles and divisions in there. All of them act on the battlefield with the same degree of realism. The infantry is effective at a couple of 100 meters, tanks at a couple of kilometers. Damage system is also realistic. So soldiers do go down in one hit, but the tanks need to be penetrated to be destroyed. A shell can ricochet without dealing damage. To keep, and this is where my pronunciation again, to keep Katyushas constantly fire on the enemy, you have to deliver ammo to them. So it's one of those where, again, you have to plan your supply lines to your units to kind of keep them going. At the same time, players must control the overall situation. Keep an eye on what is happening on the front line, using your reinforcements and even retreating, tactical redistribution of your forces where needed. Make sure there are different types of forces everywhere. Tanks alone are not going to secure a sector without backup from some things like infantry. So make sure you deploy some troops around the side of it. I think I've covered most of the things. Oh no, I've left one thing. So you have rating battles and divisions editor. So one of the things you're going to be able to do there, you're going to be able to have a special deck building system where you can actually have players can assemble their personal set of troops and their own specifics and use only these troops on the battlefield. So it's more like a customizable unit that you can kind of pre-build and use to the best of the ability once you get into the battle. Steel Division 2 can be purchased on the Wargaming Center right now. You can find it in the All Games tab. And so essentially, once you've got this, if you're interested in this type of activity, and which I'm sure many of you will be, just check out the Wargaming Center. You can purchase it now, go into All Games, click on this one, and yeah, looks like something that a lot of people, the history buffs, will be quite passionate on. And thank you very much for watching, checking out this part. Don't go anywhere though. We are going to be doing the next segment about Caliber, which I'm sure a lot of people have a little bit of hype on. We're going to show probably just a small little trailer first while we get everybody in place and in position. And then we're going to be joined by the awesome Epic guys, the one and only awesome Epic guys chuckling around the side of me. So stay tuned and I'll be with you in a minute.
Tankers, I am Echidna. Today we are in the Victory Park in Minsk, where we are celebrating Wargaming Fest.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm back. I'm EQB, the video content manager for World of Tanks EU, and we're now going to cover a game that's not quite what you would normally see, but it's going to be called Caliber. And I am joined by the one and only awesome Epic guys, who are going to be sat on my right, which I believe is your left. Wave, guys.
Hello.
Awesome Epic guys, as they are. Fortunately, no cucumber, so that's letting us down. So if you want to say hello to your fans.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Press F for the cucumber.
Or spam the cucumbers in chat, that's also awesome. And I'm also joined by a developer from Caliber, if you'd like to introduce yourself. And
hey guys, I am actually marketing director for Caliber. My name is Alex Morozov.
Okay, that's cool. And yeah, we have the Caliber here. It's going to be a very initial, early kind of hands-on gameplay on there. our guest, Lexmore, I'm going to try and pronounce it right, is kind of going to show us the ropes, give you a brief outline, introduction on there. Awesome Epic guys, of course, are going to give you their glorious reactions from it.
We suck at this game.
We're going to give you the damage.
All of the damage and all of the balance.
No worries.
So, yeah, I believe we're ready, and we're going to actually go in PvE battle, so you can kind of see on what to expect in the UI, the behavior and everything. As I click battle, so what can we expect from Caliber?
Well, basically, we are playing player versus environment mode, which right now is a mission. A singular mission is like 10 to 15 minutes long gaming session. You play as a team of 4 operators. There are always 4 distinct roles. We have support, that's the guy I'm playing. We have assault, that's the first guy through the door. Oh, watch out, we got enemies incoming. There is medic, who is the lifeline of the team. And there is sniper, who does a lot of long-range damage. So what this game is all about, it's about tactical decisions. So it's not like a Twitch reaction shooter. It's more about coordinating. It's about talking to your teammates. It's about positioning yourself properly, providing covering fire, flanking, and stuff like that. We have built-in voice chats. We also have a built-in tagging system. So by short pressing C, I can actually mark stuff on the map, like enemies, like ammo crates. Oh yeah, look at that! I just flanked those guys over there. So,
behind us, they're flanking us.
In the mission, oh yes, by the way, we have right now about 4 maps ready, but the funniest story is that when you're working on missions, we need a sniper on that. There's a guy with a laser sight, watch out.
On it.
So basically what happens, in player versus environment missions, there are 4 maps, but there are different geometries. So, means that your starting points, they change every time. Enemy spawning spots, they change every time. And objectives, which you need to complete, they also change every time, meaning that you don't get bored. Oh, shots! That is an enemy support. He's very heavy, and I'm reloading, guys.
My health is
need support. Need support. Watch out! Oh, I'm incapacitated.
Swatch, where are you?
So
there you are. So you're not the assault. You're supposed to be up front, Swatch.
I'm coming.
Okay, I'm still reloading. Really awesome. Very good job. And hey, look at that. This is actually an example of teamwork because, as you can see, I have been revived by a medic. Medic is your lifeline. It's the key guy in the team, so always be mindful of your medic. Whoa,
guys
whoa,
on the
whoa.
balcony.
We get more guys coming up. Look, I have very large clips, but they take some time to reload. This is also something that we need to keep in mind. So we also got emotes. Like, if you are not feeling very talkative, you can always communicate with your teammates by using the radial emote menu and by using the tag system. One of the key things about completing the missions is that you are always need to be mindful of the objectives which the game gives you. In the top left corner, you can actually see which objective we have right now. Right now, we need to find the control device. The map we're playing at, oh, watch out, that guy's dangerous. That is the rocket launcher. Okay. We also need to keep in mind that we need to restock every now and then. As you can see, these yellow crates out there are the ammo crates. For player versus environment missions, they have like a 3-minute cooldown, up to 5. There are also raids. Yes, we do have that kind of end game content. They're like normally like a half-hour long missions, maybe even longer. The enemies are tougher. There are more tasks out there, and yes, it takes 15 minutes to replenish 1 ammo crate out there.
Okay.
We also have player versus player mode. It's right now a pretty straightforward 4 versus 4 team deathmatch. You can win either by eliminating the enemy team, or you can win by capturing the enemy base as well. So it all depends on the proper coordination. In player versus environment, we have a set of... in player versus environment, we have a set of difficulty settings.
Meaning,
there's a support. Watch out, guys. Watch out. I'm gonna crack him down. Nice. Yeah. So,
nice.
2 key things about it is that, for example, whenever you pick a role, the choice of customization does not limit there. So when you pick a role, you understand where you need to stand and whom you want to play. But then you need to pick your operator. We gotta defuse the bomb, guys. It's right over here. I'm gonna defuse it, no problem. So when you pick your operator, like similar to MOBA games, every operator has his own special ability, weapons loadout. So this means that it really affects the play style. Like, for example, if we have a medic here, he's from KSK, German KSK, this guy can drop medkits. There are also, yeah, right over there, and it's very useful for me, so I'm gonna step on it. Thank you. There are medics that can do channeled healing, so like you need to stay close to your teammate, aim at him, and heal him. So he does like channeled healing over time. Right, now we gotta protect the spot, so we like position ourselves around the fountain. We can see the smoke grenades, which has been deployed by the enemy, so we gotta stay here, probably. Just position ourselves, use the cover, because, you know, it's very important to use the cover here.
I need way more ammo.
There is ammo.
It's already on cooldown.
Oh, okay. All right. Be mindful of that.
Here we go.
All right, enemies incoming. Watch out. Oh, yeah, they're going to be coming from everywhere.
Oh.
I'm going to just pop in a little bit. Oh, yeah, heavy. Enemy heavy out there. Watch that. So, yeah, basically there are different...
What are you doing? Just go. There it is.
Ah, Jesus, I'm
You're
reloading.
the frontline guy.
I was just
I'm the
picking up some
camper.
health.
I don't care. There you go.
That's all right. That's
window
all right.
shopping.
Awesome. Someone landed a nice headshot there. Yeah,
Probably
sorry,
me.
it gets a little bit intense towards the end of the mission, so it's getting a little bit harder to comment the gameplay, but...
I got incapacitated.
Support you.
Hold
Okay,
on.
yeah.
Is there a medic in the house? Oh, look at
there
that.
is,
Peekaboo, come here.
but I'm on 9 health and there's an enemy there.
I'm providing cover.
Gotta save
I'm
you.
providing cover.
Gotta
No
save
worries. No worries. I gotcha. Revive the ally.
I'm half tempted to...
Rescue it.
I'm switching to secondary. I'm gonna need to replenish my ammo soon. Watch out, there's the sniper.
Yeah, that's another guy down. Who's that? Is that?
That's the medic.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Rim.
our medic is down.
That's the guy you
right,
don't want
revive
right
him,
now.
revive him.
Stand still when I'm healing you.
Yes. Watch out. Now,
shit.
There we go.
yeah, watch out for the sniper. There's a laser scope. Stay out.
Yeah, that's the
yeah.
yeah.
He won.
That's what I was talking about. Watch out, guys. I'm gonna try to save the day. Hold on. Come out.
Oh, no.
Come out, you covered.
Don't die.
Fight my
Edwin, you're dying.
command. Stop.
I'm a sniper in close quarters combat. What do you expect?
That's all right. That's
There's a-
all right.
there's
No
a guy
worries. No
behind
worries.
us.
Hey, are you all down?
Yeah, there's a guy
oh my
behind
God.
us.
Oh my God. Hold on. I'm gonna try to.
We are getting
don't go down.
we got wrecked by bots.
Yes, look at that. So, oh, there's a medkit. Oh yes, one of the key things is like, for example, the KSK medic actually, he can still drop medkits even if he's incapacitated.
See, I
So-
tried, guys. I tried.
That's all right. Let's go for another one.
Another one.
Yes, of
Another
course.
one.
Let's have more.
Wait, statistics. I want to see who did the most damage. Swatch! Swatch did the most damage.
Right.
Nice. High five, Swatch. So make me proud.
Before we jump into the next session, I just wanted to give you like a brief overview of what's happening and what we're seeing in the interface and everything. So if we select the operators, we can see that there is a wide range of guys from different special forces from all around the world. Right now we have 6 collections. By that I mean is that we have 3 teams from Russian Special Forces, we have Polish Grom, we have German KSK, and of course we have Navy SEALs because no game goes without Navy SEALs. We are going to deploy more and more collections with the closer we get to the release as well. So yeah, when you pick a certain role, you also pick a certain operator, and this operator has his own special ability. So for example, I've been running around with the guy from US Navy SEALs. Now I'm going to change my support guy to the guy from Vimpel. It's a Russian Special Forces guy. He looks very serious and it's pretty fun. We also have customization, definitely, because you can switch in between. You can choose the camo for your operator. And yes, hello Fortnite, we got emotes.
Oh damn!
Look at that.
That's like the best part.
But one of the key things, yes, the game is free to play. The monetization model normally revolves around either exclusive operators or around certain custom elements like emotes and other stuff that you do. It's not pay to win. That's the core of our philosophy. So
Are you sure
no
about that?
golden
That's
bullets, no golden Kalashnikovs, no pink camouflage out there. That we promise. Let's go into another one. I'm going to show you another map while we talk.
I was really looking forward to the pink kind of light.
Yeah.
I understand that.
I
of course.
want like a pink Desert Eagle.
Yeah,
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Pink Desert Eagle. No,
Yes.
we're not going there, guys. We're trying to make it as authentic as possible. No, really. I mean, you have a wide selection of camouflages, emotes, and other stuff to express yourself. Like, if you get an exclusive operator, well, you can brag and show him off as well. But you won't be very imbalanced. You won't be imbalancing the gameplay. This is the core of
my
our
favorite
force.
watch.
I like balance.
Of course. Well, there won't be a teabagging animation now, but you can always make a custom one.
And we already know what
Watch out! Watch out! There's a bunch of enemies through that arch. I'm gonna try.
You see enemies, I see damage.
Healing.
Wait,
right.
who's you, Swatch? Okay, you're the guy dying.
Yeah. I'm
not-
always dying.
All right.
I have
all
a
right.
shotgun, so expect nothing from me.
But you got a shotgun?
I have a shotgun.
Yes.
Isn't that a good thing, close
Okay,
combat?
George.
Okay,
Yeah,
I need to.
Oh, that guy's dead.
Why
sorry.
isn't he?
I need to reload.
Finish him.
Yeah, you need to finish him off because he's the informant. Now.
I just kept shooting him.
Ooh,
Yeah,
we gotta defuse the first bomb, guys. I'm gonna head to the first bomb. Yeah, it's right over here. We got mobs incoming. Watch out! Oh god, there's so many of them.
Do it up here.
All right, rocket launcher guy, please go down. Thank you. Awesome.
Yeah, don't forget to make.
Are you defusing the
market
bomb?
target.
You're
Yep,
defusing the bomb. Awesome. Cool. So, yeah, as you can see, whoa. Okay. I think I went too far. No problem. There's a med kit. I'm gonna make it.
No, you're not.
Don't die.
Yeah, I'm gonna get into under the cover.
Both of us are, I think, reviving at the same time right now.
Yep. Thank you guys.
Start reviving quicker.
Double the revive.
So yeah, actually, what we're also working on are like combined special abilities, which, as you can see, actually, I think you've picked the Grom medic, right? So what he does, he's a different kind of medic. He drops a field med kit. It heals everyone within the area of that med kit over time, and it actually varies on your playstyle as well. And right now, like KSK guy, he had a submachine gun, but Grom guy has a shotgun, which is super efficient at short range, but it's not very good at like medium or long range as well. So yeah, what we're also doing, we have very authentic weapon models in the game. By that I mean is that it has different, oh shucks. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not a professional streamer, so it's a little bit hard for me to both play
You're not alone.
spray. But hopefully you guys can understand.
Behind you.
Yeah, watch out. We actually didn't.
But they keep spawning behind us.
They are very nasty. So
I had to refill ammo, so I'm kind of.
guys, there is an ammo crate. Hold on. Actually,
Yeah, I'm running pretty low on bullets as
So
well.
guys, first off, look, there is no rush. Let's. Oh, watch out. Yeah, there. We need to heal ourselves up. Oh, actually, I just need to heal myself up. I'm gonna use one of those med kits that I have.
Reach the extraction point, Swatch.
Whoa. Who did that? Who did that?
What happened?
No idea.
Someone shot a car, which we were.
No, he was burning. That's. Oh, I got away with 1 health, Swatch.
All right. Hold on. You can use medkit. If you press 4, you can use also medkit to heal yourself. Let's stay here for a while. Just cover your exits. Make sure that no enemies.
No
come
health
up.
and no ammo. This is a great start, Swatch.
Guys, there is an ammo crate. I'm gonna lead you there now.
Yeah, there's
watch out.
this way.
I'm gonna lead the way.
It's totally okay.
There it is.
Yeah, I took that one earlier, so I'm.
That's on cooldown for you?
Yeah, cooldown for me.
It's still on cooldown.
For me.
Shout at them in an intimidating manner, Swash.
Yeah,
Okay,
watch.
there we go.
Okay, watch out. First off, I'm gonna explode. Make this truck explode because
I'm gonna end this
That's
truck's
cool.
whole career.
yes, I think this car was too static. Nice.
Fantastic. Let's go.
All right. So in this mission, we just need to capture and hold the area, which we can see in front of us, and wait for the evac. Oh, there's the support guy. All right, he's going down. You're going down as well. Oh, snipers.
no.
There's so many of those guys out there.
Oh god.
I got 10
I'm
health.
gonna take down the sniper,
I think I
Swatch.
can make this gap.
I need help.
Peekaboo.
Yes.
Swatch needs help.
Don't get one shot.
Yeah,
killed
I
by
had to
sniper.
run across the sniper.
Oh, that was very painful, but I'm okay.
Stop. Here we go. He survived a headshot.
Yes.
Long range shotgun snipe.
Yes,
Strong
because
sniper.
one of
Strong sniper.
yeah, one of the key things about Caliber, which you guys really gotta understand, is a change of pace. Like, first off, it's in third perspective, and second, the game forgives you some of your mistakes. Which means that if you're playing through, and yeah, it can forgive you like if you miss like one headshot in the head of the enemy.
I'm like trash at shooters, and I'm doing decent at this game.
As you can see, you're a pretty decent player right now. So yeah, this means that watch out, mission accomplished. So yes, this is not only about Twitch reactions there. Oh yeah, they're just
a little bit when you play the sniper, but otherwise no. Let's brag or anything. We're good at shooters.
Yeah, no, we get that. Anyway, like I said, the game has progressive difficulty settings, which means that you can. When the better you get at the game, the tougher the game gets on the AI-controlled enemies side, in player versus player, it's pretty horizontal. So it's just, you know, level to level, skill to skill. It compares both of your like hard skills, pretty similar to what they do in the ships, right? So you have like the level, but it also compares your soft skill statistics, like kill death rates, your survival rates.
Did we pop those smoke grenades?
No, they pop those because they want to cover their approach. Guys, cover me, please.
Okay. No,
Thank you.
I prefer not. I'm on 4 health.
Watch out. All right,
I will have a handgun left.
We're almost there. We just need to. Please stay in the blue square.
Give me health.
It's on cooldown.
Oh crap. We're doomed.
No, it's alright. It's whoa! What happens?
I heard the swoosh.
No. Yes, revive the medic first.
Oh shit!
Medic goes first all the time. I can actually resuscitate him while I'm down.
Come on, got 16
Wait, can you heal each other when you're down?
Okay.
No, it's only my support guy that does that. Oh.
I'm gonna have to use my medkit before I risk.
I'm just gonna sit back here and relax for a while, if you guys don't mind. Nice. I saw what you did there. That was a nice headshot.
They were actually 2 headshots.
That's nice. Yes, those guys, they're very strong-handed. So, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Shucks. Okay, the sniper on the right with the big blap.
Yeah, there's the guy. Oh, yeah, we did it. We did it.
Wow.
We've survived. Awesome.
I'm amazed. Swatch.
Look at that. They're at the salvation helicopter. GG, guys. We did that.
I'm going to say it's all down to the medic, but...
I mean, you can say that. I'm not going to argue with it, but we all know it's not true.
But, you know, we can actually see the statistics. There will be very representative of what's happening. Like,
but the medic gets rewarded for healing, right?
Yes.
Yes, and you also get rewarded for dealing damage. Do you get rewarded for anything else?
You get rewards for doing damage. You get rewards for assists. You get rewards for resuscitating an ally, for healing an ally. Okay. So every factor in the game actually covers, and it plays well together with the statistics as well.
Right. I mean, look at that chunky healing.
Wait, let me check.
No,
okay, Ikeboo, healed. Well, that's a lot of healing.
And healed. Man, you are a killing machine. Look at that. Nice.
I almost did top damage for you.
So yes, and like in every grown-ups shooter game, we also have like medals and achievements. If you select the awards, there are awards, and then you're getting more and more awards, and you progress in the game. So basically, when we're talking about like the premium model, basically when it comes to premium, all you do is that you have like a premium account which can help you in boosting your XP and everything, meaning that you just save time on progressing, and you can get like some custom emotes or something else to just to express yourself further, or get like exclusive operators. Right now, the game is in early access in CIS, so we have like an early access package where we get like the Navy SEALs guy, we get the KSK guy, and they're going to be exclusive upon launch for like half a year, and then so basically it's all about personification, but nothing is about imbalance, and nothing is about like making you too OP in both PvE and PvP.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask on behalf of the Awesome Epic guys, will there be a cucumber?
Will there be a cucumber? That is the ultimate question.
We are actually thinking about adding bananas, but we didn't.
That's not good enough.
All right, we're gonna check our design docs and see what we can do there. But basically, that's like Caliber in a nutshell.
Okay.
I think we had a very nice PvE run there, as well.
There is PvP.
Oh, there is PvP, and there are daily quests which you can perform, and progress. Oh yes, and there is common progress. So that means that if you're leveling your operator up in PvP, you actually level your operator. You can level your operator up in both modes. And one thing that I forgot to say is the progress. So you have like the account level, but you also have the operator's level. So meaning that every operator, when you level him up, he gets more and more unlockable perks and skills. And you also like level up your weapon together with your skills. Like the duration of your ability, its cooldown, you get extra clips, you get more precise, like you get more stable, what do you call it, like the feedback control, the recoil control. And so the more you level up, the better your character gets, and the more valuable you are for the team. We also do have training, so you can, like go to the training camp and like, check out the operators, their abilities, and figure out your way of playing and your play style, like how you want to play that.
Okay.
So that's Caliber in a nutshell. Like, I'm just wondering how much time we got, if you want.
No, I was just thinking back when you said that there is a PvP, but we're going to go PvE. I'm thinking, when we played this with the Awesome Epic guys before, PvE with the Awesome Epic guys is PvP. It's just a matter of time.
Okay, all right.
Is there team damage? Let's test.
There is team damage.
There is team damage. I have tried it.
There is team damage. We had like groups of guys. So for example, if let's say like I pick an assault recruit. So this guy actually has like a rocket launcher, which you can see. Okay. What happens is that at the beginning of the mission, like one of the guys on the team, it was like, "Hey, what does this button do?" And boom! Okay, all of the team goes down immediately. So we're like, okay. No, there is team damage. So you really got to be aware of like whom you're playing with, where you're positioning yourself, and everything. Normally, you figure out like the kicks in the game, like in I don't know, like up to 5 missions, and you don't have to be like a hardcore player. You don't have to, have like very short reaction times and everything. So that's like one of the key things about doing the proper onboarding. You can be like a really casual player. Like for example, this game was first introduced to European audience at Gamescom this year. So I had one of the guys from the media coming in. He said like, "Look, I'm an avid RPG player. My favorite game is like Baldur's Gate. So this looks like a shooter." And here's the funniest story. I told him, first off, this is not only a shooter, but it's more of an action game. And second, you better try it out because you're going to still play a role. And hey, my favorite game is Planescape Torment. So yes, I mean, I really know what you're feeling.
Okay.
For example, I had my best days like back when, like in Counter-Strike, like, I don't know, like 7 years ago, even more. My reaction time is not as good any longer. My aim is not as good any longer. I might have this like tunnel syndrome or whatever. The best thing about it is that this game forgives you in your mistakes. It's a slower pace. It's more comfortable for me. And, the gaming sessions, they're pretty short. So meaning that, hey, my boss is away. I can do this like over my lunch break. Yeah, and you can, you just jump in and you can figure out what you want to do. If you want to do like, if you want to play versus bots, it's cool because the game progresses, the difficulty setting it increases. It adapts to the way you play and your skill level. If you want to go player versus player, sure, you can do that. And if you have a very stable team, you have a very high survival rate probability as well. Mm-hmm. And as soon as you figure out like how to position yourself and move around the map, you're getting even better and better. We're adding more maps by like the further, a little bit further down the roads. We're going to add some more gaming modes there as well, like even in both like PvE and PvP. Because right now we have, 2 PvE modes like Mission and Special Operation. Special Operation is very similar to Raids, let's say like in the Division 2. PvP right now, it's primarily Team Deathmatch, but there's also going to be some more game modes coming up. No Battle Royale, no, that thing is like a little bit overheated for us at the moment. The place is a bit too crowded, but I think we're going to find the proper niche to work around with that as well. So yeah, right now actually the game has plenty of content at the moment already. So it's in closed beta in CIS. It's really moving towards its release right now. We don't have a set date yet, but I think it's going to be an announcement for that pretty soon. And after the announcement which we made at Gamescom, we've gathered the feedback from the players and from the media, and I think that we are really finding the proper place for the game. So we're definitely, right now we're sitting down with the guys, with the developers, with the marketing team, with the publishing team, and we're figuring out the roadmap on how to roll out in Europe as well. So yes, please be sure to expect more and more like regional and the more exotic SWAT, special operations teams coming up. Some of you are going to see like proper special operations team from your home countries as well. Okay. We already have like British SAS in the works.
Will there be people from Sweden?
Probably the IKEA team, of course, because I know that guys from IKEA's warehouse are going to be the support guys.
Yes,
they're the toughest ones.
Hey, Sverige, Anders. Perfect.
So yeah, there's definitely going to be more and more fun stuff coming up.
All right.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, thank you very much for that overview outline of Caliber. Make sure to kind of check it out if you see the beta sign up and you see any news. Stay up to date on that one. And yeah, it's going to be a shooter game for most people. So yeah, we'll be back shortly, and don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
And welcome back, everybody. I'm EQB, the Video Content Manager for World of Tanks EU, and I am joined by, again, once more, the awesome Epic guys, the one and only, who are on my right and your left. I believe they will get to wave in just a short second and then go, hello. And we also have a special guest from the Pagan team, which is the next game that we're going to be playing, a game release. So there's the wave from the awesome Epic guys, and then we are joined by...
Hi, my name's Jacob. I'm the product director on Pagan, Pagan Online.
Okay, and so can you tell us a little bit about Pagan and what it involves?
Yeah, cool. So we partnered with a team of developers in Belgrade who made an action RPG. So Wargaming is publishing this. A little bit out of the wheelhouse, right, from what we typically do. This was a cool opportunity that was presented back to us a couple of years ago, and we just launched recently at Gamescom. So this is a traditional ARPG. It comes, you know, if you're familiar with games like Diablo or games like Path of Exile, like this is a good game for you to check out and play. It's a premium product. It's not a free-to-play product. So once you buy it through WGC, it's alive and online. You can group up with your friends. It's available globally right now.
Okay.
And it's a really, really fun game. We're going to check it out today.
Yep, so we will be cutting to some gameplay shortly. I believe everybody's in and ready to go. And so how would you like to showcase this?
Yeah, so let me just, you know, if you switch to my screen, which you have, I'll tell you a little bit about it. This game is about a collection of heroes, like a family of heroes. And so we have a different approach. In ARPGs, typically you have like one class to pick or a couple of different characters. But for us, we've got a bunch of different characters to choose from. So they all play differently. Like Anna, for example, is a ranged melee class. That's very different than what we typically have. Hector is my favorite and what I would consider to be the most OP right now. And he's got little rats as a friend, and he's got turrets, and he's got 2 rats. So it's turrets with 2 rats.
Okay.
And so we have a lot of fun with these types of things. I can tell you a little bit about the customization, because each one of these characters has different skins, they have different skills, and you level them up. Like the max level is 30 for each of these characters. So you're going to go and pick one character and level them up. And they've got different skins that you're able to unlock. We've got a pet system that give you awesome perks. Like this specific pet was from the Gamescom exclusive. This was a pet from our trials. This was also brought in at Gamescom. This is our Archmage, and they all have like passive bonuses. So you can change the way you look, you can change the pets that go with you into battle, and then you can also get into the abilities to see how your build is going to progress. And this is something that we learned when we did an early access with this game, was that, you know, we went really wide with a lot of characters, and what we were missing was the depth, and we needed to really provide something like that. So we've built this really cool talent system, basically, that lets you change the different skills you have, change what they do over time. So we've got those types of really cool things. This is a session-based game. So you're going to jump into a map, you're going to have some fun. It's 5-10 minutes, 15 minutes of progression. There's different game modes. Like we have survival as a game mode. We've got defense missions. There's a large story arc. It's going to take you about 50 hours. And this game is inspired, obviously, by, well, I don't know how obvious it is, but it's built in Belgrade. And these Serbians have some really cool Slavic lore that they, you know, were told as when they were kids. So we've got crafting put into this game. You can craft weapons, you can craft different sets of gear. There's a huge gear progression that leads you into legendary weapons and epic weapons, things of that nature. I can just show you really quickly, you know, we've got this guy geared out. Everybody's wearing a full set of legendary today. So we're all gonna jump in, have some fun. I think for us, what we're going to do is jump into a late game boss fight where there's actually 2 bosses in this.
Okay.
And we're going to see how we do against each other in terms of time. So I would say right now, let's click on the battle gate. Let's set our difficulty to hard, which is this icon in the middle here. Excellent.
You said hard, right?
Yeah, hard. Let's do hard.
I like it hard.
And then click on Assassinations in the top left. Scroll down until you find Fabled Forge.
Forges and Fables?
Yep, that's the one.
Okay.
So we'll all launch into that one.
What was it called?
Fables and Forges.
Oh, there it is, yes.
You have to click on the name. Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
Cool, and if you click battle, then we're all going to load in. So there's 3 different difficulties on this game. There's normal, hard, and master. And master is a late game thing. The loot is different. The progression of how you get more skills is different. So this specific experience should be pretty straightforward. You can see we all have a time. Oh my gosh! And timer in the top right. These are 2 bosses. So this is a dual boss fight. One of the interesting things about this game that makes it a little bit different than the other ARPGs on the market is that we've tuned this for a WASD experience. Lots of clickers in this market. This specific one has shift to escape. It has your skills on E, F, space. Q will heal you if you guys need some help with healths. And I encourage you to use as many skills as you can. It's a little bit of a rough start being thrown into this. Hopefully you guys have had some time to play.
I just died, so...
Oh, no. Okay.
I'm doing great.
Okay. Feel free to jump out.
I'm going to try again.
Begin again.
I'm secretly a pro at this game. I was just tooling around.
You trolling us? Epic.
Night!
Okay, cool. So I've got the late king down to about half health. Furun is not getting hurt at all. So this is a late game experience. This first boss here, the late king, he's the first boss you're going to fight in the game. You'll see him probably 2 hours into it. The second boss is part of, I think, the 5th act in our campaign. And here, this specific mission we're on, when you unlock it and you beat this, if you have legendary weapons, you'll be able to upgrade them to be fabled weapons through this experience if you can get through it. I'm getting close.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but it's working.
Just spam.
I am. I'm literally pressing like all the buttons.
You have like...
Yeah.
And it's working.
You've done like 10% damage to the boss.
I don't think I've done any real damage. I'm mostly just dodging.
Oh, I'm supposed to kill this big guy. Oh,
yeah.
I just realized I've been shooting these like small minions all this whole time.
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right, and there's a little mini game here called How Many Health Potions Do You Have? I've got 5.
9.
4.
All right. Oh, Furun is very angry and upset. This guy's super fun for me.
I would assume having like a range class would be an advantage, but it doesn't really feel like it because when you fire, you slow down so much you can't escape them.
Yeah, it becomes very challenging. Shift is going to be one of your best friends here.
Yeah, it is. I just realized.
Yeah, for sure. You've got to be able to escape, and spending some time in your build, it really matters, right? Like the skills that you use, the way that you build your character, even the gear that you put on it, it all changes how each one of these characters play. All right, I'm about to get this guy.
Where do you even see how much damage I've done to the bosses?
There's a big health bar in the middle, and mine hasn't moved.
The big red one?
The big red one.
Yeah, the big red one.
I've done like 5% damage.
Yeah, I've done like nothing.
Okay, so be attacking the smaller. There's 2 bosses here. One's the late king. You need to stay on him. There you go. You're on him.
Is that the green one?
Depends on.
Oh wait, he keeps changing.
Big dude.
Okay, the big dude. Okay. That's the dude I've been trying to avoid this whole time.
Well, I mean, it'd work in a way.
I mean, he's killing me. What am I supposed to do?
Kill him.
Assassination has failed. I think I got clicked. Should I just replay this?
This was difficult.
This is trial by fire. Yeah, this game, you know, when we were talking about building this game, one of the things we wanted to do was put the hard back into ARPGs.
All
right. So this definitely has it. This was a true test of your might.
I think I tried this game like twice before.
Yeah, so you haven't played it that much?
No.
Okay, cool. Well, why don't you jump back out? You can head back to the Pantheon, which is where everybody meets up, collects their spoils.
I'll meet you there shortly.
Yeah.
He said and died.
All right. Well, that was a fun run. Nice try, gentlemen. GG.
Thank you. Thank you.
So if you click the battle gate again and you want to show a different experience, we can...
Something more noob-friendly?
Yes, indeed. If you click on missions...
Yeah.
There you go.
Level
With
1, that sounds like on my level.
Yeah, feel free to click anything you want there. There's.
Is it more difficult the further down you scroll?
It is. It is. I highly recommend you scroll not all the way to the bottom, but close. But close.
I'm gonna scroll until I break my scroll wheel.
I feel like an aspiring hero too.
Yeah, so if you have
I'm gonna do the same.
Something in All Heroes Fall or Glory is Eternal, those 2 mission blocks would be pretty good.
Okay.
Too late.
Too late.
Cool. I'm
You
gonna
went with the
run.
hardest.
I'm gonna run a survival.
So survival basically means you're just trying to play for as long as you can, or?
Yeah, like the trials. There's a bunch of waves, and it's a timer, right? So if you beat the timer, you'll end up getting the best loot out of the deal. And I forgot to refill my potions, so that's pretty.
You need to do that.
I did
Pretty
that
noob.
too.
Okay.
Oh, right.
What can possibly go wrong, right?
Well, everything.
I have 4 potions, so I'm fine.
You don't need potions. You just need to click.
I'm just using my skill. That's all I need.
So Anna's got the, what we were showing on the stream right now. Anna's got that ranged melee class. She's super fun.
Yes, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, she's got high mobility. She's got pretty bursty DPS. If you put down, she's got roots and snares and life leeches, skills like that. Oh my goodness, this is harder than it should be.
You can play this co-op as well?
You can. 2-player co-op right now for assassinations and different types of missions to grant you keys into other missions so that you can get better loot. This is a loot-driven game.
All right.
It is very looty.
Perfect for shiny hunters like me.
Yeah. And, each one of these encounters, like I said, they're pretty quick. Not too long ago, I think it was last week right after we launched, I tried to beat the same survival mission on Master. And I tried about 20 different times, back to back to back. And I got so close. I got to 2% health on the boss and got murked. It was
I may have gotten stuck.
A lesson. Follow that little arrow indicating...
it keeps spinning.
Usually means you're passing the entrance to the bit.
Yeah, if you hit M, you'll be able to bring up a map that shows you kind of where you're at.
All right.
Epic gamer Edwin in action.
I never play these kind of games. I have no idea.
That's what an epic gamer would say, Edwin.
Oh god.
Just building up suspense for the time that you just roll around, right?
Building suspense for what?
When you roll around and just one-shot the boss.
Oh, yes, obviously.
Totally got this.
Yeah.
I was just leading you on, guys.
Like, I actually know what I'm doing right now. I'm not just like pressing things randomly.
Like the goal of a game like this is just to get the most awesome loot.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
It's
to be the most you want bragging rights,
and
right?
there's epic,
and you want to be able
to
clear all the content on Master, right? That's like the ultimate goal.
Okay.
You get all the rewards, you get all the fat loots, you'll have all the skins unlocked.
But the Master difficulty is not unlocked from the beginning of the game. You gotta unlock the Master.
It's true. You kind of have to earn your stripes. It unlocks relatively quickly, but the gear score and the amount of gear and kind of rating of the gear to be able to succeed at those levels is pretty high. So if you hit I for the Gunner Girl, you can see you've got your gear score up at the top. Your might is 19K.
I assume that's pretty bad.
No, it's actually really good.
I mean, obviously, I knew that.
About 25K is the highest I've seen in the game. And so if you can get to 22, you'll start to be clearing missions on Master.
Okay.
No problem. The mechanics change a little bit when you get a little deeper into the difficulties. It's not just a flat curve on damage and things of that nature. Like,
I like damage.
Really tried to bring in skill into this so that people could feel like they had control over their characters and it's not just a giant, massive clicker.
Yeah.
So all of the loot. You got all of the loot.
I did. And there's like a ton of settings in this game so that I can just vacuum it, hoover it all up, but I don't have them set here. So, in general, that's a quick look at Pagan.
Quick look. And how are you guys finding it so far?
It's pretty cool looking. I almost know what I'm doing.
Almost. You're not dead.
But it looks cool. Like, I like the animations and the art style and all that.
Cool.
I haven't played many of these games in the past. I've played a few. But as you were saying, a lot of them are based upon just complete spam. which is pretty much what I'm doing right now. But I can understand that there is more depth to this, especially with all these abilities, and they reload pretty quickly. So don't need to like recharge them all the time.
But what do you think about the controls? The WASD makes sense immediately to you?
Yeah, of course it does.
Yeah, that's awesome, and that's a little bit different in this genre.
Yeah,
it's one of the things that makes those interesting.
I kind of get like tired.
Wave. Here we go, Swatch.
Come on, Swatch, you got this.
I'm probably just about to die.
Yeah, I kind of get tired of like clicking too much in like other similar games.
Yeah.
So like actually controlling with WASD is pretty nice.
How did you activate that vacuum cleaner you were talking about? I got a ton of loot here.
Right.
I want to like control A right here and just pick all this up.
Yeah, so it's in the options under gameplay. If you scroll down to enable auto pick.
Control A, control num.
Floating down.
Game.
Is it in the gameplay setting?
It is gameplay. Scroll down a little bit.
And there you go.
To
enable
loot
auto
pick. Enable it and then click them all, and you'll hoover everything up.
Cool.
For some reason on these accounts, these are disabled, which makes this painful. You'll click
like
picking up the loot.
Is there any reason to not have auto pick on?
You have a fixed amount of inventory space, and eventually in this game you start hunting for specific types of loot, right? I just want epic stuff, or I just want something that has schools of magic on it, or something of that nature. So you do start to get pickier
I think I just won.
Yeah. So in the
I need to enter a portal. Okay.
So like in the beginning of the game, you like literally want everything. So.
Yeah. And a ton of stuff drops, so you want to fill up your bank for your other characters. Like the first time you beat a boss, you'll get a fragment to unlock your next character, so that you get to choose which characters you want to play and how you want to level them up.
So I just completed a level and I didn't die.
Fantastic.
Success.
We did it, boys.
Gaming.
Slow clap.
So one of the things that you mentioned there was that it was shared loot for your characters, which I think is a big deal compared to a lot of alternatives, in that really helps people kind of find the character that they want to play.
Yeah, and sometimes hunting that specific piece of gear on, if you've got a character that you like to farm, right? Just stack them all up, root them all, mow them down. Like that farming mechanic gets more fun. You can, start to choose which items you really matter to you and what you're hunting for on your other characters.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. So there was a quick look at Pagan. It was awesome, very much appreciated. Thank you for joining.
Thanks, guys.
Like and subscribe.
Awesome, guys. Edvin's already going in the next game. He's now addicted to Pagan Online, which is good. So make sure you check out Pagan. Make sure you check out we'llbuildatanks.eu. We're just going to go a quick sign out now and say goodbye to the Awesome Epic guys shortly. I'm going to let those guys have the final say more than anything else. I'm just going to say thank you very much for watching on the stream. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you for checking out the channel, joining in chat. Make sure you check out our Discord server. I believe Pagan has one also. You should definitely join and check everything out for the updates and everything going on there. Stay up to date. We will share more details on the developer topics we just talked about earlier. We will be at TwitchCon US, so that will be coming up shortly. And for the final word of the stream, as I say goodbye and good night, I'm going to leave it to the Awesome Epic guys to have their sign out of awesomeness.
Like and subscribe.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a nice day.
Thanks for having us.
Have a nice night, and I'll see you on the battlefield.
Празднику готов?
I'm Luke Neller and welcome to Best Replays of the Week. Roll out! we start off this episode with Shockwave 007 on not so easily pronounceable Polish map Stujanki. However, the open profile and little cover does not really favour the Carnarvon. Its strong turret armour and good DPM are difficult to use when enemies could be lurking behind every house or bush. With all that in mind, the Ruin Factory is the best place to make this work, and Shockwave knows that well. Aggressive? I like it. Using what little cover is available to hide the lower plate makes the Carnarvon a formidable opponent. Even more so when all of the enemy heavy hitters aren't on this flank and we're safe from the TD line. Shockwave doesn't panic when the occasional shot goes through. How stoic! What the? The FV4005 decides enough is enough. A single Hesh hurt our hero and destroyed the Conqueror. It was folly as the volley that ensued was doomed for the boomstick tank. No more targets. Oh wait, our Immel friend needs help. Too late, but revenge is had. Ouch! The Scorp bravely takes the opportunity to punch Shockwave in the face. And here comes the Object 257 with just 98 HP remaining. Is this even doable? Incredible! Stoic is certainly the correct word for Shockwave, trusting their armor and bouncing away all threats. Although, I'd just use a high explosive, but that's just me. Run, Object, run! Haha! Lob of the match! UDS Jewel. Whoa! Now it's just a matter of catching the last remaining Batchat. With a tracking shot, stopping it in place for allies to finish it off. GG. What a great display of positioning and awareness by Shockwave 007. Holding down a flank against overwhelming odds, resulting in 5,749 damage, 2,579 assistance, and 5,110 damage blocked in a